Let's go. Let's go. I'm comfortable up on my throne. It's your time. Time to begin on. We be bumping through the speakers, right on through the crowd. This that brand new whole crew running through the scene with it. One shot, parking lot, shooting for the green with it. It's your time. I'll be playing the games like I know I'm gon' win. Time to begin on. I'll be playing the games like I know I'm gon' win. Time to begin on. Killing this is day one. Everything I had to earn, make the haters crash and burn on. It's your time. Time to begin on. Time to begin on.
Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stakes is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stakes is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stakes is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 What you know about that hunger?
네, 발로란트 챔피언스 투어 퍼시픽 2023 그랜드 파이널 경기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 이정현입니다. 네, VCT 퍼시픽의 2달간의 대여적이 드디어 오늘 마무리되는데요. 어제 T1을 상대로 3대2로 치열하게 경기를 끝낸 후에 승리를 가져간 DRX가 오늘은 꼭대기에서 기다리고 있는 PRX를 상대로 챔피언의 타이틀을 두고 맞붙게 됩니다. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT 2023 Pacific. I'm your host Janghyun Lee and today the grand finals is finally here and all eyes will be on PRX and DRX as they go head-to-head for their title for the champions. 오늘 이렇게 또 결승전인 만큼 많은 분들이 경기장을 찾아주셨는데요. 또 특별하게 경기 전에 선수분들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 선수분을 응원하는 팬분들과 이야기를 나눠보려고 합니다. Now we have a full crowd here today. Amazing to see how many people came out to support the players. We're going to take some time to talk to some of the fans, friends and family as well. 자, 그러면 처음 인터뷰에 응해주실 분 굉장히 특별하신 분인데요. 안녕하세요. 자기소개 부탁드립니다. Hello, and can you please introduce yourself?
네, 안녕하세요. 마코 선수 김명관 엄마입니다.
Hello, I am Mako's mom. 어제 정말 마음 졸이면서 모두 경기를 지켜봤거든요. 근데 사실 그 어머니께서도 카메라에 많이 되게 떨려하시는 모습이 잡혔어요. 좀 지켜보시면서 어땠나요? And I know yesterday's game gave everybody a heart attack. Now, what was it like for you as a mother to watch your son perform in such an intense match?
이겼어야 하는 마음이 더 컸기 때문에 좀 조바심만 나게 많이 봤던 것 같아요. 그래도 우승을 해서 너무 기뻤어요.
I was super nervous and anxious because I really wanted DRX to win and I was elated to see them walk away with the win. 그러면 이제 마코 선수가 또 어머니 카메라에 잡힌 거 좀 알고 있었는지도 궁금해요. Now you got a lot of screen time thanks to Mako and yesterday's match. So what did Mako say after yesterday?
저는 전혀 몰랐었고요. 아까 오면서 전철 안에서 톡이 오더라고요. 엄마 몇 시까지 오는데 이렇게. 그래서 좀 감은 잡았던 것 같아요.
그러면은 또 마코 선수가 카메라에서 봤다고 얘기를
예.
해주셨나요?
엄마 왜 이렇게 많이 찍혔냐고. 그래서 우리 마코가 너무 잘해줘서 엄마 유명해서 타겠다고 그렇게 얘기했었어요. 네.
Well, I didn't know that I was on camera for so many times, but when I was in the subway today, Mako texted me, you know, are you gonna come today as well? So that's when I knew that, maybe I was on the camera. And Mako was like, why are you receiving so much screen time? And I told him that because you're doing so well, thanks to you. I guess I'm getting a little bit of fame thanks to you. 그러면 이제 또 세계에서 인정받는 선수가 마코 선수잖아요. 좀 지켜보면서 우리 아들이 이렇게나 잘한다니 하면서 뿌듯하기도 하고 또 한편으로는 어머니로서 좀 안쓰럽기도 할 것 같거든요. 좀 어떠신가요? Now, Mako is rated as one of the best players in Valorant in the world. So what's it like for you to watch your son perform and be recognized and acknowledged as one of the best players?
멀리 있는 거리도 아닌데 너무 자주 못 본다는 거. 전화 통화도 진짜 많이 못 하고요. 톡도 가끔씩 하고. 그냥 그거 외에지 뭐 크게는 없는 것 같아요. 네.
I mean, I know that he is one of the best players in the world, but for me, he's just like my little kid. He doesn't live that far away from the house, and the practice room is really close by to where I live. But Mako rarely comes by, or he rarely texts or calls. So yeah, it's just like watching my little kid go free and live his life. 자, 그러면 이제 또 마코 선수와 그리고 오늘 경기를 치를 DRX 선수들께 응원의 한마디 부탁드리도록 할게요.
여기까지 온 것만 해도 대단한 것 같은데 이왕이면 우승 꼭 하셨으면 좋겠고요. 저희 마코 많이 좀 응원해 주시고 사랑해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I mean, you guys have already done so much by getting here, but since you got here to the grand finals, you know what? Just I think it would be better if you become the champions this time around. And thank you for all the fans supporting Mako. Please keep that coming. I think DRX boys will need that. And that was Mako's mom. 오늘 인터뷰 감사드립니다. 그리고
감사합니다.
오늘도 좀 엄청난 리액션
예, 응원
기대해볼게요.
열심히 할게요.
네, 알겠습니다. Now, thank you, Mako's mom, for the interview. We have another DRX fan waiting for the interview here as well. Now, let's have her up on the stage. 그러면 이제 DRX 팬분께서 오늘 또 이렇게 경기장을 찾아주셨는데 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 병철이 보러 미국에서 왔다. 자기소개 부탁드릴게요. It says that you came all the way from the States to see Buzz perform. So can you please introduce yourself? 한국어로 한다네요.
안녕하세요. 미시간에 사는 21살 강민서라고 합니다. Hello, my name is Minso Kang and I'm from Michigan, USA.
어머, 언제 오신 거예요? 미국에서 경기를 보러 오신 거예요? 그 이유가 경기를 보러 한국에 왔다.
아니,
Now, when did you get here and did you just come to Korea to watch the finals?
진짜 방금 온 거는 맞고요.
네.
근데 가족도 볼 겸 이제 이거 보러 왔습니다. So I came here to visit my family. It's been 4 years because of COVID, but I found out VCT finals would be right here, so I bought the tickets.
코로나 때문에 그동안 가족을 못 보다가 이제 좀 시간을 내서 왔는데 딱 이제 파이널을 할 때여서 왔다. 혼자 오셨나요? Then are you here by yourself today or are you here with friends or family?
아빠랑 왔는데요. 이제 같이 자리는 못 구해서 아빠는 저쪽에, 저는 저쪽에. So I came here with my dad, but we couldn't get tickets together. So my dad's sitting over there, like filming me, and I'm sitting over there.
아버지가 그러면 발로란트 좀 보시거나 좋아하시나요?
아니요.
Does your dad like Valorant at all? Or, okay. 그러면 또 DRX 팬이시잖아요. DRX의 매력은 뭘까요? 왜냐면 미국에서도 아메리카스 리그가 있고 뭔가 강팀들이 있는데 DRX 그리고 버즈 선수를 응원하시거든요. Now, what's it about DRX that you like so much?
일단 미국에서는 롤이 한국이 되게 강팀이라고 알려져 있고, 그리고 특히 제 지역에선 좀 시골에 사는데 막 발로란트 한국 팀에 대해서는 잘 많이 알려지지 않았는데 이제 DRX가 좋은 성적을 내면서 한국도 발로란트 잘한다라는 거를 알려준 팀인 것 같아요. So for League of Legends, like it is known that Korea is like one of the best, but for Valorant, it was not known that Korea was one of the best. But DRX, I think, with their DRX is the team that really made like it known that Korea is good at Valorant too.
자, 그럼 마지막으로 아버지께서도 오늘 좋은 시간 보내시라고 한마디 해주시고요. DRX 선수들에게도 한마디 부탁드립니다. Now, last but not least, message over to the DRX players and also your dad as well to make sure that he has a good time.
아빠 같이 와줘서 고마워. 나 미국에서 왔는데 병철아 에이스 좀 해줘.
As she said, thank you, Daddy, for coming with me today. And Buzz, please be the champions. I came all the way here from Michigan. 그럼 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 아버지께서도 재밌게 보시고, 네. 팬분께서도 오늘 재밌게 보셨으면 좋겠습니다. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 팬분들과 함께 이야기 나눠봤고요. 저희는 잠시 후 쉬었다가 본격적인 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Now, we had the time to talk to the fans from, I guess, all over the world. Michigan counts as well. Now, I'm going to toss it over to the break, but don't go anywhere because plenty of Valorant actions ahead.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yo, we at the top. Make the roof go. We at the top. Make the roof go. Yo, we at the top. Make the roof go.
After 9 epic weeks, we're finally here at the grand finals of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, where we're gonna see the great battle between the titans of Pacific, DRX and PRX. We're live in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk, or no desk, on the chairs.
On the chairs.
Just the chairs.
Just
We're now the
chairs.
analyst chairs.
The official analyst chairs. We got Will and Tasteless. Guys, what do you guys think of the stage? It's incredible in the stadium right now.
I mean, you can feel the energy. It's
Yeah.
already packed here. We got to wave to the fans and see everybody. I mean, people are hyped. I think we've got an incredible match coming up here as well.
Yeah, we did find out we are sitting next to the DRX cheer zone, so
He's enjoying it.
you might hear that kind of bleed through now and then. But yeah, I mean, the full house, it's already packed, and we haven't even gotten the show started, right? The players haven't even walked out yet, and I think this is just going to be an absolutely exhilarating night of Valorant.
Definitely. And for those of you who didn't watch yesterday, for whatever reason, I can tell you right now the stage is beautiful. You guys are definitely going to be impressed. Now, today's going to be really epic. I have no other word for it. We're going to see the face-off between the top team from Southeast Asia, which is PRX, and the top team from Korea, DRX. And this is the first time that DRX is fighting on home turf against a non-Korean team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've been reigning supreme in Korea for a long time, but every time they've had to kind of be the outsiders coming into another region, right, to play at these international tournaments. Now, thanks to Pacific, they get to prove themselves, or try to prove themselves, in front of a home crowd against a non-Korean team, and I don't know if that's going to add pressure or excitement.
It's going to be really interesting. Let's not forget this is the country that really started it all here with esports. And Korea has been the dominant force in so many games before, but Valorant, I mean, this game's been blowing up all over the world. It's been a fantastic competition. You couldn't really ask for a better story here. If DRX can prove it today that they can be on top of this whole region, it's going to be incredible, but PRX is looking so strong.
Now, this is the home of esports, like you said, and yesterday we saw a battle of another two Korean Titan teams. We had T1 versus DRX, and that outcome was a bit crazy. We had a full 5 games. In fact, let's pull up the bracket so you guys can see how we've led to this very moment in time.
I mean, this was an insane match yesterday, and it's going to be interesting with DRX coming into this. I mean, after a marathon best of 5 that they barely survived, they're going to have to go up against PRX here tonight to decide who is actually going to be #1 in Asia. But the brackets overall, I mean, so many really exciting stories here. The fact that T1 got as deep as they did. We had some incredible performance here from Zeta Division as well as Gen G, although they were early falling off.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out, I mean, although T1 now out of the picture, it's only PRX and DRX. I think after yesterday's best of 5, we can all agree, I mean, yes, we're sad about Zeta Division, and, you know, you might have been cheering for another team, but we are absolutely sending the 3 best teams from Pacific to Masters Tokyo.
100%. T1 has definitely shocked all of us. They've been getting better with every single game, and they definitely deserve to be in Tokyo, and I'm sure everyone else from the other regions are watching out for T1 now because they're a force of their own. So great job to them. Now, PRX is playing today. They've been kind of waiting in the top seed to see what the results were going to be. They are another team who've also somehow leveled up. They were already really strong, and they've gotten even better, especially with the addition of something, and we've seen each of these players kind of fall into their roles in a whole another level.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing before, because we're not going to get a chance to talk about this again. As much as something has been a huge addition to this roster, it is kind of sad that we're not going to see a Benkai walkout at the grand final, so I'm just going to leave that out there. But obviously, this is PRX 3.0 in terms of in-game performance.
We had really high expectations for this team. They looked a little bit shaky the first 2 weeks. We weren't sure if they were going to be acclimating as quickly and getting comfortable. But man, have they shown that they've got their own style. They've leaned into that. They're aggressive. They're explosive. They really take control of each round and are forcing the other team to react. And here they are. They came through the winner's bracket. They made it look easy, if I'm going to be honest. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a tougher fight for them. But it's going to be a really tough team here for DRX to go up against.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, we can talk all about history and how PRX used to have so much trouble beating DRX, but just recently in the upper bracket finals, it was a 2-0 speed run with these 5 that we're seeing as the starting 5 on screen right now. And yeah, sure, they have 2 losses in league play. One was against DRX and one was actually against Team Secret in week 1, but that was before something had really, truly gotten integrated, not just in his own performance, but as a team. And you look at the numbers, it's not even something really topping the board. It's Devi who's leading every stat here other than first kill percentage because of the role he plays. I mean, this is a absolutely stacked roster.
Exactly. Every single member of this team has somehow found their strength and has emerged stronger since the addition of something on the team. Of course, I am sad about not seeing Benkai do his walkout. We all are. But you know what? I think PRX is doing plenty of content, so you can see Benkai diss someone else and do a walkout on video there. Now let's talk about DRX. They had a really long game, 5 games yesterday, and we saw Zest throughout all 5 of those.
Yeah, you know, one of the big narratives here from DRX was, you know, in the past weeks was the fact that Foxy9 was coming out looking very strong, but he's not in the lineup here today. It seems like they've decided to pull him back. Perhaps he was overheating a little. There were moments where he looked to be the best player in the region, but there were also moments where he was overextending. And in moments like that, you got to make sure, okay, if this player's not in the shape and the condition they need to be in, you're going to bring out the other player's Zest, and so far, it served DRX well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can get into the nitty-gritty at another time in terms of exactly what could be the reason. And, you know, some people out there were theorizing, well, maybe they'll bring Foxy9 back out for the grand finals. I did not think so. I mean, I thought it was a very intentional choice that they brought out Zest yesterday in the lower bracket finals. And while it was a close match, it clearly worked out. And something that Zest has always been praised for is he's always been the one holding the team together, holding it down, even when they're down in maps, even when they're down in rounds. You know, Stax is the IGL, but it's actually Zest who is kind of the foundation mentally for this team. And, I mean, even his individual condition, we were concerned, you know, has he been, you know, warming up, practicing a lot while he's been on the bench? Clearly, I mean, he was picking up some crazy shots at the beginning of the match yesterday.
That's right. I do want to break down more of this in a bit, but first let's hear from the players themselves. We have a matchup interview with the PRX team and the DRX team. saying things at each other.
이전에 PRX 상대로 저희가 1대1 싸움도 피했었고 무난하게 지는 그림이 나왔었는데 뭐 1대1 마음껏 걸어보라고 무조건 이길 테니까.
We might win, we might lose. VCT Pacific. But we're gonna win. Bruh, I can feel already the final is gonna lose.
일단 PRX의 공격적인 선수에서 더 한 명을 추가하다 보니까 오히려 더 포텐셜이 높아졌다랄까? 그런 팀을 보게 된 것 같아서 무섭게 느껴졌던 것 같아요.
DRX known as the king of Pacific.
DRX is a really insane team. DRX, I think they have a very specific plays or like game plan.
I'm more happy to beat DRX rather than like be in grand finals, I would say.
PRX 동생들아, 우리 이제 한 번 이겼다고 기분 엄청 좋아했지? 우리한테 주고 당연히 있기 때문에 너희들은 우리가 또다시 한 번 이긴다면은 다시 그 트라우마에 빠지게 될 거야.
Let's see if you're crawling again or not like this time.
The scariest player on DRX would be Marco. I mean, I think everyone's gonna say the same.
군에 못 이겨서 오는 느낌이거든요, 이게.
감사합니다.
마코가 했어요.
포세이큰 선수를 가장 조심해야 되지 않나 싶습니다. 그 여러 가지 에이전트를 다룰 뿐만 아니라 일단 폭발적인 이제 에임도 갖고 있기 때문에
이게 또 포세이큰의 포세이큰이 이코 정리합니다. 포세이큰.
PRX에서 제일 이제 주시해야 될 선수가 아닌가 싶습니다.
Strategy probably giving Stacks hard time. Probably go and like shoot him so that he can't focus on his core, you know.
Your opponent not gonna know what you gonna doing if like you don't know what you're doing, right?
PRX가 마음대로 하는 이제 플레이를 좀 너무 자유롭게 하잖아요. 그 자유롭게 하는 플레이를 저희가 그냥 부셔버린다면 저희가 좀 쉽게 이기지 않을까 생각합니다. 제이슨, watch out.
Watch out too, man. I will wreck you later if you meet. Okay? 괜찮아?
포세이큰 선수가 지난번 경기 끝나고 저희한테 던졌냐고 물어봤었는데 이번엔 확실히 던져가지고 그 돌멩이로 PRX 머리를 맞추겠습니다.
Let's do first round knives only then.
In the grand finals, hopefully us and DRX have like a really close and good game compared to the previous game. So hopefully we all have fun and have a good game.
한국에서 열리는 퍼시픽 리그인 만큼 저희가 꼭 우승컵 가져갈 거고.
Come on guys, it's VCT Pacific, not VCT Korea.
PRX 저번 경기에서 저희를 이제 이겼다고 저희를 만만하게 보지 마시고 그 피지컬 이제는 안 됩니다.
Roxy, I wanna say to you, don't forget our bind.
잘못된 정보가 될 수 있거든요.
In this time, I'll take victory for my team.
도전자라고 생각은 안 해봤고요. 아직 그 자리를 잠깐 내준 것뿐이지 언젠가 챔피언은 항상 다시 그 자리를 되돌아오게 돼 있다고 생각합니다. 저는. 저희가 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
I still have no fear on me. I just pressing W, you know, PRX style. So watch out, guys.
These two teams are like the Romeo and Juliet of VCT. That are like a sibling rivalry that's constantly going on. Now, the last time they faced off, we saw two totally different results from the first time and the second time, which was, you know, last week. They stomped
Yeah,
DRX
just a week ago.
to the point they thought they were throwing the game.
Yeah, I mean, and I think you would be forgiven to think that, right? It was such a quick match that you would imagine. I mean, what's going on with DRX? But PRX just looked really good, and the stats really prove it. I think the biggest thing is despite trying to get as many first kills as they could, DRX just could not convert those to wins, and that's oftentimes the biggest thing you need to do to, first of all, get the lead, right? If you get the kill, you should get the round. That's just how a game of Valorant works. And in their matchup in the playoffs, it's only a 50% success rate for DRX.
You know, PRX winning the last time these guys fought, that shows a lot of promise, it shows a lot of potential, but I also think we're going to see a very different DRX coming forward here. I mean, everything is on the line, but if PRX can bring that explosive style that really forces that other team on the back foot, trying to react, trying to defend, maybe PRX can do it again.
Yeah, and I just want to take a look at the maps here. Obviously, we're looking at the stats, but forget all the numbers, etc. Obviously, Lotus doesn't get played finally. We haven't seen a single map from DRX, things like that. But I think the biggest things are actually going to be, my focus is on Fracture, right? This is a map that both teams used to be somewhat confident in, but DRX, they kept shuffling their compositions, and now, obviously, with Zest, maybe it's stabilized, but who knows, does that work? Does the RB Neon still work against the Forsaken Neon this time around?
In fact, let's talk about our key players that we want to look at for today. We're going to look at Zest Zest and Divide. I mean, they have two totally stacked teams, but these two have been so critical for both teams, sort of being that anchor point, sort of that sense of humor, the heart of both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Divide, obviously, we even saw it in the interview, but Zest, he's the one I mentioned before who keeps the team together, who keeps them focused. There's a famous clip from DRX's vlogs when they were out at an international tournament where they lose the first map, and Zest just says, okay, we just go 2-0 now, no big deal. And then they win, you know, the next two maps, things like that. But Divide, on the other hand, I mean, PRX, they talk about how they don't have a designated IGL, but you got to imagine, because of the role he plays, the veterancy he has on the team, he's got to be the glue that keeps the team together. And perhaps he has the nigh impossible task of reining his teammates in, right? Like Forsaken Jing and now Something. So I'm curious to see, especially as these two initiators, usually playing initiators on most of these maps, I mean, how will they continue to support? Because if we are to assume Something playing at the top level, Buzz playing at the top level, same with Jing, Forsaken, and then on the other side, RB as well, I mean, at that point, it's the supporting that's going to allow them to get the better positioning and basically have the advantage in the gun duel.
That's right. Now let's talk about our predictions. I have to be honest, the talents were all pretty split, with a slight majority expecting DRX to take this one home. But Tasteless, you swapped positions since the beginning of the season.
I did. I've switched sides, and I'm in enemy territory here. We're on the DRX side of the stage, so I'm feeling a little nervous. No, look, PRX, I was inspired watching how they played, how they performed. They look so strong. It's fascinating to me that they kind of don't have an IGL at times. There is no leader. It's really going to be about one style of play with chaos versus another side, which is more traditional, more conservative. But I think with the style that PRX has shown so far, I think it's very realistic they actually come out on top.
Yeah.
How about you? Why DRX?
I mean, I think we probably have to get started here soon because I'm hearing a lot more of the announcements coming through on the loudspeaker. But I will just say, I'll expand on this later when we come back.
Yep.
A lot of my hope for DRX is actually on the intangibles, relying on Zest to hold the team together, right? It's more about the mental fortitude and the depth of the map pool and the set plays that they should have. I also think stylistically, this roster maybe matches a little bit better against PRX.
All right, we will talk more about this later, but guys, we have something really special for you. If you know the VCT Pacific anthem, Making Waves, we got a music video for you by Don Diablo and G-Idol's Mini. I'm really excited to see this. I heard it's a pretty epic video. You guys ready?
I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen
Hope
it either.
you guys are ready.
Oh, okay.
Oh, are we ready to go to it yet?
Are we?
I don't know. Well, I haven't seen it, so I'm kind of looking forward to this.
It's going to be very cool.
I know. Jake from Riot has also been kind of teasing this, saying, "Oh, the stage that we saw yesterday, that's only a teaser, right? The grand finals is what we're really saving it all up for." So curious to see what's going to happen, not just with this presentation, but the player walkouts, all of that as well. Today's just going to be an absolutely great celebration.
All right. Well, it's time to watch it. Let's watch G-Idol's Mini.
My fractured heart, nothing left to lose. See me coming through. I'm fighting demons on my way, and I know the other side. Oh, I keep on making waves. I dream of making waves.
of Giotto. Great to see all of VCT Pacific fans again with another Making Waves. Big thanks to VCT Pacific and John Diablo so much for having me on this project. I really had so much fun. And tune to VCT Pacific Finals. It's gonna be fire. Fighting! Thank you. Bye bye.
Forsaken is on the site and he lines up 3 in a row. Something up in the air.
There's just no hope. The time is not there.
Oh my God! Ace another ace! What? Unbelievable. Please show me the move. PRX are 1 round away.
This is upgraded
PRX. 전승입니다.
시작도 끝도 퍼집니다.
The grand finals here in VCT Pacific. 결승에 진출합니다.
PRX. Forsaken. Mind freak. Davai. Something. Jing. Alex.
Introducing the star-crossed fighters of Valorant, VRXs, the Giants of VCT Pacific, PRX, and now DRX.
Man, I mean, PRX looks relaxed and confident, and DRX, sure, they're keeping that kind of expression of steel, but you gotta imagine it was a grueling day yesterday. How much have they recovered? Mako, of course, we heard from his mother earlier in the stadium. He's got his family behind him, cheering for him as well, on top of all these fans.
You know, DRX, they've been a real dominant force out here, but this stage, this audience, all these Koreans down here to see them dominate, there's so much on the line for them.
I don't know if you guys noticed the walkout cues with the girl who's saying their voice. That's the Jet voice actor, Shannon. That is so cool.
You can start to hear once you really know, right? Yeah, you
I'm just waiting for her to say that little bleep line.
Yeah, you little bleeps. She just introduces all the players. But, I mean, this is cool, right? A celebration, really, for VCT Pacific. I mean, once we get into the game, yes, it's going to just be about the competition. But leading up to that point, I mean, it's a celebration to get to this point for both of these teams. The inaugural grand finals of VCT Pacific here in Seoul, South Korea, introduced by, one of the Pacific agents, the Korean agent in Valorant, Jet. And what a just honorable moment for all of these players and coaches on stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've both gotten this far. One is going to be the champion of VCT Pacific. The other will walk away and have to try again later. And look at this. We got Zest pumping the crowd up. People going nuts. We are so close to getting this started. I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, you can tell, right? He is, again, kind of the calmest of the bunch. I mean, Buzz is trying to hype him up as well, but you can see a little bit of nerves in him as Zest just says, I'm here for, the crowd. And Termi, of course, kind of the man that all Valorant fans in Korea have been rallying behind, hoping that he really puts Korea on the global map. And he has so far, but so has Alex with PRX. And as we get started here with the grand finals, let's talk about that intro. This stage, what an insane way to introduce these two amazing teams.
The crowd is going wild right now. I don't know if this is picking up any of the background audio. DRX has drums here. This is crazy. The trophy also looks beautiful. This is the very first trophy of Pacific, and whoever wins today is the very first.
Yeah, champion. The very first champion of VCT Pacific. And that's a title that's only given out once, right, in the history of Valorant. And, yeah, you can say, well, of course it only happens once, but that's just how much it's going to mean to them to see that we kicked off VCT Pacific as the #1 team. We went to the very first Masters, ever since this changed the format, as the #1 team representing Pacific. There's so much on the line, and both these teams, they have consistently been #1 in their own regions, right? Korea versus Southeast Asia, and now they have to just duel it out one more time to decide who really is #1 in Pacific overall.
Let's not forget it was two very different paths for these teams to get here. PRX, in a very PRX fashion, had these quick games, dominated, and skated right into the finals. DRX had to slave through those games yesterday. They had to give everything they had to offer, while PRX can stand back and study, watch, absorb, and try to figure out what exactly are the current quirks in DRX's plays. How can they exploit this? What do they want to play around? So it's going to be a real challenge for DRX coming forward here to deliver the same kind of game they brought yesterday. And honestly, you just don't have a lot of time to prep that. They had the evening and this afternoon, but we're here now and we're about to get started.
Yeah, and obviously one thing to note as we look at the bans, PRX, because they came in from that upper bracket final, they get both map bans. They're banning out Haven, no surprise there. They've never really truly enjoyed playing that map, and even though DRX has shown some weaknesses on it, it is an age-old, tried-and-true map for DRX, especially now with Zest in the mix. So that's banned out, but I'm curious about the second one. And it's going to be split, okay. I mean,
not entirely surprising either.
yes, given recent matches, it's not that surprising. If you think old PRX versus old DRX, you'd be wondering, whoa, what happened? I mean, PRX loves to just go aggressive and blast through, with shotguns and double duelists, but they haven't been really enjoying the new format here, especially as every team's picked up double duelists. DRX actually seem to have had a lot of prep on it, so that's the advantage that PRX has.
And we're going to start out with our first map being on Fracture. And so far, I mean, statistically, this appears to be at the bottom of the screen a pretty decent map here for PRX.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, all the stats are going to really look good for PRX having gone all the way through the upper bracket, but they've been really enjoying this map, and of course, this is one of those maps where Forsaken still plays that duelist with that Neon.
Exactly. Forsaken has been so flex, but it's great to always see him on Neon as a duelist. Second map coming in, Ascent.
Yeah.
DRX.
I mean, DRX, this is always kind of a map they can rely on, but let's remember, I mean, when they played during League play, PRX, they still had Benkai playing Silva on this map, and it didn't look that good against DRX, but ever since then, they've now have something on the starting five, Jing on the starting five, and Forsaken plays Fade on Ascent now, and then PRX says, all right, you've been hiding Lotus for 9 weeks. I mean, even longer if we count lock-in. Finally, this is your chance, DRX. You've hidden it for 6 months. What have you got?
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting because just because they've hidden it doesn't mean they're necessarily bad on it, right? And we don't know what the playstyle is going to look like, the team comp necessarily. So I'm very excited that no matter what happens, we're going to get to that map 3.
Okay, and then Pearl, I mean, if the comps stay the same, we're going to even see Phoenix here in the grand finals of VCT Pacific. Of course, PRX has been favoring that. Jing has been making chaos with that Phoenix, and if you haven't caught any of their games before, I mean, if we do get to that map on map 4, I mean, this is a very interesting interpretation of Pearl here. Really changes up the tempo that we're used to over on the B site.
And Vine is the decider. We love a good Vine, and we definitely want to see these two teams rematch on Vine after last week's stomp. We don't know if DRX was throwing or not, and today we're going to find out.
I mean, they surely were not, but here's the thing is that, I mean, if something's hitting shots like that on Reyna, what can you possibly do, right? He just turns into an absolute monster. So if it goes down to map 5, maybe we even get another Reyna up on this big stage in the grand finals of VCT Pacific. But back to map 1, it's Fracture now. Again, we explained Forsaken. This is one of those maps that he still reverts. Yep, it's going to be Forsaken versus RB Neon, and RB has been praised as one of, if not the best Neon for the longest time, but Forsaken here to challenge him once again.
We did see DRX on Fracture yesterday. How do you think they're going to fare now going against PRX? It's a very different team than T1.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing is that even yesterday, it was not an easy map for them to play, right, for DRX, and I think they're purely still relying on RB's Neon. However, that Fade played by Zest now has more value because Fade is a really good counter pick to Neon, really good utility to slow down that speed. So maybe the double duelist on the side of PRX not going to be as explosive. However, we also got to remember, there's something on the breach, and he is always good for another kill.
And, he's just been looking better and better with every passing week, and we're about to be getting into game 1. Again, PRX able to study DRX through their exhausting series against T1. But DRX, again, their fundamentals are so strong. If they're just able to hold off that aggressive and explosive play, that Southeast Asian style that PRX does so well, maybe DRX will come out on top. But we have to leave open the possibility that PRX may be able to just cut through the defenses to crush DRX like they already did before.
And we're going to see if Alex's death survives another day at VCT. Our casters are ready to go. It is Paperthin and Achilleos who's going to take us through Game 1 of the Starcross players, DRX and PRX.
Thank you very much, guys, for guiding us through that opening ceremony, that beautiful opening ceremony, mind you. And now the players are ready. They are on the stage. An El Clasico of Asian Valorant. It is PRX versus DRX, but the tables have turned coming into this series. I'm Achilleos here with Paperthin. We'll be guiding you guys through the action. What we hope is an absolute 5-map banger.
it would certainly seem that we are set up for an incredible series. If yesterday was any indication, I mean, certainly DRX is going to be a little bit tired. It was a long, grueling series that a lot of the maps went very deep. But that being said, they've got the experience, Achilleos. They're a team that has faced adversity time and time again. You know, PRX has made a deep run, so I think both of these teams are going to be just fully loaded today. They're going to be fast and furious on the side of PRX, potentially. We'll see exactly how they do it, but that is generally how they go. It's a controlled chaos that they like to bring.
And as the fan cheer echoes through the hall, well, you can tell who the favorites are going to be here for the home crowd, but PRX are looking to silence them and turn this place into an absolute library. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so, as it will be PRX first on the defense. DRX getting ready to attack with the gates opening up now in 10 seconds. Obviously, fairly mirrored compositions, but PRX sticking with the tried and true, the anticipated W Gaming double duelist, as we get another glimpse at Zest back in on the fade.
Yeah, and that's where they really did their damage, was on the attacker side. You know, for DRX, their attacker side was pretty strong last time. They came out the gate swinging, had a good start on this map. The last time they played, opening shot there from Forsaken, just going to be backing off, but it's a pinch here from DRX from both sides.
They're looking to wrap around, but look who's coming. North side, Zest going to turn his sights back, gets the pinks, hearing them pushing through, and Devi is going to find first blood with the shorty. Will be able to find his second kill. RB now struck down, gets a third. Devi, an absolute monster. As it's just Buzz left standing, a ghost in hand and 42 HP with not much hope left. The spike sat here at the top of tower. The double stack on the swing. He will be able to get another one as a parting gift, but Forsaken will find the final. And that is going to be PRX kicking things off with a pistol round win.
Yeah, so things are going to start differently than they did the last time these two teams squared off on this map. It was DRX taking the pistol, but this time around an attempted crunch, but Devi is able to maneuver himself and react really well to RB's swing on the backside, gets a triple in there with the shorty, and that's, you know, there are these guns that give DRX a problem. These shotguns do give them problems. You know, you see it with Jing when he grabs the judge sometimes. You know, you see it with these shorties in tower that, you know, there's no utility really there to clear Devi. He's just able to lock it down and kind of change angles. So continuing with the hot season that Devi has had here so far, 3 kills in that opener for him. And now he's going to be switching over to the A side with that Killjoy utility, trying to play contact off of Dish. Seems like there's a pretty good read here from the side of PRX about how DRX wants to approach this. Just one sheriff for Zest invested.
Well, they note the alarm bot. Want to make sure that everybody's in position and ready to strike here. Haunt will go out over the top. Just get destroyed. Devi holding that Phantom in hand. It's not going to be able to win out the fight. RB takes him down. Weapon now on the floor, but a good amount of damage is still dealt. RB at 4 HP, 24 from Mako.
Spike planted.
That's huge. That's a Phantom now for Zest. That's a massive upgrade here.
Launching smoke. Free drop in the smokes. Pushes his way through the door. It's got a double escort here, but will be forced back. Something in the meantime will be able to finish the job there, taking down the enemy Neon. Fast lane comes up. Zest going to fall. That's going to be the Phantom now. Able to be recovered as well here as PRX continue to swing around into main. There is a pinch around the back. Mako pushes the smoke, manages to find one, but Forsaken will get 2. Buzz, however, once again, going to be the last man standing, but he's got that Phantom in his hand. Should have spotted something on the cross. Nano to try to bounce it through. The hold to half. He swings in. Buzz will take him down, and that is going to be us tied up as a Thrifty comes in for DRX.
Unbelievable. DRX getting the eco here, and RB, that stellar Neon that the desk was talking about before this, arguably one of the best in the world on this agent, and he's going to come right in and catch Devi a little bit off guard here on the back. The stun, he was kind of expecting him to maybe go underneath the platform there, go right onto the site, but instead RB comes around the other angle, and Devi isn't able to adjust in time, and that upgraded gun eventually falls into the hands of Buzz, and he's able to find that final kill in that 1v1, so what a way to start. Right away, the eco taken by DRX.
Massive turnaround is, well, I'm hearing some game sound, so can we go back to that? Perhaps. Oh, maybe we might have.
I think I can see Stax' monitor.
We may be having an issue. I'm not entirely certain. As soon as we get any revelation, we'll be sure to share it. Okay, not a replay, into the action.
Okay, good.
So looks like for now, 5-man stack, 3, however, around the corner. Sheriff's in hand, there's a swing on the corners. That's the first to fall, something gets another. Buzz will be able to clean up 2. And that's gonna be them breaking through. Remember, still alive, and now it's all on Devi. Fast lane across Divide, just trying to play this out as sneakily as he possibly can. Checks into the fast lane, sees nothing, shot spraying. Stax will be able to get him for that 2-1 start. DRX back in control, but next buy round in for PRX.
So this is a good kind of reaction here from DRX. So one of the things that really kind of gave them problems on their attacker side on this map the last time these two teams squared off in the playoffs was that these pinches and other things, these fast kind of collapses towards the attacker side spawn from the side of PRX was working really effectively. They weren't really able to react well to it. This time they do. They overstack a side. They're able to win the trade in terms of numbers. Yes, it's a gun disadvantage for PRX, but then Buzz is right there to be watching the backside with that Killjoy, making sure that he's aware of that space that you have to assume that PRX is taking, because they often do.
All right, lockdown now available. Could definitely come into play here in the round. Divide just one off on a reply ultimate. Something waiting for that default plan to come in and spray into the smoke over defensive side. Just does put something, or Forsaken down quite low. Aftershock does delay for a little bit of time. Fault line across. He's want to maybe try to get on top of him as Jin goes blast packing up over the top, and the nade will actually take down RB. Swings in, gets a second. Buzz with another elimination. The lockdown now rolling, and it can be cleared as Forsaken finds two. Push the corner, but Stax tries to keep it protected. The door opened up. He tries a counter swing back, and while they will be detained, there is still Mind Freak here to move forward and help get the defuse.
Yeah, great push here from Divide to find the timing to make sure that Stax wasn't able to pull through one of those quintessential clutches that we know that he's capable of. And this is a great round here. Some good patience off the rip here for PRX. Again, they're taking space in the dish. Immediately the hit comes through towards the A side, and they're like, okay, let's buy a little bit of time. Let's make sure we get everybody into place. You know, so a great job here by Something to use his utility to delay the plant just a little bit longer to allow them to really get set up, not be phased by this lockdown. This is something that PRX was really good against DRX, doing really well last time against DRX, was that they were pushing these lockdowns, especially Forsaken. He is the guy, when the lockdown comes down, that he has to get in there and try to, at the very least, clear enough space that they can maybe follow up and take it down or take it down himself.
Showstopper looking for the aggro push here out of A, but everyone's on the north side. Zipping across, and now they're going to look to just go ahead and cut their way straight in towards B. Relay Bolt out, not going to be finding the stun. Smoke comes down, they're trying to keep them protected. Some spray through, and it does a significant amount of damage. Stacks at 39, RB 56. Forsaken looking to cut his way down through the sewer. He's making noise. Buzz should have heard this. He's looking to hold the angle. There's the swing, there's the kill. Buzz, two players watching. Spots Jing, pulls back around the corner. Nanoswarm trying to buy himself some space. He will be able to pull back, gets himself situated now over into Arcade, but because he had to surrender sewer, that means that the lockdown comes in and the orbital strike has to be committed from Mako to go ahead and clear it.
Great escape from Buzz, and now you've got the Rolling Thunder here.
Cuts across, Something right up front, but Mind Freak covering fire, manages to keep it protected, and Buzz trying to swing back around in towards Tree, ends up falling to Divide. 3 members now left alive. Mako swinging back across, the Haunt revealing both. Cess now pinching forward as well, finds the eliminations. They're holding for the defuse, but Cess will be able to spray him off that spike, and it is going to detonate. Something drops down out of tower, will be able to find one, narrowly survives with his weapon intact. It's just going to be he and Mako left standing, but DRX will regain a lead.
Yeah, it's great patience here from Buzz that really buys them a lot of time and space to be able to get the plant down, really drag this clock out and get that time where it's basically almost impossible here for PRX. Mako winning a big fight on the flank. Zest with some great utility here to get the spots onto the players near the site and really make it a lot easier there for DRX. And the fact that Stax didn't die there early is huge as well, to have that Rolling Thunder. Even though Mind Freak did a really nice job recovering from getting hit by it, still, I mean, DRX here, this looks like the kind of calculated, coordinated DRX that we are so used to so far.
Forsaken going to be noted here. We saw DRX, attempting some fakes just yesterday on this very side of the map. This time, though, no fakes to be found. Relay Bolt to try to further delay, and RB will be able to get rid of the little lightning fingers there from Forsaken. Orbital strike held at the ready from Mind Freak as he pulls back further into the spawn, wants to stay protected, make sure that he can try to interrupt this plant. But Zest, he's just on the outskirts of it. They don't manage to interrupt, so now the spike is down.
Unbelievable here. Great idea from Zest, being aware of the situation. Oh, there's 2 down, though.
Or, I mean, you could just get shot through smokes and walls. Why the hell not? Rolling Thunder now cutting across. Something looking for a little bit more. Jing gonna get tagged low. Stuck. Stunned up into that Aftershock. Ends up falling. As Mako looks up for the delay, the Molotov thrown in. Stacks around the backside. Trying to apply some pressure. Buzz as well. Wants to rotate in from main. Stacks, however, falling. Mako hiding. Goes over to the right, swings out, finds one, gets tucked away once more. Aftershock clears left, Mako's still free to sit here. The Nanoswarm's further buying time. PRX realizing that they cannot get this round. The DRX now going to be moving up 4-2.
I mean, this is the DRX you're used to. Once they get into these post-plant situations, once they get deep here, Mako, Buzz, that utility, so difficult to deal with for PRX unless they're hitting the flanks. And this was something, and I love the timeout here, because I'm expecting PRX to start finding ways to get into the flanks of DRX here, to start hitting these deep post-plant locations that Mako and the other players like to take. So you got to start cutting kind of the feet out underneath from DRX, because that's their bread and butter. One of the best post-plant teams in the world, and you cannot beat them if you give players that are as good and as disciplined as they are at holding down those positions, holding down those locations, timing with the utility, staggering it there. It's the Molly, it's the Nano Swarm, doing a really good job of, again, getting that plant down fast, making the clock work against PRX, where they have to start pushing the pace. So good awareness here from Zest to know that the orbital strike is online. You could see the pings if you were watching the map coming down from PRX right on the site. They were perfectly prepared for it, sitting right in spawn, ready to go.
Misjudging where that was going to end up is, hey, look at that. Good old,
where's the tissue?
Old God Dead might not have any tissue in his nostril here today, but is looking to show some support. As I'm sure as we go throughout the day, which could be a very long one, keep our fingers crossed for that. I'm sure we'll see plenty more familiar faces. But for now, DRX establish a 2-round lead. Let's see, things a little bit wobbly here for this side of PRX. 2 Vandals, some Stingers, a Sheriff. Getting a conversion here, and being able to shut down DRX, bring it back to within 1 would be a monstrous move for PRX.
Saw some danger pings coming out from DRX on both flanks here from attacker spawn, so they're ready for some kind of fast hit. Forsaken's trying to duel with RB here on the Neons, but they're just going to kind of sidestep each other.
A gentleman's agreement.
It's like, okay, we both can go fast, but
Neons together strong.
Neons together strong, that's right.
He's looking for the swing though, now spotted. RB knows what weapon he's got, and given the player that's holding that gun, he says, maybe I don't want to challenge this by myself. Waits it out the rest of the team now, trying to just move up, get themselves into position. See when the strike does come through. Nightfall looking to cut across. Something able to get out in front of it, so will not be noted by this. The Prowler goes in onto the hunt. Fast lane up over the top. Forsaken going to be taken down as RB. I mean, that's just a classic maneuver from him. Slides in the instant headshot, sends something packing. Now, just the 1 Vandal in hand from the side of Mind Freak. The spike already planted and limited tools and utility to try to retake this. The biggest question is how much damage can you deal as PRX?
Yeah, and I mean, DRX is happy to give up a little bit of space. They've got mollies and aftershocks for days here to really delay here. So for PRX, might be just kind of a wait. I might even wouldn't be too surprised to see Mind Freak just save this Vandal. Let Devi and Jing here potentially just die to the spike.
RB going to be able to find 1.
Enemy remaining.
Unless Jing can manage to get across, find this. Well, there's no one actually watching the angle, so he will be able to grab that Vandal for himself. So can hold on to the most expensive weapon, but they still lost another one. And that's now going to be DRX moving up 5-2.
And I love the way that DRX gets aggressive at the end of this. Their economy's in pretty good shape. I mean, Jing is going to find Buzz at the end. That's something for sure.
Good for the showstopper.
Exactly. Right. You're building up a little bit more towards the showstopper, so that's definitely a feather in the cap here of that round that didn't go so great. But Zest there leading the way with some of his utility. They're able to kind of sniff out where Forsaken was going to be. But these RB entries have been so clean here so far for DRX. This is what has made them such a fearsome team on this map. Time and time again, we've seen it, whether it be here in VCT Korea and VCT Pacific or across the globe, that RB is so good at opening up space on this attacker side on Fracture, and what a stun!
It gets the stun, counter stun does come across from something to try to slow them up, and Blast Pack is not going to do you any good there, Jing. Trapped in the corner, desperately trying to stave him off, but RB will not be denied, and he will not show mercy. Now looking to entry through, he's completely blinded up. RB comes up with a 3rd kill in the round. The spike gets planted, and again, it just feels like DRX, they're pushing a pace that somehow PRX is not able to keep up with. Maybe it'll be very much the same once PRX moves over to that attacking side, but for now, it seems like they're scrambling at every twist and turn.
And all the utility is landing. I mean, stuns here, hit everybody on the entry right out of dish towards drop, and then, the fade utility hits the player on site. So, I mean, that's just quintessential DRX. When the utility starts landing, that's when things start going well. One of the things that PRX was doing really well when they beat DRX last time was dodging the utility or cutting through DRX's lines when they were going to use their utility and kind of splitting or isolating the team. And if we get to Bind, which I certainly hope we do, I have a lot to talk about there. But here on this map, one of the things that PRX was doing really well on their defender side,
don't do it, Divide,
was isolating Foxy9. Was making him where he had to make bad decisions, and he had to either stay with the team and potentially, get cut down trying to retreat, or push ahead and try to take space. And it really caused a lot of, problems for DRX, as you guys all saw if you watched the match. He was often kind of on an island, and that's, I think, part of the reason why they switched to Zest here. Zest is a little bit more of a steady hand, not only like the desk was talking about mentally for the team, but also, now you can kind of go back to RB being that main duelist here, and that he's a given quantity. They know how to kind of play the utility off of him. They know how he's going to react to things a bit better, a little bit more predictable.
Yeah. I mean, look, credit where it's due. Not only did something just very much help dismantle Foxy9 the last time these teams squared off against one another, he's also shown more flexibility, because we've really only seen Raze Jet from Foxy, whereas he's able to come over here onto this map and play the breach to a pretty high standard. Right now, obviously, DRX exploiting, any potential weakness they can find, but I think that something has been a very strong addition for them. Flash across, fast lane, escorting them over towards the door. Fast chase is coming in, something trying to get on top of them, trying to catch them off guard, but he's not able to find the kill, and Mako with the classic, swings the corner. And he says, yeah, this does more damage than your big rocket launcher. Takes him out, and now he's on for an ace. Divide, the last man standing, but all the way across over at B's, unless Mako wants to go on a merry hunt. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find it.
I mean, this is just beautiful utility coordination. The fast lane goes up. The the flash comes into the cubby. That keeps Jing pinned, and he's trying to spam through. They start chasing, and DRX is perfectly happy to do that.
Oh, Mako's out.
Ooh, he wants it.
No charges.
Watch him orbital for it. Send the ult.
It
was worth it all.
Rolling Thunder into the orbital at the back end of the Rolling Thunder here, right? Like,
well, either way. They just want the kill. That is for damn sure. Zest swinging the corner. Will get taken down. Mako trying to line him up. Divide, bobbing and weaving. Cuts around the corner of the turret. Now raised up, and Mako, he says, I will not be denied. The ace comes through in the 9th round, and DRX lock in 7, and PRX have to use their second timeout in the first half of the map.
This is unbelievable. I mean, this is the DRX we're used to seeing. And this has got PRX completely befuddled. I mean, that move there by Mako just hears that ultimate get popped and just reacts instantly. Classic in hand, jumps around the corner,
and he
finishes
actually smiled.
The
He actually smiled at the end of it. That might be the most terrifying part.
Yeah, when Mako is smiling, you know things are going real bad for the opponent, because that does not come out often. And this crowd was absolutely just going wild on that ace. I mean, they are full on behind DRX here, especially on our side of the stadium. We're on the DRX half.
So much pressure. I mean, how do you approach this situation now as Alex? Because obviously you don't come into this, no one goes into a series with DRX and says, okay, this is going to be easy. It's very much the same for PRX. Right. You never underestimate either of these teams. But I don't think that Alex even expected to be put into this position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that he expected this level of sort of the fast coordination. Like, it's basically like PRX is getting PRX'd. You know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like that right now.
Does anyone in the audience want to become my new co-caster? Anybody at all? Ken Yang, would you like to come up here?
I can see Ken here from here. I mean, he could come up here. He's a great guy. I like him. We've got a third headset up here.
Well, let's see what happens now. Rolling Thunder to clear out Arcade. Not even the site itself.
Oh my God.
An interesting maneuver here is Forsaken going to be able to find an opening kill. Buzz taken down. He is at 44, but will be able to get Mako. And it looks like the timeout working a treat. 3 very swift kills with stacks down to 36 health. Tucks away into the corner. Zest finding one now on his lonesome with a Prowler in hand. And Jing won't even get him the opportunity to use it. PRX, they fight back, they pick up their first round win here after a 5 consecutive streak from DRX.
And just good coordination here from PRX. So Jing comes out there, doesn't see anybody really pushing out of the smoke. Forsaken then double checks just to make sure and catches Buzz a little bit off guard. A great relay bolt here to make sure that he has got the follow-up, and then Jing to back him up. That's kind of what you need here from PRX now. A little bit of teamwork, a little bit of confidence being built. Now you've got that lockdown, but Mako does have the counter once again with the orbital strike, so kind of playing that tic-tac-toe game with those things. Immediately that haunt is going to reveal that nobody's holding this angle. We've seen a lot of attention paid to A main from PRX early on in this. So DRX having to respect that, having to check that. Buzz has to piece out across the zip lines as pressure has been put across the bridge. PRX.
Growler, does he check? No, but Divide just shoots it anyway, so now they know that he's in this forward position, and he's looking to hold the line, so only going to be good for one, though. Stack taken down. His Mind Freak gets himself situated on the site, but Buzz will push out from Sands. Site going to be secured. Taking the rope across to the south side here is Forsaken. Jing going to be joining, so they're going to have the duels attacking over into main, but now they're very well aware of this.
The alarm bot here is going to give them the opportunity and the haunt.
Off cooldown just get cleared, and because of that Buzz, he's not ready for somebody to be in a forward position. Says, however, making use of the decay damage, comes up with one, swings out, gets himself a third, and suddenly it's just something left. A 1v2, absolutely possible. He's looking to push the pace, and Zest has already broken the corner, so will not be flashed. The swing around continuing, Zest backpedaling, trying desperately to keep himself alive. Aftershock, looking to force RB out, he's trying to fake it. And he might have just done it successfully. The swing back through, but he's so damn low, something finds the kill, but now he's running out of time. Has to stick in for this one, swings out, will be able to get the moral victory, but the spike will defuse, the weapon will be lost, and that is going to be DRX now 8-3.
I mean, the utility staggering here post-plant is just brilliant from DRX. You've got the alarm bot to alert them to the situation coming from attacker spawn. They're able to line up with Buzz and Zest. Now, Buzz's crosshair just a little bit too deep for the angle that Forsaken took there, so Forsaken's able to get that opener, but off the back of that seize, off that decay damage, Zest is able to find 2 huge kills and basically make that an unwinnable round there for PRX. Something doing everything he can. I love the way RB played that too, by the way. Ate some aftershock damage, threw up the fast lane to make it look like he was going back out of the bomb plant site, but instead he just hangs around, and it did catch something off guard a little bit, something with a good reaction.
Buzz quickly zipping his way out of there, and he is just out of range, so Forsaken unable to find the damage, and obviously with just a classic in hand, wouldn't be able to do too much. Mako, as the swing out comes through, cuts down Forsaken. RB once again on the entry, finding 3! Player after player falling. The lockdown now going to be shoving Divide back. He wants to see if he can get anything in the last few seconds that he has, and he will be able to come away with a singular kill, but has to pull back, and Buzz is on the hunt. Making his way now up towards rope. Divide potentially reading it. Buzz, however, swing back out, and well, now will be noted. Now the angle can be watched as he pushes in. Oh, a bit whippy, but eventually gets him moments before he would have hit the floor. And it's a 9-3 half here for DRX. Granted, that was not much of a boon for them yesterday versus T1. Let's see how they fare now as we get ready to swap sides.
Yeah, they have fallen to the 9-3 curse, I guess. I cringe to call it that, but I will in this case, because they have been a team that has had those weird halves where they're really good on one half and then the next half, they kind of fall apart. But will that be the story today?
I mean, on that same note, one of the things, to kind of notice after that second PRX timeout comes in, they drop around where Stax makes a monstrous misread, commits the Rolling Thunder, not even clearing the B site, expecting that there's going to be this big push out of Arcade over towards North Side, and there's nobody there. Normally, a lot of times in his latest form, we've been seeing Stax then kind of get into his own head and start making further mistakes, but this time they were able to rebound after that round and immediately just go ahead and pick up another one.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, there were a few ults that kind of went out there, but DRX also was like popping so hard in the beginning, they had a lot of extra ults to play with. They were able to kind of experiment, kind of throw a few ults out that maybe were a little bit risky, that kind of thing. So yeah, there were definitely a few little missteps here and there, but again, this is the DRX that we're so used to seeing. Everything is on point. The timing with the utility, the coordination with the players. We're not seeing any isolation being given over to PRX. And PRX probably can't really find it. I mean, that was one of the things that they really excelled at when they beat DRX coming to get themselves into this grand finals was they were really able to dissect players from DRX and take them out one at a time and keep DRX kind of stuck in these isolated positions. That did not happen here. This is the DRX that, again, once RB starts clicking on that Neon, just forget it. He just starts running people over. The rest of the team is there backing him up, whether it be with the Fade utility. You know, Will talked about on the desk that the Fade utility is a really good counter to Neon. It certainly is for slowing that Neon down. It's also a good utility of, like, kind of boon combo with the Neon. You can trail behind or ahead of the Neon with those Prowlers and other things to really set the Neon up for success.
Well, PRX able to take the first pistol round at the beginning of the map. Let's see if they can move up 2-0 in that regard and start to engineer a comeback. Again, I mean, given what was happening to DRX, setting themselves up nicely, having these strong leads, and then still having the map turned around on them, getting that pistol round definitely could start pushing some doubt into their heads. Nade goes out. Just going to be a back away. They get tucked up here onto the B side. Mako going to be a little bit swifter on the rotate, but now the call will come through. Yeah, everybody starting to make their way over towards A, but instead they're going to split down in towards sewer.
Important to note, no shorties here for the side of DRX, just a lot of frenzies. A gun that they have a lot of success with, especially RB, has been absolutely nasty with those frenzies at times. He's no Aaron, but he's quite good with the frenzy.
Was just watching. Rope side of tower. This RB turning his sights over towards main. Does spot one. Wants to go for the kill, but the counter swing can be ready. Forsaken now starting to cut across. RB getting a little bit lost. Mako finds one, however. Swings back out, looks to keep them at bay. The Buzz and RB will come up with two more. Start to fall apart. Divide with the Sheriff, however, will be able to get the headshot. Brings it into a 2v3. A winnable position potentially. Taking out Mako would make it that much easier for them. He knows that he's low, wants to put that turret out, make it that much more difficult. Instead, it's just going to be Jing pushing up, grabbing the spike, finding the kill. Players left, Divide. Good for one, good for the third! And Divide brings this round back from the brink. PRX getting themselves another pistol round win.
Just what a recovery here from PRX. They pumped the brakes on this hit. DRX has them read like a book. RB is just sort of like a puppet master here, just pulling and pushing the players from PRX to try to get into a position where they can actually kill him.
Last bullet.
And God, insane stuff from Devi. I mean, he has been just so good this year. I mean, you could say, you know, a candidate for MVP for Pacific for sure, with the way he's been playing, particularly towards the end of the year. But even from the beginning of the year, I mean, think about the way that this year started for PRX. It wasn't the best. Forsaken.
Mako swinging out wide, not seeing Forsaken immediately. Kind of gets baited in. Gets himself in a really bad position. Doesn't really find too much damage either. Headshot across. Stax will be able to finish the job there onto something, but Mind Freak quick to reply with the Spectre in hand. RB desperately trying to find something here. The classic in range. It's the Dink to try to set up for the kill. Will be able to get one more for his troubles. A couple weapons are going to be lost here. Two members left standing, though. It's going to be a Phantom Inspector carried over to the next round. PRX this time not going to be getting thriftied. They string two together. Buy round now in for DRX. See if they can stop this momentum that PRX so desperately need.
Still, you can see that, you know, DRX is playing off of each other well. There's always someone here to try to trade these kills. You know, RB's got backup from behind him, and a lot of help in the damage department as well to find that third kill. So in the round for DRX, still not bad at all for DRX as they get guns. But again, going back to Devi, I want to talk about at the beginning of this year against DFM, right? He had to be the guy to come through and bail them out.
Yeah.
And he did it. And he's been just stellar all year.
Yep, that was this guy over on Lotus. It's a very close map, but I mean, look at the crunch now. Getting ready to come through. Poland already committed the relay bolt, however, will catch him. Stax will be able to take him down. Now, that's definitely going to be turning their attention away from A. Still a double creep back over towards main. Seems like it's just going to be Forsaken and something moving over here. Trying to clear the way as rifle is recovered.
And if they come here, there's the alarm bot here for Buzz to get the information. A turret placed over by Generator, and he could play from that turret from tower, but good utility there to stun him up.
The fault line in, sends out the molly just to try to keep him further protected here in tower. Buzz will be able to swing out, finds one. The rest of the team, however, back over towards the A site. Blast pack going to be heard, should be noted, as the orb is going to be grabbed, and suddenly he's just one away from that showstopper. Jing can take Zest down off the site. That should make this damn near unassailable. But instead, he's going to be falling, so he'll just get that ult through death. Something trying to pinch. Rope, the swing comes in. Something good for the headshot. Amako comes out over the top. Finds the elimination. The haunt going to be cleared. They know that Mind Freak is here over at main. They force him out in the open, and he can't quite steady the aim. Zest will fire back, and DRX will break that momentum. Now 10-5.
Yeah, I mean, just a great read here by DRX. The utility there from Buzz made this a very difficult hit, and then he gets the opening kill onto Forsaken, and that changes directions here for PRX. They don't like what they're seeing at that site. And then Mako with a great rotation. He finds the timing. They get the read here pretty quickly, does DRX, that, hey, we think that PRX has left the B site. Mako goes right to rope and is ready to hide and come out as soon as contact is made out of Sands there. So just beautiful stuff from DRX. I mean, this has been pretty darn good from them so far. Can they keep it up? Because this is the attacker side for PRX. This is where they usually are doing their damage on this map.
Look at this right now. Free member creep up. Jing and Forsaken looking to make this approach. Has been widely ignored. Showstopper out over the top, looking for a target. Meanwhile, swinging through into main, RB makes his way in, finds the buy, but it's Mind Freak holding the line, coming up with 2 kills. Showstopper sent his way here. And Wall keeping stacks protected. They know that ult is gone.
Right there.
And it looks like already the call to just go ahead and save is going to have to be made. And DRX just not looking to tussle with them any further.
Yeah, they're kind of able to avoid that showstopper initially and try to cut through the middle of PRX there. It does DRX, but it just doesn't work out. It's just a great reaction here from PRX. RB tries to come on the flank to try to help with this pinch that they set up right outside of the doors in A hall, but just didn't quite work out. A great reaction here from PRX as they're starting to build up a little bit of confidence, build up a little bit of steam. Of course, it has to be a save now for DRX, so let's see if PRX can keep this momentum going. You've got your orbital strike online. Buzz is quite far from his lockdown.
Yep.
So let's see if maybe they're going to try to invest this early, if they're going to save. I mean, generally they're a team that just kind of, you would think, just likes to go at it, but I'm going to keep my eyes on Mind Freak in that ultimate. I'm pretty curious to see how they want to use that. If they're good, they have used it to just take space or try to deny a plant right on the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
Instead of saving it for that lockdown. So my assumption is here is they're going to have some kind of play set up, potentially try to force players out of position and get these kills. That's just disgusting from Mind Freak. Absolutely nasty.
Yeah, I mean, might not claim the kill, but put enough damage in to get the assist. So still was significant there. On spray control. But again, it's looking like maybe another dish approach. This time Zest is willing to play forward towards it, knowing that that showstopper is no longer in the loop. RB, I believe, actually making a footstep there, so should be noted as a forward-playing player over at main. He's just tucked away over at door. It seems like all the PRX going to start drifting towards B.
Yeah, it seems like PRX feels like there might be a trap or something potentially off those footsteps. They feel like they might be getting baited into another crunch like that they kind of got out with, just based on their own individual skill in that previous round. Divide just doing a little poke checking here, just seeing if anybody's around. There's utility right around the corner there, up at the top of tower.
Turret cleared. Mako has to just go ahead and back away as the orbital strike is going to be used center site just to try to create some space. Buzz does manage to evade it. Keeps elusive for now. Just tucked away into the smoke. They're not moving towards him now. Goes swinging in. The relay bolt, however, going to strike, and they know that he's going to be playing up close. Swaps over to the shorty, looking for a target, but it's just all obfuscation. No one knows what the hell they're looking at. Buzz, however, with the shorty, is going to find a second kill. A 3v1 forsaking the last man standing now. Kites back, the spike, stranded just in front of the stairs here. It would be a monstrous clutch to make this happen.
Just can't give him the 1v1s.
Starting to swing up around the corner. Zest is right there waiting for him. 11-6. DRX now just 2 rounds away from taking the first map.
Yeah, just a great hold here. Buzz in particular is absolutely so phenomenal in this round. I mean, gets stunned up, can't really react to Mind Freak initially, and then is just sitting in between these smokes, waiting for players to come into range of that shorty just to pop him from unexpected angles. They kind of can't keep track of him. He gets lost in the sauce and comes out way ahead in that situation and takes DRX over the line there. So just really smart play. I mean, you know, Buzz has been absolutely wonderful these last couple days.
That he has been. Here we go. Forsaken, looking to turn the tides. Obviously, just saving his cash, pops the ult. Overdrive at the ready. Let's see what kind of damage he can deal. He's rushing across over towards north side. He's starting to run out of charge. Unless he can get Zest and try to get that refresh. It's just going to get shut down. Zest finds him. RB now holding close, expecting that they're going to try to slide up alongside the wall. Jing spraying, and RB says, all right, I'm trying to get out of here, but Mind Freak says, absolutely not. A great punish. The Neon's now out of the fight. Zest is well down to 36, and just going to be Devi picking up that gun.
Good read here from PRX, sensing that someone might be on the other side of that smoke, and a bunch of damage taken by Zest there. As he tried to peek check, gonna immediately follow up with the Nightfall.
Yeah, Haunted to Nightfall does keep them at bay for now. See if they're pulling back. Audio still denied for a while. Turn on the flash, Mako. Playing in and out of the smoke. Orbital Strike should it need to come into play, but likely wants to try to hold it for that lockdown that Devi is just one away from. Well, Buzz still completely sad and beat, not fully convinced that this is going to be the push. Stacks, stun up into the corner, managing to find one. Something counter swings in, finds that elimination. Mako looking to keep Zest protected, finds one. Zest gets another, now down to 16 HP, and he's going to get something as well. Another 3K round for Zest to bring this to map point.
Unbelievable. Zest coming in here and being so sturdy for DRX today. Phenomenal performance here, just working those angles so nicely. Again, it's these crossfires. It's backing each other up and winning this opening duel against Forsaken's Overdrive. So huge here. And Mako getting that attempted entry by Jing. Shuts that down to a 16 HP. Zest making the most of this opportunity to come back in. And he is 16, 12, and 3, leading the way for DRX right now in the stat lines.
Once now or never here for PRX. 6 consecutive rounds needed to get themselves into OT. A lockdown, a rolling thunder to work with. See how they make use of them first. Zest going to be the first roadblock. He spots one, the relay bolt coming through. Can he get down off the top? And he does. He backs away. Rolling thunder cutting across on either side. They look for the entry. Fast lane up for now. Haunt gets the reveal! And that is RB playing off the back of it. Taken down moments before as well, and that might just be it. Lockdown going to be committed, but doesn't even fully clear the site. Orbital Strike going to be used, taking away the ultimate, the last tool that they had to try to break their way in. Now it's all just going to be about raw aim and gunpowder. Something will be able to find one. Mako taken out at the top of rope. Still approaching, noted, spotted. RB sending a couple pot shots their way. Nano swarms to clear the close pillar. Just tucked in underneath the stairs. Now they know one at Sands, one main, one dish. Haunt across again. Devi finding one, looking for the follow-up. He's got him into the corner, but he's gonna go for the reload. This finds him, and Zest will again find 3. As he dies, it brings Buzz to the last man standing, and he will have Mind Freak. It's gonna be 13-6. DRX taking down PRX on PRX's map pick of Fracture to kick off this best-of-5 grand final.
Unbelievable performance here from DRX, and Zest in particular was phenomenal. That second half, what a rolling thunder there from Stacks to make sure they keep Zest alive, to give him the time to get back to drop and get out. And then that Haunt on top of the box is brilliantly timed. So that rolling thunder, you look at it and you may think, wow, that's a lot to invest just to keep one player alive. Not if he gets a Haunt that gets 2 kills off the back of it. That is absolutely brilliant stuff. Oh, that's the DRX that we've been waiting to see for the last couple weeks.
It has been lacking, but now we kind of pivot to the opposite side and we say, okay, PRX, can you rally back? Can you show us what you've been capable of in your last several series to get yourself seeded forward into this grand final as the first place team? They're the first team to achieve it. Can you do that and rally back going into the next map pick? We did see DRX losing their map choice of Ascent yesterday to T1, so it certainly is possible here.
The last time they faced DRX on Ascent, it was a shellacking. You know, if you think back to the mid-season matchup between these two, it was not close. I mean, something was kind of all over the place, was trying to like push mid-top by himself and was just getting shut down by DRX.
It was also just his second series. He'd only played versus T1 prior to that, where he did look incredibly strong. But it was definitely a different time. Now, though, it's time to buckle down. So a little bit of reprieve, some time to rest, and get gathered back up with Alex and assess how they want to approach going into this next map, because it is going to be Ascent. DRX electing to take us there, still feeling confident on it despite the loss yesterday. But this was a better start than we could have anticipated, because even on Fracture, where they won that yesterday, DRX did not look this clean.
No, this is different. I mean, and I was talking to the DRX staff a little bit before the match today, and they said that they didn't feel comfortable until that final map, until Pearl. So the weird part about, playing esports like this, playing TAC shooters, is that sometimes it takes long strings of games to feel comfortable again, and by that 5th game of Pearl, DRX felt comfortable again.
Clearly, some comfort right here off the rip. PRX, onus on them to reply. Tie us up in a 1-to-1. We'll see what they can get done with something moving back over on the duels. We fully anticipate to see him there on that jet as we move to Ascent. We'll see whether or not it's going to be good enough to get that win, because it's what we want. We want this to go the distance. Yes. We do not want the DRX, PRX matches of the past where DRX comes out. Give me that PRX, that 2-0 DRX just a couple weeks ago.
Well, they need to play off of DRX's utility. They need to stay back a little bit and avoid some of those util dumps.
All right, well, first one out of the way. Let's see if they can shake things off, come back in further focused. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. The desk will break down the action from map 1, and then we'll get into Ascent, so don't go anywhere. Gonna be Neon. Fastlane comes up, pinch around the back. Mako pushes the smoke. The hold to have. He swings in. The lockdown now rolling, and it can be. The door opened up. He tried. Look at the holding angle. There's the swing. There's 3 members now left alive. Cross the haunt, revealing both. Set to detonate. Something drops. Fastlane up over the top. Forsaken gonna be taken down. RB gonna be able to find one.
Base on this attacker side on Fracture, and what a stuff!
Cross from something to try to slow them up, and now looking to entry through. It's completely blind under the turret. Now raised up, and Monk maneuver here is Forsaken gonna be able to find an opening kill. Buzz take it down. He is at 44, but will be able to get tucked away into the corner. He's forward position, and he's looking to hold the line. One though, Stack take it down. His mind, because of that Buzz, he's not ready for somebody to be in a forward position. Says, however, making use of the decay damage. Comes up with one swing. As the swing out comes through, cuts down Forsaken. RB once again on the entry. Finding! Wants to put that turret out, make it that much more. Players left to buy. Good for one! Good! Protected here in tower. Buzz Bree, as he dies, it brings.
But Forsaken is on the site and he lines up 3 in a row. Trying to be a little bit more careful. Oh my God! 월샷 맞고 와! 꽁채기!
대한민국을 대표하는 DRX가 가장 먼저 도쿄행을 결정을 지었습니다.
And PRX are your second team that will be going to Masters Tokyo. They will face off against PRX.
Actually, I signed below.
Dapat kasi simulation.
저 스택스요. 스택스 오늘 수고 많으셨고 에이스 멋있었습니다. 사랑합니다. The PRX.
W Gaming.
DRX 파이팅!
DRX 파이팅!
DRX
파이팅! Vamos!
Thank you, baby, for watching our game. See you.
제가 이제 경기를 안 나왔었는데 또 응원해주시는 팬분들이 있었어가지고 항상 너무 감사하더라고요.
당연히 우승을 할 거고요. 플레이오프 중에 한 경기 정도는 질 수 있겠지만 지더라도 크게 낙심하지 않으셔도 될 것 같고 꼭 우승을 하도록 하겠습니다.
What do you want to say to DRX?
Bye bye. You're gonna go down. PRX, you're going down.
제가 이길 테니까 저희도 응원해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
I want to say thank you for supporting the second place team.
Come to the chaotic side. Discipline side, I think it's not as fun, you know. Watch us play, join us. Or we can be fans of both.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We saw the first game between the two Titans, PRX and DRX, with DRX taking the first map on Fracture 6-13. This was PRX's map pick. What happened here?
I mean, DRX came here with a very refined version of themselves. They were not having it with the PRX aggression. They were very in sync with each other. That being said, we were talking about this a little bit backstage. Fracture, maybe not the best map here to start things off for PRX. Maybe not a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that now that we've seen it. I don't blame PRX at all. Even after seeing Zest in the potential lineup yesterday, I can see why they would pick the Fracture. However, you gotta imagine, I mean, because of the Neon comp, Fracture is a map that enables DRX to start fast, right? To get into a tempo, to get used to a tempo that they usually do not play. And if you're allowing them to get into that zone immediately from map 1, I mean, maybe, you know, in hindsight, that wasn't one of the best choices. Now, obviously, that's hindsight 2020. But I think a lot of it is, I mean, DRX, the first couple rounds, you could just tell that they came in and said, all right, first set of rounds, we are just attacking at this tempo, at this timing, with this type of set play, and we're just not letting go of the pedal. I mean, there was no mid-rounding to be had in the first couple rounds by DRX.
It was a real U-turn in our previous DRX versus PRX experience. I mean, let's not forget, PRX prior, when they fought against DRX, they dominated, they crushed. And it looked like DRX was never able to get control of the game. This is a full reversal of that.
Yeah, and I mean, Zest, once again, I mean, topping the board in terms of in-game stats, but a lot of this also, I think, was DRX starting to figure out, okay, where's the weak point in a couple of these defaults in these rounds for PRX, and then we just attack, right? We just attack at that same tempo, and we just do not let PRX actually get their setups, which is the, you know, aggressive pinch on the defensive side. So maybe DRX taking a leaf out of PRX's book from what they were served last time around, and they strike right back, have a really hefty lead in the first half, and they're able to just close it out.
Yeah, we're seeing a very different DRX than we have been seeing over the last 2 weeks or even just yesterday.
Yeah.
They're playing very differently than they played against T1, obviously. Now, I think you're right, Will. They have managed to take control of the map again using RB, using Neon to help bait out PRX and what they're going to do, and they're just reading it left, right.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing once again why RB is so good on Neon, and we're going to take a look at round 9 here, and this is the round where eventually Mako gets an ace. But first, just look at RB's movement, right? And you're just seeing him weaving in and out. He's weaving in from both sides. It's hard to tell what's going on from the Neon's point of view, but watch Jing's point of view. You see the Prowler coming out. Something's behind him to support. He sees the fast lane come out, dodges the flash, and then he sees RB's arm stick out of the wall. So he's baited to go there. Something chases through as well, but Neon's already gone. She's already through the door at Sands. I mean, sure, eventually RB dies to the paint shells, but Jing is now stuck there because he's fired. Something has followed through, and that allows Buzz and Mako to really figure out, okay, what are the positions that we have to be prepared to trade for, and RB was just bait all along.
Yeah, that's right. And Tasteless, round 15, DRX continues to read PRX really well, and again, it's just domination left, right, and center.
Yeah, you know, this was a round that I looked at, maybe not the most exciting round, but kind of the quintessential shutdown play here that we had from DRX. We saw them initially beginning to push in over at the A side. They were absolutely shut down. They tried to come in again over at B, and it was just DRX like a fortress completely sealed off from both sides. And PRX not able to do, you know, that maneuver that they do so often where they kind of crowbar their way into a position, draw your crosshairs out, and then they just are able to take over. That was just a perfect example for me in that round of DRX just not having any of this PRX aggression.
And I love that you pointed that out, that it shut down what PRX likes to do, and one of the ways they did it in round 15 was they immediately dumped all their utility in A-Hall to fight back, to not let go of that position. And PRX is like, whoa, like you guys usually just kind of give space and go back and push and pull, and DRX is like, no, we're just fighting all throughout today.
Yeah, they totally completely went and met them in the middle. I think this could be just the nature of Fracture, though, so DRX might have changed up the tempo in that way. And I think a lot of us were expecting I think we're so used to yesterday's game where there's a reverse sweep every single game. We're like, oh yeah, PRX will come back, and then they didn't really quite come back. They had a little bit of a climb, didn't quite get there. Now let's talk about our key player. Who's our key player for today?
It's got to be RB. Yeah, it has to be RB. I mean, Zest played incredibly well, and all RB's teammates were trading for him so well, but that first first half, it was opened up by RB. It was him creating space. It was him getting the entries, and that's how they were able to get that 9-3 lead.
Yeah, even when I was watching the first couple of rounds, the way that RB was looking, especially on DRX, I thought for a second, wait, am I confusing the teams? Is this PRX? Did I misread this at the start? No, RB was able to be so fluid and change his positions and really dictate the whole pace of that first half. So you got to look at RB, really a valuable asset there on Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, and I think he's once again proving that, all right, my Neon, yes, it was shaky here and there in the early part of the year, but it's still top tier. We could still pull it out at any time we want, especially with Zest coming back in as that supporting player. I mean, this is a composition that I think we will continue to see from DRX moving forward.
Yeah, you did point this out at the very beginning with the addition of Zest coming back onto the roster. That could be the one thing that really shakes things up against PRX and why you predicted DRX. RB, like you said, excellent on the Neon. Now going into Ascent, this is DRX's pick. How are you guys feeling about this?
I'm not feeling great here for PRX.
For PRX? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm the guy that voted for PRX here.
Yeah,
so I'm like, I'm worried for them. I'm worried for me. Look, we've seen so many games here in Korea and around the world of DRX. They seem to be very comfortable on this map. This is a map that they kind of just lean on when things get tough. I don't think that Fracture is going to be any representation exactly of what Game 2 is going to look like here on Ascent, but we know that DRX is so confident on this map. I think PRX, it would be nice to win here, but I feel like this could be a 2-0.
A 2-0 lead for DRX. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Now, DRX did lose to T1 yesterday. I mean, they were winning until they lost.
Yeah.
And so, again, I mean, I am kind of surprised that despite that loss, DRX is like, no, you know, we're still good at Ascent, and especially against PRX as we feel confident. I think that just goes to show how drilled they are on this map. Now, the big thing is one of the ways that T1 was able to come back was that on T1's attack, they were able to get these kind of off-timing lurks and flanks. A lot of it done by Munchkin, but sometimes by other players, or sometimes just as a team, like they'll pinch Buzz as he pushes out mid, finally looking for information. So toying with the timing, toying with their executes a little bit, that's how T1 was able to come back. Curious, did Forsaken pick up any cues from that one? Because this whole fluid, no IGL thing, that could actually work better for those types of strategies.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Let's actually break that down a bit. On the side of DRX, I mean, you even saw in the video just now with Alex kind of pointing out the more structured team, DRX, versus the very fluid, explosive, fun team like PRX. We did see it, I don't know, I don't know if we actually saw that in its complete form by DRX today. They seem to be very aggressive. I wonder if they'll be doing the same thing for Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, they were aggressive, but here's the thing. I think a lot of it was just, hey, this is our set play for the round. And it was just because of the speed that it felt like a PRX thing. But at the end of the day, if you go back and look, we could probably tell, oh, this was their game plan. Like, from second 0, Stack said, all right, we're doing, A, B, and C play, and they just ran it, right? Whereas for PRX, a lot of times it is push out, get contact, now let's figure out what to do.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a much longer map going into this. I don't think it's going to look at all like Fracture. I think we're going to see a much more methodical DRX coming forward here. PRX, obviously, they can try to lean on that aggression, but I feel like even on the defense here, DRX is so strong on this map, so we might even need to see PRX, while they can still be aggressive and explosive, probably pump the brakes a little bit.
Well, you know what? PRX, I say this, and I am a little worried, but PRX has done really well in Ascent over the last couple of matches. They have won the last 7 matches here in VCT Pacific and Ascent against Zeta and a couple other teams. They managed to bait a lot of the other teams into the point where they lost confidence, and they were just getting also making people make mistakes.
Yeah, and I like that you brought that up, because one of the reasons that PRX started to look better on Ascent was Forsaken switching over to Fade, right? So not only do they get that extra utility, but now Forsaken can kind of just get his own info and get his own kills, right? He can kind of be self-sustaining in a certain sense. And I wonder how that changes things, because if he's not forced to anchor down on something like the Killjoy, if he's the one being more fluid, going in and messing up the Killjoy utility or getting extra info, maybe toying with DRX's default setups, that could throw DRX off just a bit.
Now we are going to see if there are any team comp changes from either side. We've seen both of them do remarkably well on Ascent.
I do feel like with DRX, I feel like they think they've kind of solved agent compositions here on Ascent. I imagine we're going to have that classic DRX comp that we've had so many times before here. With PRX, maybe they're going to have a little bit of creativity thrown in.
We got the cam on these two over here. Hey, it's
Who's that?
Hey, it's
Quack.
Quack, and he has gone full bias today.
Yeah,
He's off the hook.
Exposed.
This is his true color.
He was a PRX propagandist all along.
He's over on the other side. We got Soldom and Zedfree.
Hey.
Zedfree and Jake joking yesterday that Zenfree finally got his first VCT Pacific win off of the show match. I was like,
brutal, but true.
Yeah, I mean, Zenfree's a cool guy for letting that happen, you know? Like
he said it himself.
Yeah,
so.
he's taking it himself, so he's owning it. But earlier, the two guys, some of the YouTubers out here from Korea as well. I mean, Valorant, once again, a big part of it, taking Korea by storm. Maybe a step late compared to Japan, but a lot of that is a lot of these content creators really realizing how much fun they can have with Valorant.
Yeah, and by the way, props to Riot for really bringing all these content creators down here and kind of making this a whole big family of fans of Valorant. It's so cool to see.
I do have to remark on this. Riot does one thing well with their influencers, streamers who are flown in. They're not random. They're actually real serious fans of Valorant, and many of them are excellent at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can even tell right in front of us. We have some of them doing their watch parties on this side of the arena, others on the other side of the arena, and just seeing them even in the show match, seeing some of them just get hyped up during the matches. You can tell that their heart is in it. And what a better way to celebrate than a match with these two, right? DRX currently leading 1-0, but PRX, they did get their win last time. See if they can continue.
I mean, everyone loves these two teams, that's for sure. I mean, we couldn't have a better grand finals than this.
Whoa. Okay, now that is crazy.
Wait,
no. So we talked about the fact that PRX might end up picking
No.
something unusual. DRX is going to go with that vanilla comp that's worked with him so many times before. But to see the Reyna here was something, that's wild.
Yeah, I mean, the Reyna's crazy, but the reason they pick it is the Harbor Viper. So they are kind of picking the Reyna like some other teams usually pick Gecko. And Harbor Viper, I mean, people are trying to see if this works on every single map because it's so meta right now. We have seen the Vipers, we've seen some Harbors on Ascent, but what's surprising to me is, once again, something is not meant to be the main duelist. It's going to be Jing. On the raise, he's off the siege, he's off the hook once again, he's allowed to fly into the site, break it open, and now they're working with the single initiator, single flash on Devi as that Sky.
You're absolutely right with Reyna as a secondary duelist instead of Something, but Something also has the most insane movement I've seen here in Pacific as Reyna. It's just unreal. This is gonna be, now I'm excited. I was a little worried, now I'm like, they got something. They got something cooking.
This is really hype. I mean, the truth is, like, something on a Reyna, and by the way, we keep seeing Reyna here in Asia Pacific. It's wild, but, you know, if he can just start to chain those kills together, it's going to be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kills as well. That's why it works, but it's also, again, just how they use the Leers and the dismisses. He'll usually peek out of their own toxic screens or the Harbor walls with the Leer, or get a kill, peek out, dismiss immediately through the wall just to gain info. Curious to see if it works on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, between these two double controllers, that's also just, I think this is gonna be really interesting. We have the Sky pop flashes. This is gonna be a really fast game. We thought it would be a slower tempo, but I think it's actually gonna be extremely chaotic. Again, good luck to the casters. I'm sure they're gonna have a lot of fun looking through all these walls and smokes and cascades. All right, casters are ready to go into game 2. Ascent, we got Achilles and Paper Thin.
I don't need any luck, I just need a closer map. That's really what I need. And PRX, they've been cooking, and they're looking to deliver us a fantastic, delicious meal. The Reyna once again, this time not on Bind, but on Ascent. This is a major change-up that we had not anticipated at all.
Yeah, no, this is very wild. I mean, so, like you said, you know, luck here, preparation meets opportunity, right, is what luck is. Is this going to be that moment here for PRX where this preparation and this moment here are going to be able to take a map off of DRX, be able to force us to at least a map number 4, and we'll see if it comes through, as I can really hear the the DRX team has a megaphone that they are using to start chants, and it is very, very loud. But I mean, I really like what the desk is talking about, that you can use the walls here between the Viper and the Harbor to really give Reyna a lot more freedom of movement. You know, not only does she have some to begin with the dismisses, but you're able to then maybe back her up with some of those walls. So my concern here for PRX is you know, how much preparation, how much practice do they have against this, and a lot of pressure is going to be on Stacks on that KO and Zest on that Sova to make sure that they're getting information, that they're shutting down those utility combos to kind of keep this attempted formation that PRX has put into play in check.
Well, a complete swap here. As far as sides of the map are concerned, Mako going to be spotted, goes ahead, peels back away. B side completely left open. Seems like eventually that is exactly where PRX want to end up. It's going to end up being a full 5-man retake now. Everybody shifting off of A, working their way towards B. We'll see how PRX decide to fan out and keep this defended as the spike will get planted.
I mean, that smoke and some of that pressure completely convinced DRX that this was going to be an A hit. And instead, it is going to be towards the B side. Mako going to be really pivotal in this round. Him and Buzz, if they can win those duels on the edges, they've got a real good shot.
This counter swing from Mindfreak is pretty much everything for them here to maintain market control. And I say counter swing, he's just going to start things off nicely. A dink across onto Stacks as well from Devi. Something going to be down to 13 HP. Just really hoping that he can get Devour off. And Devi will find the first kill, and something will be able to get involved as well. Zest and Buzz now taken down. RB, the last one, just tucked away here in the spawn. They're picking him out, expecting that he's going to be in mid. Eventually will be found, and he'll be able to stop it from coming across as a flawless, but that is now going to be the third pistol win for PRX.
It's just a phenomenal kind of decision here from PRX and a bad read from DRX, overthinking it a little bit here from that pressure they got towards mid. I mean, they know that there wasn't anything going on at Tree, there wasn't anything going on at A, there wasn't anything going on at B lobby. You'd already pushed all the way out, and they had to cut, you know, they know that at that point they're cut through mid. Did they go left or right? Kind of flipped the coin and didn't guess correctly, so PRX able to get into a stable position and start winning those fights on the edge, winning that fight at main. Something here right off the opening.
Vandal in hand, doing the typical Reignaby in the round 2. Buzz is the first to fall. Not even a chance to try to respond with any damage, just gets taken out. Dog should have been spawning a couple here. Nade as well, ready to land at their feet, and the Boombot is going to be what finishes off Mako. Sting very cleanly gets himself up on top of Jen, then across into heaven. Zest and RB. See if they can do anything else, but Vandal already recovered in the hands of Devi.
Just a good little mini zoo that they're going to use there. Dog into the Boombot to clear things out. Jing.
Hello.
Doesn't get the kill on RB, just a splash of damage.
Just wants to back away. Let's see if he re-challenges, but yeah, looks like he just wants to rotate around, try to get into range to die to the spike, but now it's been spotted. He says, hey, I've got another nade, and RB needs to die eventually. Zest will be able to find one, but then Devi is there, finishes him off, so will just be the cleanup coming through here. I'm not going to be too bothered about it. Vandal held on to. So we got some Mindfreak posted here, as well as Jing's mother, of course, watching in the audience amongst all the other parents that we have here live tuning in.
Yeah, there's a lot of support here from the families of the players and tons of fans for both sides. I know it's loud here for DRX, but there is a lot of PRX fans as well. I see a lot of them out in the lobby. Of course, the viewing party as well wants something to get hyped here, and we all do. We want to see PRX show us they can really contend here to be that top seed out of the Pacific.
It's a very good start for them, finding those first 2 rounds. And one of the things that we were, kind of seeing that really unraveled for DRX when they're on that defending side was not really being able to pull off retakes. They were suffering time and time again, trying to retake sites. Shots across, spotted Jing's head right as he dipped down. He'll just go ahead, grab up the orb. In the meantime, Forsaken with some pressure up mid. Takes down that turret, just further adding to the confusion.
Look at how deep Forsaken has gotten to market here. He is way in there, and I think relatively undetected, but this looks like an A pinch with Forsaken kind of watching for the lurks, for the flanks.
Snacks just looking to shut the door, anticipating there would be pressure coming through from Tree as well. Like goes across, checking out Wine, just making sure that there's nobody there. Door now getting broken. Oh, the timing is just perfect from something. Gets in, finds Mako. Flash goes across, Buzz out onto heaven, unable to find anything. Stacks now sat here by himself, but Jing pushes up, finds the elimination. RB from heaven, good for a second.
Oh, Forsaken.
But, yep, Forsaken swings around from behind, gets that elimination. Now Zest is spotted and absolutely noted. They know precisely where he's at. Cove, because they need to move across and try to recover this spike, which they will be able to do. 13 seconds remaining. Forsaken holding close. The dart flying in, looking to clear it. Forsaken with a quick clear. Says continue in the corner with that spray. See how he decides to pile this one. So this would be a major bonus win for the side of PRX.
Still has a bit of utility, a shock dart and an owl drone left.
Just gotta be worried. Going for an owl, knowing that they can be right up close, and would be risky, but instead it's just gonna be Forsaken. Dry swinging out, gets the headshot. Two weapons held on to as PRX move up 3-0 to start Ascent.
Yeah, and this is just a really good change of pace here from PRX, just being really diligent, clearing angles, and then it's a coordinated hit that catches Mako completely off guard. Stacks there, you know, trying to do what he can to lock it down behind that box, but he's getting swung on from two different sides. Not much he can do. And Forsaken's lurk there is huge because it gives them a ton of information, lets them know that tree is clear, gives them the comfort and the safety to start pushing from those angles, and he, of course, comes in at the end for the backstab and is really sort of the icing on the cake of that round for PRX. So, again, the early knife is going to catch Jing. The back. They're going to grab that orb. The paranoia to try to prevent it, but not quite in time.
Just a bit too late. They can't quite make it happen. Throw the device up top, but now they're not reading it any further. Mako caught off guard, and Jing somehow gets the second. Stacks down, Buzz looking to swing in, will be able to find two. Dashes back, throws out a smoke. Now notes there is somebody pushing in from tree and has to just go ahead and back away. He will be spotted, Devi noting him. Moving up through main, something swings back. Jen ends up taking him down, gets that overheal as well. A 2v3, but it's a Spectre and a Stinger to try to turn this one back. Something unafraid of making his presence known up top. Zest pushes out, will find Forsaken, and somehow dodged out on every single bullet. He was completely untouched.
Wow. Shocking there that Zest didn't take any damage. But they still haven't planted here at Kiliosa. Now they're finally going to get it down. So
Zest got the Vandal.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is doable. We see it time and time again with DRX. They're so good at dropping out of heaven.
Dart in, goes into the dismiss just in time, and he cannot readjust for Devi. They keep him alive. There's Devi's family here showing support as well. And it's a 4-0 start now for PRX.
What a timing on this dismiss. I mean, you're trying to let, you know, your player with the weaker gun lead the way, try to see if you can do some damage with that Stinger. Huge opener here for Buzz for the side of DRX to get that double kill. But that dismiss is so beautiful and so timely. And that's where that Reyna can really excel. If you've got some backup there with her, she can make life a nightmare for your opponents.
I've got your
Fairly light buy for DRX, and now they've got full guns, an operator, but tucked into the corner. The Cabbages catch! Jing gonna be tagged down low, Showstopper up over the top. He's completely blind and not quite gonna be able to get the hit. Counter swing in from Buzz. It's a point blank shot across with the operator. Do they read his position? The answer is no. He finds another. That's over the side. Buzz gets the third. How does he get away with it? He will get the fourth to finish him and get DRX on the board. What movement, what reactions from Buzz.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. DRX there just looked like they were going to be getting blown out of that site. You got the showstopper, but a great flash here. Catches Jing in midair. He never sees Buzz land in front of him. That gives Buzz the time to adjust. And then Buzz with the beautiful reactions to dash ahead. Catches opponent up close and personal. Switch to the shorty. And it's the finish with the op. Unbelievable.
Was a rough start for him. He got those 2 kills in the aiming peak, but that was him getting himself on the board. Didn't have too much to praise, but good Lord, what a play by Buzz. But can they win the follow-up round? Because PRX, they're right back to it. Pressing forward, they get themselves into the site. It's gonna be RB situated alone over here in Boathouse. And they realize that they need to check it. They nearly line up for him. Comes away with one. Just a tap on the shoulder there for Forsaken. It's knocked down to 68. The drone to check. Mind Freak noted the ping coming across. He drops down to love to try to stay alive, but that is going to be the fragment now dropped in from Stacks. Util from DRX starting to work its wonders. As the null command comes across. Stacks on the swing out from main. Finds Forsaken. Up over the top is Buzz. Something coming up with an elimination. The drop down the right click. Buzz has it. Stacks gets a third. And DRX will be able to string a second round together now 2-4.
This is just beautiful patience here from DRX, and Zest with a really, really nice owl drone there to catch the Viper going into that cubby, and that makes it an easy kill for Stacks. Buzz is able to get up in the air. It's a paranoia from Mako to clear that space, to give Buzz that launch pad that he needs to get up there, really start checking him out. Buzz is out there looking. He's like, where is everybody? And then they see him coming up the back stairs. then they're able to clean it up. So just beautiful, beautiful stuff there from DRX. But man, what a start here for PRX. 4 in a row. Let's see if they can find one here while the cash is still decent enough that they can get the half armor buys.
I mean, it's perfect parity at the moment here from Jing and Buzz. The push comes in, Forsaken up close. Buzz noting it gets him through the wall, but barely so. 60 HP, now down to 10 because of the wall. Does manage to escape away from the paint shells that were nipping at his heels. Smako waiting, not on the board quite yet. Sends out the paranoia, the dog pushing in, gets the stun, TPs himself over to Wine. Shot not connecting this time to the corner. But the flash does, and Stax is able to play off the back of it. Finds 2, Device swinging in from behind, but Buzz, another wall bang, another kill. Suddenly Mind Freak all on his lonesome, having to creep over towards Switch to try to scoop up this spike. Will be able to get it, taps the door. Now swinging shut will be broken or weakened up. Now 1v3, the dart, the shot, it should have been registered. They should know where he's at.
He's got his ult. Is he going to invest it here?
I think it'd be a bridge too far. We'll see, though. Maybe if he can get one more kill, it would instill some confidence. But for now, he's just tapping on the spike, trying to bait somebody and trying to isolate a duel, but DRX are not giving him the opportunity. Spike planted back Chen, and he is going to go for it. And this is a hell of a gambit, but there's a lockdown in response. As RB says, hey, my area of effect is slightly bigger than yours. Now they know he's out in front. RB will swing the corner, get the kill. DRX bringing it within 1.
Yeah, just too much to gamble there for Mind Freak, and he decides to go for it in that lockdown. Maybe just not quite accounted for in the mental calculus, or maybe thought he could get out to main. Sort of use that as a focal point, try to hold that post plant down. Buzz has been really good here with that operator so far. A beautiful flash. This is what I'm talking about. You need Stacks to come up huge. He had a great flash in Buzz's 4K round to make sure that Buzz is able to get back towards the site onto B safely. And it is going to be a timeout from PRX. I think this is a good time to take one. You started out hot. DRX has ran 3 back. Let's regroup, see if they can figure out. I think maybe, I really like that 1 round where they took their time. They got Forsaken deep towards Pizza. You know, they're taking space into tree and A main, you know, slowly but methodically. Maybe something like that. You just got to be careful about Buzz's op. You got to make sure you isolate that and, you know, don't fall early to that, because the one stark difference that we saw, you know, on the analyst desk with the stats was that when it comes to a 4v5, DRX is significantly better than PRX.
Well, I mean, I kind of do agree with you as far as slowing the pace. If you want to catch DRX off guard, playing slowly is certainly the last thing that they anticipate. So you throw that at them, it could certainly continue to catch them, as we've got Meteor as well watching.
Yeah, I saw him out in the hall earlier, so he's, you know, of course wants to come and watch the matches. All of our players, a lot of our players are here supporting, you know, their fellow VCT Pacific teams. Want to see a good match today. Everybody wants to see this one go the distance. As Buzz going to push out once again, same position as we saw in the previous round. Not going to go for anything too different. This Hawk to check for it, and the Cascade as well, trying to isolate Buzz.
For a second, I thought maybe the timing was going to be slightly off and they would miss out on the ping. This time Forsaken not going to be pushing forward to try to get that kill.
But did you see the response from Stacks? There was a 0 point right towards Bell Tower here to set Buzz up so we can push out.
Oh, the jiggle, I'm not sure if he went far enough. He didn't, but the shot doesn't connect, and now Buzz, he's in a bad spot. Devi pinching from above, and Forsaken will push the smoke and find the headshot. A great punish as Buzz goes for a massive overcommit. Zest, however, taking his place. Moves up into mid-arch, takes out Jing, backs away. Happy enough to just grab that and hold the line at market.
And I like this. They're taking their time, but
Spike
Bako
noted. Finds one, can't quite line up the second. RB will get something back on the opposite side of the map. The spike going to be retrieved, but it's still stuck over here on Wine's side. They're starting to move their way forward, and Zest just opens up with the Hunter's Fury, finds one, looks for another, and he will get it. A 3K off the ult, and we're tied up at 4-4.
I really like what DRX does here. They start out with a similar look, but they follow it up with a little bit of different utility. It's the 0 point to cover there for Buzz to push space, look, Buzz usually probably good for that shot onto Forsaken. Forsaken's out in the open, just a little bit whiffy. So, yeah, your mechanics fail you, but the overall strategy is good. And one of the best Sovas in the business, certainly. You know, we've seen this guy time and time again across so many different stages that Zest is beautiful, immaculate with his Sova utility usage.
I think he might have freaked out at the end of there because they said you got to save the off. And so he's like, oh, let me
He's
get
like,
my hands,
oh God,
my hands back in the keyboard and mouse here. Either way, though, PRX, can they once again break away from DRX, regain this lead, try to slow their momentum because the cash has been building up. Look at RB, 7,000. They need to do something here.
You don't want to pull a Buzz there, right? You
No.
don't want to.
Definitely not.
I love you, Buzz, but that
Popping the null command.
yeah, popping the no command.
I mean, hey, he was trash talked about that by intro just yesterday. Push out top gen, dashes away, Stacks will be the first to fall, and the dismiss again. Something is just guiding their attention like a siren on the shores. And then Jing strikes. The site broken open, just 2 players left, and even with their cash, I'm not sure if DRX are going to try to get anything done. Maybe hunt for some kills on the exit, but that's about it.
That's just, again, beautiful use of the dismiss here to set up the entry, to lead the way. You know, that temporarily invincible target, that you know, your reaction is to just trace it and go for that player just because you want to shoot at the first thing that comes through that door. And PRX there able to just storm the site. All it takes is that one pick, and that Reyna can just snowball around.
I say a siren, it's like an anglerfish. He's just the light dangling. And suddenly Jing appears and the fangs come out.
I like that.
What a good sense here from Forsaken. Just put him low. Does he continue to push up is the question. I mean, can't really, as much as he would love to get the gun, himself doesn't want to lose out on one. We'll now have a bit of a restock of cash, though, and PRX will maintain the lead. And now a counter operator in the hands here of Devi, carrying it forward. See if he passes that off to anybody or if he's going to be utilizing it in this round.
Yeah, just a great leer there as well from Something to really make sure that A hit home, and it certainly did. And yeah, I'm curious about this with Devi with the op, Jing with the showstopper here. So I think they're anticipating a push out of A main, potentially Buzz shifting spots there, seeing if they can maybe catch him off guard, try to go for that duel, or maybe they can catch Mako. He's been really kind of bouncing around between that door from the arches and in towards Wine and things like that, but it's a much more back position at this spot. Now DRX is using that opportunity to take some space towards mid, so they've got full control.
I mean, he had to have seen him. Tries to go for some spraying. Okay, off screen, Devi catching Zest over by Market. Hadn't heard it, so I think that caught them off guard a bit. Mako here, Stacks trying to get a counter push, but they've actually dropped down. They're moving over towards mid, where Devi will be able to still get that kill. Buzz picking up one, takes down Jing. Clear it on the turret, and they're shifting once again over towards the A site. Mako at 18, Buzz not in a position to try to get an opening kill. Mako needs to come away with something here on the push, but he will not.
Just great
Buzz,
play.
not sure which way to look, and has to just pull back. Doesn't want to go for the timing shot, respects the leer. Respects Something's ability. And once again, DRX are going to have to save.
This is just smart play here by PRX. Just kind of checking to see if they can find a pick at A main. Doesn't happen. They shift over to mid, and they're able to catch Zest kind of over-peaking there. You know, so much space and time had been given that DRX might have gotten a little bit comfortable. RB here is going to win that trade with Mind Freak.
But can he win it with Something?
Yeah, Something up next.
Okay, it spots him. They really want these guns. RB just trying to use the wall against them, pushes up against it, but then Forsaken spots enough, is able to take him down. And they have a pretty big sneaking suspicion as far as where Buzz is at. Now it's going to be confirmed. They're pushing in on both angles. He tries to go for it, but Something draws out the shorty, will spray down the corpse, and PRX will continue to stretch the lead.
Now I'm curious if there's going to be a timeout from DRX here. Maybe talk about these last couple rounds in this half, or if Termi's just going to let him go. Yeah, just a great shot there from Devi. Good change of pace here. Stacks maybe getting a little bit overeager on that push out there. Maybe felt like he was pinned and had to just go for something in that corner. But yeah, this is just, you know, good change of pace here. And then you kind of let Something start pushing through tree. You know, you got Stacks dead there. at worst, there's usually 2 in that vicinity. It'll be Mako, and they're able to kind of identify that that space is clear and able to get through there and even win that follow-up trade onto Mako. So good coordination here from PRX, and yeah, certainly a good timeout now for DRX to take. They have enough money, I think, to maybe go for 1 more op here if they want, or they might just cut to make sure that they have enough for 2 more rounds. But there was still a bit of cash floating around in DRX's pockets, so they can absolutely, potentially, we'll see. Buzz has been a little bit off with the op here in the second half of the first half.
Let's see what they piece together as we get ready to go into this. PRX looking alive, starting things off with a 4-round consecutive streak, and now looking to get a 3rd here in this one.
That's our little bear.
Good old
our little bear fighting. Yeah. Have we named it?
What, the Tactibear?
Tactibear, is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But
does he have like a real name? Like Tactibear isn't like a real.
It is.
But like it's not like, I mean,
it's a person.
Yeah, but does it have like a name like Gary? Or
well, I don't remember what his real name is.
Oh, okay.
But he's Tactibear.
Oh.
Okay, spotted. Shot, not going to connect. Very narrow window to work with is do have that operator. Buzz does just go for a blind shot. He's actually playing out just a little narrow gap. Jing is now also watching. Push up, and oh, I thought it was going to be a collab for a second. Showstopper, oh. Buzz on the re-peek. Shuts it down, and it feels like it's just a panic move there from Jing, saying I need to get myself into short right now. I need to get out of line of sight of this operator, but it's just not fast enough. Door going to be shut. The 3 remaining players from PRX pushing their way up here onto the A site.
And this is going to be a hell of a pinch. Oh, Stax is actually rotating back. I thought he might keep pushing towards Gelato into main, but actually, they're just going to set up for a big util dump here. Classic DRX. Even the Blade Storm going to be popped.
Blade's coming in. Mind Freak good for 1 as he pushes out, staring in towards Tree. The fragment to buy them some more space. Spike ticking away. Themselves on. Instant headshot. Something takes him off. The hold the half now going to be confirmed. Divide with the off by Swan. They just need to get rid of his head. Surely he can't do it again! And DRX continue to come away with these rounds so many times yesterday. Now here in the grand finals, Zest just sticks it. And he breaks the momentum away.
Oh.
I don't think it's what Termy had in mind when he called the timeout, but
I mean, this is just beautiful here from Something in Divide. Again, using that Reyna utility to buy a little bit of space and time to keep the crosshairs guessing of DRX, and Divide able to find some big picks. I mean, the instant headshot from Something through the smoke. He's so good at just intuiting where players are going to be standing, or on, whether it be in a smoke or on the other side of one. Here, they're going to use this Reckoning now to try to push through Buzz's utility.
Yeah, Jing gets himself right here into the site.
Excuse me, RB.
RB backing away. Yeah, I mean, we're used to Buzz being the one there, but Stax just spraying down through the wall. Does find Divide. Flash is taken away. Save but the Leers for Something, who's cutting his way across mid. Hit again, going to be invested. This time not on his lonesome though. 4 players strong still. The null command will be pulsing through. Stax breaks down the door. Does he read that somebody could be in mid? Because right now it is not looking like it's Something. Ready on the swing, catches him, finds the elimination, has that dismiss, and wisely takes it. Forsaken, dead. Buzz just strafing across Mind's Jing. And now Something's gone. Mind Freak on his lonesome once more. Tucked out of the pit here in Hell, and it seems like they have sussed out his position, and they have. Buzz will finish him with the shorty to bring us into a 6-6 half.
I mean, just great discipline here from DRX. Even though Stax gets caught unaware, it is Zest who's able to keep that flank position on lockdown once again. He has been really, really Johnny on the spot here, especially on Fracture. But now, once again, coming up big on Ascent in a clutch moment. Buzz just so confident on those entries for DRX. I mean, he's just so clean, he's so fast. You can see that when he gets in the zone, dude, he's just so on point. Like every decision, he's like checking every corner. He's like, here, 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 here. I gotta go. My crosshair needs to be here, here, here on these entries. Okay, boop, there's somebody here. All right, next position. Like when he's confident, when he's dialed in, when they decided to bench Foxy9 for that match against Team Secret, there wasn't a lot of time for Buzz to kind of get used to playing that duelist again. But here, coming into these grand finals, looks so prepped, so prepared, back to that comfort zone that we're so used to seeing him on. That Jet is absolutely nuts. I mean, a few whippy shots with the op, but overall, a very impactful app.
6-6. Let's see how PRX kick things off as we get ready to go now into the next side of things with them on the defense.
Our cost players.
WTF 2 Killjoys? What is this?
Hey, you can never have enough Killjoys.
I mean, what is this, Overwatch? We're gonna have two of the same guy on the team? Like, but 6-6. I mean, PRX, they have been clean with the pistols so far. They're 3 for 3. Again, breaking away, getting a lead right off the rip would be such a big boon for them. Looks like they're not gonna be too upset with the situation as Alex gives that smile, albeit for a moment.
I mean, we're concerned for the desk a little bit. You know, the hardest working desk in esports is Alex's desk, no doubt about it. And you know, I think right now PRX is feeling better. I think that half went pretty well. You know, even though oddly enough DRX like regionally here is not as good on their defender side. It's kind of funny how this like flip-flops when DRX goes to the international events. On Ascent, it's like they're really good at the defender side and not so good at the attackers, but it flip-flops here in Pacific. So I think, you know, this is not a bad half for PRX, but this defender side needs to be really good, and another pistol win would be huge. That's a good start.
I'm monstrous. Great headshot there from something. The flash does help spare Buzz his life. It seems like maybe they're just going to be able to go 4 for 4. The boom bot trying to clear out, not going to be able to spot anything. Really, there's interesting walls here from Forsaken.
They do really interesting stuff with the Harbor, does PRX. Like going back and watching some of their VODs, like they don't often or always use, well, hold that thought.
Spotted a dog going across, something gets another headshot, tries to push the issue. Doesn't go for the dismiss, goes for the heal. Buzz puts him down, pop flash out. Oh, just dashing over his corpse. The Stacks will find a second. Forsaken. Gone. Buzz, however, taken down. A 2v2. The site occupied. Spike planted. DRX trying to get their first pistol round win. Frenzy in a classic. Snakebite flying, trying to clear an angle.
Still one flash for Stacks.
They don't know that they're both in the site. Seems like now they're starting to suss that out, but they had to check main first. And Jing is still wary about this, so they don't know for sure. Spotting one, now they know. Now they have him isolated. Stacks needing a 4K, gets one, the push in, the Frenzy wins it out. Jing as well, throwing out the pain shells in the spray. Wants to inflict the fear of God into him there. That is going to be yet another pistol going to PRX.
It's all four. All 4 pistols so far going to PRX, and yet it's DRX. Still hanging in here still, and Stacks almost gets through this, but a huge clutch from Jing. A great opener here. Lear on the ground. Try to break those crosshairs of DRX, and something good for 2. What a push there. A little flash and dash from DRX, and Jing there. Really clutch at the end. Yeah, somebody's very happy about that. Certainly, PRX wants to keep this momentum going. Now you've got some Sheriffs and some Frenzies being invested here for the side of DRX, so a little bit heavier on the buy than usual. Not much.
But I mean, heavy on the aggression is PRX, as we expect. Forsaken mows down 3, and that'll be Jing getting the last. A flawless round to hold on to all the Spectres, the Vandal as well. And PRX will stretch the lead by 2.
Well, I like, you know, the DRX was going to try something a little bit different. Just didn't matter. Just did not matter as the swarm comes in from PRX. And yeah, I mean, the Boombot gives him the easy turn and angle. And then Forsaken just able to hold it down as DRX just kind of trying to re-peek, seeing if they can catch him off guard. Not going to happen. And we move on, rifles in hand. And important round here for DRX. You know, even though they did lose the bonus at the start of this, they still managed to run it back, but this attacker side has to be really good, and usually here in VCT Pacific, the attacker side on Ascent is where DRX does a lot of their damage.
0 point. Cross catching 2 by Market and Pizza. Seems like they do want to peek this, but they'll let the Owl Drone lead the way. Hang out with a 1. Dog pushing forward, not going to find anything. Jing shoves Stacks back, puts a little bit of damage down on him with those pain shells as something is swung around. Triple stack now into tree. Pop flash across, Divide backing off. Door going to be shut. Will be sprayed down as Forsaken in the sight. Divide should have been spotted, and he was. Making his way down towards that back ramp. Tries to counter swing out, catch just off guard, but the headshot does come across. Now they suspect that there's going to be somebody here in backside. They know that it's Forsaken. The walls have been raised. Second kill, however, going to be found. Something into the first. Mako finds Mind Freak. Looks for a bit more, and he just can't quite. Actually, no, he does get Stacks. That was a blink and you miss it moment. Forsaken brings this into a 2v2 with Mako down to 63.
That was super scrappy. Jing, 2 blast packs ready to go. Let's see what they're going to dial up here on this entry.
Vandal, he jumps across, spots one to the back ramp. Mako, however, somehow just gets a beat on him. The headshot comes across, and now he's got this 50-50 split. The boxes will help cut off boats for now as they play a little bit of ring around the rosy, and Mako shifts to the opposite side. Playing with their food as something eats up the damage. Spots Mako, doesn't commit to try to getting him through the wall. And now he's into the smoke, and something, he's lost the plot, he's lost track of him. Notes him for a moment, puts him down to 5. But the time is ticking, he's only got 1 bullet and he can't reload. RB will move out, find the kill, the spike will go off, and that's gonna be DRX, it almost goes off, and that'll be DRX, bringing now 7-8. Still in a deficit, but keeping it close.
This is just great mental awareness here from DRX on how to handle this. The fact that it's Arena, you can't afford to give over it 1 of the 2 kills, because that gives her so much more power, so much more flexibility in that situation to win. You know, if you do some damage to her, she devours, right back up to full health. Maybe if she had the dismiss, we could see it. She didn't, but if she does,
look at this.
Then it's even worse. Oh my
Tiles
God.
crunch, Jing, swing, sweeping through, double blast back up over the top. The shots across, takes Ness down to 45. Reckoning was committed. In the meantime, A site snatched up, and Mako barely wins out.
And what a beautiful response. They just go right to A off that aggressive hit. I love this from DRX.
Straight through, the door now shut. Fragment to buy themselves some space on Heaven, but Stacks plugging a little bit too close to the wall, was taking some damage from his own little molly there. Something pushing out over the top, does find Mako, and that dismiss can come in handy, but not when Buzz does that. Finds 2, looks for a third, can't quite make it happen, but now Jing gonna be answering in kind. The showstopper at the ready, and RB gets struck down. The dart comes in, the paint shells around the corner to try to clear him. Aldrone will reveal, but now over in back sight, the pink's coming down. He's just off kilter. He's looking for the spray, but Mind Freak will be able to hold this to completion, and Jing will get a 4th and final to yet again stretch them up. 9-7, 2 rounds ahead.
I mean, this looks so good here for DRX. I think they make a great read off of this, immediately taking space and just going for the plant off the aggressive push out. And Mako with a solid entry, but can't find the follow-up onto something. And that allows Buzz to get a double, sure, but then they just swing in together, and immediately Jing, 2 huge kills, gets the showstopper, clears wine. Just quintessential Jing. Just the best raise we have here in the Pacific. And right there, you know, it wasn't anything super special with the blast packs, but maybe here we go.
Oh, doesn't quite land up top, and Cess with the Sheriff draws down, catches him in the head, and that is going to be a weapon that he very happily and graciously will accept. Divide pulling away, the rotations starting over towards the A side, where right now Mind Freak is alone up on top, and somehow Buzz not quite noticing. This could be a massive little gank on him, but Buzz just quick pop jump before that. Cove comes in, he takes Forsaken's head off. Something around the back, drops in. Mako, however, finds him, finds a second. The knives go flying, and Buzz will get Divide. And what a round to turn things into their favor. DRX, an unbelievable strike.
I call this the Mobius strip of W Gaming, where they look brilliant in one round, and then it just wraps back around, and you're like, well...
I mean, that is such a nasty shot.
It is. It is nasty. I mean, look, DRX is hitting crazy good share of shots, but like this push out from Jing to try to catch a player kind of off guard in that round is kind of a little too risky against an eco, in my opinion.
Dear.
Okay.
And DRX. It's looking like the download might be complete, at least here for Ascent. The Sheriff, 2 stingers to try to turn the tide of this one. Otherwise, DRX will be tying us yet again. Shots up through hell into heaven. Forsaken gets himself left down in behind Generator. And Mako is going to be ripping apart 2. Jing, for his troubles, does find some good value. Weapon picked up, but Mako will find a 3rd kill, and Mind Freak unfortunately cannot tap down Zest. Still bloody. Great fight back from the side of PRX to continue to take weapons out of their hands. The cosplayers are going wild, but they have good reason to. It is tied up now. 9-9.
I love the Jet dashing around in the back behind the pop of brimstones there. That's great. I mean, this is just insane here from Mako. And no smile this time. No ace, so no smile. That's the only way we get the Mako smile, I guess. But this is just, I mean, wild, fast rounds. And again, I want to talk a little bit about why I don't like that push out from Jing 2 rounds ago against the eco. Because you fork a Vandal over, you know, maybe you get a 1-for-1 trade there. Who knows? It's Jing. Maybe you get 2-for-1. I mean, I never want to tell PRX not to be aggressive because that's against their nature. And like Alex has said a lot in some interviews and stuff that, you know, yes, they're chaotic. Yes, they W game, but there's a lot of method to that madness. It isn't just it isn't just wild. It isn't just willy-nilly. But still, you know, in that moment, I think that's one where, you know, that old flash and dash, or in this case, flash and blast pack, you know, that we see with DRX. You know, Stack sets, you know, Buzz or whoever up to go in there into that bell tower around that corner. Usually it's a Jet, of course, but still against the eco here, you know, you fork over that gun and there's no follow-up from the rest of PRX to kind of make sure they can recover if that goes bad for Jing, to make sure that DRX can't, you know, find a way to snowball that round. Now that Vandal didn't have much to do with the fact that that round ended up going DRX's way, but still it's, you know, kind of tipping the scales more in DRX's favor than you maybe need to.
0 point to check close. Mind Freak noted. Buzz dash at the ready. I mean, this is going to be a commit onto the side. He goes in. Something should have been spotted. Still jumping to the corner. Manages to find 1. Mako also going to be taken down, but Buzz finds his 2nd. The buy will fall. Forsaken and Jing versus 3. Site now taken. The null command still a final pulse to slow them up as they wait to get into position. It's a fast break on the door. Double second hell, 1 at main. Their work cut out for them here.
I mean, this is going to take a great entry.
It's the drop. Buzz says no. Nice try, nice movement. Gets him in the head. Forsaken now pushing forward. Seems like, oh, he has spotted him. Buzz dashes out. Cove to cut off main. Cloudburst about to expire. The time dwindling. Forsaken needs these kills. He needs them now. He's going to find 1, but Buzz will say no to that as well. A 4th kill for him in the round, and DRX take the lead.
This is just a great entry from Buzz. I mean, we were praising him earlier, and we're going to keep praising him. It feels like as long as this map goes on. Zest once again with a brilliant Hunter's Fury to clean the top of heaven out there as well. It's absolutely insane stuff from Buzz. He has come alive on this Jet. 24 and 13 right now. There is right where, you know, he was our player of the day yesterday. He has not missed a step here back on that duelist.
Jing damn near neck and neck with him. It's a little bit further behind, but see what happens now in this round.
And you got
major
lockdown.
change-up. I mean, look at this pressure on mid right now from the side of PRX. They have a very quick inside track towards A. So if the commit comes through, they can get a pinch here on DRX a lot faster than we've been seeing in the previous rounds, but kind of reading this.
Yeah.
They go ahead, they invest this lockdown.
I think they wanted to stop this lockdown.
Push off a bit. We'll be able to find 1. Reckoning now going to be committed over towards Gelato, but it's only Stacks there. He's going to be able to move out of it, so the ult not going to be getting too much value, but something on site absolutely can. Push out for Mind Freak, going to heaven, gets Mako. Buzz going to be taken down, and Mind Freak will get a 2nd to finish a round. A flawless to tie us up once more, 10-10.
I love this from PRX. They recognize that they're in a disadvantage with that lockdown in play. So what can you do to stop that? It is push space. It is try to get, this is what they did so well the last time against DRX, is whenever there were big ults into play, they get to the back line, they disrupt any kind of potential post plant that DRX wants to set up, and they're just so aggressive there, taking all that space, collapsing, and even though they don't clear the lockdown, that for all intents and purposes they do. That lockdown, like you just said, doesn't really get much value for DRX, and then it's just something being just brilliant on the back of a site. Just phenomenal stuff here for PRX to bring this back to 10-10.
This is the fight that we were lacking on the first map, but we said, seems like they just needed that little bit of a warm-up. I believe market door, getting shut. Forsaken alone on the site divide, not too far away, but given how often we've been seeing DRX going for A, PRX decide to go for that heavy stack. This could come back to bite them. Flash out to try to check towards short. Nothing noted. Forsaken just continues to jiggle in the corner, but now we'll go ahead and back away from the angle. The 0 point could be everything that they need to know, though, as they're going to start pushing out aggressively as two over towards the A main, and their fears will be confirmed. It's going to be a B site hit. That dash forward, switch going to be touched. Divide just tucked back around the corner. Forsaken again here in boats. Start to check right, doesn't check left. Forsaken still here, but RB swings in, finds him. It's now 5v4, the spike left, about to be planted.
Just great awareness from RB there.
Mako TPing out, Buzz finding one. Jing quick to reply. The man advantage still going to be held here from DRX. Jumps across over towards Switch. Spring not coming through. Knife from Stacks catching 3, however. He just tucks in. Trying to catch them off guard. Trying to clear the dart. They managed to get the reveal into something, but they do not find the elimination to push it onto the corner. He finally stabilizes it, but it's not fast enough. They're trying to get the dismiss, and suddenly Jing, he's on his lonesome. The rocket comes through. It's not going to find the kill. Mind Freak takes it away, but it does not matter. Jing with 1 HP. He will hold the defuse to bring them back into the lead, 11-10.
Oh my God, I mean, this is a pretty good entry here from DRX. But again, like you talked about during the round, that, quick to get out of the A site was PRX to get on the back of this, to put pressure right away. And, Stack's doing what he can here, but that Lear never gets dealt with by DRX. The protocols weren't there to clear it, and that allows Jing and Mind Freak to come in and finish up the job, to finish what something started. Just an absolutely brilliant retake there from PRX, and again, that aggressive play benefits them here, where they're so content to just start pushing deep. They know that sometimes DRX is going to leave those angles open. They know that sometimes DRX kind of isn't the most lurky team. Even though you do see it from time to time from RB or Mako, generally it's kind of all hands on deck for DRX when they make an execute.
And there again, kind of suspecting that this pit is going to drive DRX over towards the A site. I'm curious to see if they, once this wall is down in mid, eventually just push in, try to avoid the pit completely and just take the site from behind. Certainly is an option for them. As the drone does go up, check towards market. Buzz moving into position, just peeking across. Smoke comes down, Mako spotting that Lear. Seekers flying, backs away, Paranoia across, something that does get caught by that, tucks in behind the box. Push up now, in towards Heaven. The back's turned to Heaven. Forsaken gets the backstab of a lifetime. 2 quick kills. Mako TP's up on top. Will be able to strike, finding Jing. RB counter swinging out. Does find Divide. They know that something's still going to be on that side of the map.
30 seconds left.
He spotted. The rotate in. Spike not planted. Something shuts it down. Third over the top, RB, he's been so clutch in the past. Can he pull this off? The answer is no. Something finds a third, and PRX take it to map point.
Oh, just a brilliant round here from PRX, using that Viper's Pit to funnel DRX away. And especially, they're really able to keep their feet planted, because once that Owl drone goes out and it isn't used to clear the Viper's Pit out, there isn't any other utility that's really that great at doing it unless you just dash in with a shorty with Buzz and try to clear it that way. So they're able to really plant their feet on this A site off of that utility information. And even though DRX makes a good move here, I think, to try to, go up through the window, they don't respect that Forsaken could have been that close, and they kind of let it go out of their minds. And again, it's these timings where PRX finds the middle of the formations of DRX that really befuddle them, that really hurt them when they're getting their wins. We'll see if PRX can close this out.
Dart over the top, gets a reveal onto one, up, in he goes. Buzz gets the headshot of the Blade Storm on the Mind Freak. Clears out the rest of Hell, grabs up the gun. Maybe he was going to push up in towards Heaven, he does not. Door going to be swiftly broken. Spraying through the smoke, looking for a connection, but now it dissipates. Mako left there to try to hold the line. Zest approaching from behind, trying to see if there's going to be any kind of flank. Boombot spotting for a moment, the Cove coming in. Mako desperately trying to get out of here, but will fall. Up and out before Buzz finds Jing. Stacks gets another die. Now arriving, takes out Buzz, approaching from Heaven, drops him, but it's straight onto Stacks' crosshair. He takes his head off, and DRX keep themselves afloat, 11-12, and we might just be going to overtime.
And this is some great change-up called by Stacks here as the IGL for DRX. Sending Zest out on that lurk, checking for the space. It allows DRX to focus so much of their attention, making sure that they don't have to worry about their backs here. Just really, really nicely handled here. Good response from DRX. Can they force overtime, or is this going to be PRX claiming their first map of this best of 5? No big ults to speak of. One away from the reckoning for Forsaken. So if he gets a kill, there's some really good utility here.
Look at this, though. They're just making the call.
Oh, God,
it's a full ship. They are rotating their way over towards this B site to try to save him. Mind Freak gonna be revealed. Backs away, barely any HP remaining. But Devi, he can try to heal that up. Push out, something finds one. Takes the dismiss away, but it's gonna be Mind Freak and Forsaken eliminated. Something with this Empress needs to go huge. Devi will find Buzz, a 3v3. The Nano to try to buy some space, the Boombot to check close. Over at Market, nothing found, the spike now planted. Mako, lurking within main. He's playing back the drop down at Lumber. Finds one, RP gets another! 3 for him, the lockdown now online! Does he just send it? You feel like he may as well.
Just plant it.
The dart to check, nothing spotted. Devi needing to go huge to deny this overtime away. Push out, Mako eventually steadies the spray, and we are going to overtime, 12-12 on Ascent.
I mean, just good reads by both teams here, but Jing's just a little bit late to this party, trying to come through mid, so he's not really able to get an early flank angle while DRX is kind of caught out by the switch. And then you're able to get Mako into that classic B main position that he loves to just lock down. RB there, huge. What a spray, what a recovery. It looked like PRX was gonna take this map, Achilleos. And now instead, who knows?
Who knows indeed, could still very well be theirs. But it's not over yet. DRX fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves alive, keep themselves afloat. They've extended us now into overtime. Something that, despite all of the closeness yesterday, we did not have. So now we have it here in this absolutely packed arena. Let's see if PRX can pull out these 2 consecutive rounds to tie us up at 1-1.
This is gonna be wild. I mean, 6-6 across both halves too, to make it even more sort of hard to judge exactly how this is gonna shake out, right? Like normally you'd be like, oh well, each team had a really good attackers half. So therefore, whoever wins their first attackers round, you feel like has a good chance. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could go either way. Both teams are having such good back and forths here. There's been great adjustments on both sides. DRX in that last round, again, buying some time, with their utility. The Nano Swarm at the door, the Recon Dart there early to back Mind Freak off, to keep him from doing anything about disrupting Buzz's entry. So it's good utility stacking from DRX, but still, PRX had a good read on that round. They just couldn't quite get there in time. They were just a step too late to really befuddle the entry there of DRX.
Well, as we go into overtime, they get another fan share, it would seem. 0 point off the rip from Stacks, just identifying 2. Go ahead and they start to back away as something pushes out. Alir just to clear the turret. Alarmbot's still standing. Zest will use the drone to see if there's any forward presence here.
Buzz here, sitting behind that cascade. That's gonna cause a ping to go out. They know that he was in Bell Tower a moment ago. And instead, it's gonna be a quick rotate here from PRX. So sort of a fake there with some of that Harbor utility to try to set up for this A-hit that is very lightly defended right now by DRX.
Hawk goes flying. Paranoia across, Lear leading the way. Mako swinging out of the corner, finding one, finds another. Jing taken down. Buzz now arriving, push out of the cove. Zax finds one. Forsaken trades it back, but Mako will be the finisher. It begins and ends with him on that A site. And that is DRX having map point in their pocket. PRX over to the defense. Can you extend it? Can you reset?
I don't know what you do against Mako sometimes. He's just so good at making miracles around this generator. The guy is, and somebody is very happy there. They said, let's go. And they are very, very, Mako there coming up big once again. Maybe not the most impactful Ascent, but when you need this guy the most, time and time again, those clutch rounds where he has to come up with those big multi-kills, he is able to do it. Now over to DRX on the attacker's side, as they're going to try to kind of work the same thing.
Yeah, it's just going to be another fast hit. Divide needs to be the one to hold the line. Starts things off the right foot forward. Finds the opening kill. Mind Freak trying to provide some support here through this. Smoke over by Switch. And he will. RB now gone. Gun barrel barely not noticeable. As Mako's tucked away into the corner, but now Stacks is going to be gone. Mako comes up with two. And he brings this back into a winnable position. If Zest could get the clutch, but it will not be allowed. Something takes him down as he tries to get across, and we will in fact be going again. 13-13.
Oh yeah, the utility there from PRX just in time to make sure that Buzz wasn't able to really get any backup, and Buzz has been really good at those isolated duels on this map so far today, but that time around Divide gets the better of him. Buzz just kind of second guesses himself. As fast as he is, as much as we praise his ability to have those really crisp, clean entries with those Phantoms, that time around it just a little bit kind of mental second guessing there causes him to switch off of Divide briefly. Now PRX expecting a push out here of A main, using that snake bite to try to punish. Usually it's Mako pushing out of there.
Dog should have made note here. Up Buzz. It's in the pop flash just to confirm that their eyes were not deceiving them. Cascade across, cutting off that B main, but again, it's just going to be this hefty stack up over at A. Jing grabbing the orb just in case he can get that showstopper online. Boombot checking, Buzz starting the drift over. Mako finding one, but this time will not be given the opportunity to string together multiple kills. It's taken out. Stacks gets himself tucked into the wall. Gonna be spotted. Mind Freak has the kill. Up on Heaven, Buzz not good for one. Forsaken says no. That leaves them now in a 2v4 with PRX getting ready to take this into map point. The drag across. Took him a little while longer than we're used to, but Zest eventually does find the kill. Again, a 2v3. Jing, though, the showstopper is online. He can shut this down just with that ultimate alone.
Insanely tough.
RB finding one. Jing still turning his sights towards Zest, but Zest trades him back. Now suddenly a 1v1. The shorting in a hand, and RB spots his little legs. Sweeps them out from beneath him. And DRX will somehow turn this round on its head and once again have map point.
Unbelievable stuff here from Zest and RB. This cove is so good. It gives you that little extra angle there to kind of punish whoever tries to follow up, because you can see again Stax' natural instinct is to follow the players that are walking into the cove, and then he has to try to reset his aim back into that nook, but then he's not sure if someone's going to pop out the other side of the cove or something like that, and they're able to punish him. So I would have liked to have seen Stax once that high tide came up that cut off the switch door. I would have liked to have seen him just stay back, wait for the rest of the reinforcements, but you know what, whatever. DRX still wins the round with some heroic plays there. Zest able to just barely trade out Jing, as the showstopper missile is in midair. That is huge to have that kind of presence of mind to be able to stabilize after that little bit of a whiffy spray on the Divide there out in Catwalk, and then just come through in a huge moment there to give RB that chance. And RB there wisely goes up to the gen and, like you said, uses that angle to finish the round.
One more is all they need. Termi trying to utilize this timeout, the only one that they get in overtime, to seal the deal and get them brought up to a 2-0. For PRX, see what they cook up. See whether or not they can tie us up again and keep this going.
DRX gonna split the map up a little bit more this time. I think they're expecting maybe some pressure through mid. I see Stacks pushing out towards top. Yeah, that flash actually doesn't get around the corner, and it's just gonna get canceled. Something, poke a little bit at Mako, but no damage done there. Now the Owl Drone gonna be used here. Since that flash came through, you gotta try to make sure that that space is clear, that there's no follow-up. Once again, no confirmation off that guiding light. So DRX here somewhat unaccounted for out on the map right now.
It's a Lyra cross, and they know that something's on this side. Buzz just continuing to inch. Mind Freak around the corner. Missing some shots. Flash in deep. The bite comes across. Buzz chasing. Finds one. Window broken. This smoke. They were able to get jumped on before, but Divide does return some fire, so they know that he is there. Something holds the line. Playing now into A main. Mako waiting around the corner, but Zest finds another. Forsaken, take it down. Jing noted, but as he tries to break down onto the bottom of the site, Jing finds him and gets Stacks to boot. A 2v2. The duelists now versus Mako and Buzz. Jing suspicious about this, knowing that they hadn't noted him. Mako catches him just a little bit sooner. Paint shells down at his feet. Mako has the pull back. Buzz falls. Jing gets the last one, and we continue to go deeper. 14-14.
I mean, Jing is playing out of his mind for PRX right now. He and Something are absolutely on one. These two superstar duelists for PRX. Just phenomenal, phenomenal. You know, to back up their teammates here who are getting pressured so hard. And Zest doing everything he can, but then it's Jing who steps out right as Zest is trying to escape after having a phenomenal double kill. And Jing is ready for the follow-up on the Stacks. And a little bit of a back and forth utility battle there with Mako, and he's able to come out ahead. Oh boy, we go again.
At least twice more into the breach. Buzz getting tucked away over here and Wine. Something up over the top. Minor spray from Stacks will just very lightly knock some of that health and armor off of him. Flash in towards mid. With Bench not finding anything. The drone's going to be used in response from Zest, seeing what he can spot, but it's not going to clear too much. Instead, they sent two people over towards B. Trying to bait this out is Buzz, who has the tailwind in just to keep himself safe. Spike still not being committed to either site, however. With 1:05 minutes remaining, it looks like they're going to start pivoting over towards B.
Some pings already coming out from DRX. I think they somewhat sense that there might be a rotate coming, but you've got that utility, the Killjoy utility from RB to try to slow this up. Zest usually really on point. Try to keep track of the entries here. Maybe do some damage with some shock darts.
Dart over the top, Forsaken, just avoiding the tag. The dog flying right past Zest. Dart gets a little bit of damage down, but Paint Shell not quite gonna go in towards Bose, but RB still having his work cut out for him, is not ready for Forsaken to approach from the left-hand side. The headshot comes in, he goes down. 5v4, the spike getting planted. Buzz trying to get into position in behind Something who's gonna be watching main.
This is gonna be a lot more difficult here. RB not able to trade out. Good patience from PRX. Make sure he was clear.
Buzz finds the timing. Something gone. Back. Parity found in a 4v4. Mind Freak tipping back into the site, but the dart reveal from Zest is too damn good, but so is Forsaken and Jing. They find two. The swing out. Buzz drags his crosshair up. Gets the fourth. Is he on for the ace? He sends out the right click. It gets a little bit of a connection. It takes him low. The shorty in hand. Swings the corner. And Buzz will get yet another ace this weekend. Less than a second to spare as the defuse comes in. DRX once again take the lead.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This looked like it was PRX's round. They play this so well, and Zest setting them up beautifully. That spray transfer, unbelievable. The up in the air, the instant reaction to go for the knives. Brilliant from Buzz.
Sit down, son. Your work's not done yet. You still have to win this attacking round, which has been eluding you. With 35 kills now and what is soon to be 30 rounds played. Buzz looking good. Rush out, even with the Lear on the side. Stacks not prepared. That's a flash is now taken away from them. The paint shells on the corner. Buzz taken down nice and early by Forsaken, who was then swiftly dealt with by RB. Then Anaswarm, they swing out ahead of it, but RB moves up to the ground! It's just Mind Freak left, and they know exactly where he is. A lockdown once more available for RB, and this time I don't think he's gonna wait too damn long to use it. He hears the market door get crunched. The Nano on the side, and this might just be it. He's got to respect it. He's got to try to get out, but I don't know if he's going to make it. Whoa. He barely does. A fraction of a second to spare. Mind Freak narrowly avoids getting detained, but now RB gets himself tucked away on the defender's side. The recon, it pings him. RB rather, completely stoic. Holding still, the bites into the backup boats to try to flush him out, to try to get some extra damage. He drops down, he finds one. The time is ticking away. He's looking for the read, and RB with a 4K will finish this map off. 16-14, DRX move up 2-0. Match point in their hands.
Just barely this time. This was a phenomenal map between these two teams. The back and forth, just brilliant. The changes of pace, the changes of ideas, the changes of strategies from both teams, absolutely incredible. And so close to taking this over the line was PRX so many times. But then it's Buzz, who was just having an unbelievable map there to cap it with that ace to set him up for that final round. And RB was beautiful here. A lot of clutches, a lot of great moments on this Killjoy. Zest, I mean, you could see why that, you know, they're so stable with him in there, because time and time again, you're seeing those recon darts find their mark. Those owl drones catch their targets. The timing on his utility is so good.
And now DRX find them in such an advantageous position, one that we could not have anticipated coming into today. But boy, both teams giving it their all to try to get across the finish line. DRX just a little bit more clutch, slightly ahead of them in that regard. Now have the series in their hands, but crucially, the thing that stands between them and a 3-0 sweep in this grand final, in raising yet another trophy, is a map that they have never shown us before. Not here, not at lock-in, not ever have we seen DRX playing on Lotus, whereas PRX, we've seen it from a handful of times, just a couple, but they haven't dropped it yet.
Yeah,
could that be the turning point?
Yeah, you know, they've been really good on Lotus, but this is, I think, hugely in DRX's favor coming into this map. And in my mind, it's a map that they should be really good at, just like Haven or just like more of the, the spread out maps. They're generally pretty consistent. They're generally pretty stable at those maps. So, are they going to run something pretty similar to Haven, or are they going to try something unusual? I mean, we just have no idea what we're going to get.
We'll have to just wait and see how practiced this is from DRX. What do they have cooked up for Lotus? Because we kind of know roughly, I'll say, what to anticipate from PRX, because I certainly didn't expect to see that Reyna, which was finding value. Something was fragging.
It was great.
There on that map. So they threw that curveball at us. Do they make any changes as we get ready to come into Lotus? Do they have a good expectation of how DRX is going to look? DRX have always been that team that pushes it to the limit, that fights back from behind, that nearly pulls off those reverse sweeps. PRX are now in that position. If they want to be the #1 team from Pacific going into Masters Tokyo, they have to pull off a reverse sweep that has still eluded teams across VCT overall. And what a treat it would be if they can get it done. But well, all we're hoping for is that Lotus is the staging ground for some more excellent Valorant, because that right there was probably one of the greatest maps that I've ever gotten to cast.
That was so fun. I mean, PRX was phenomenal on that. I loved the Reyna. I loved the way Jing plays with that. He's just so crisp. He's so clean on that raise again. So, coming into the next map, yeah, you expect that there should be somewhat of an advantage for the side of PRX in that they've got practice on the map. They have stage experience on the map. They're really good at it so far, but then with DRX, you just literally have no idea what duelist they're gonna use. Who's gonna play duelist? Are they gonna try Buzz on the Raze? He's generally more of a Jet, type. I think he's a little bit better on the Jet historically than the Raze. Are they gonna try RB on Neon? Are they gonna do something completely unexpected? I don't know.
could very well happen. I mean, we have seen in the past and even recently that Neon having value, especially on the defending side. I'm thinking about like footballs and the way they like to approach that map because it's just so quick to bounce in between those sites. So that very well could be something that they opt to do, but we really, truly do not have the numbers. We don't have the figures or a really good read on what they want to do. So we'll have to just wait and see what does happen once we are able to get in that map. Obviously, the players, they need to take a breather after that slog of a series, after slogging that map, 30 rounds played with such a tense overtime. So we have to give them time, use the restroom, gather your thoughts, talk with your coaching staff to try to get prepared. But in the meantime, I believe we're actually going to have a very special interview. So I'm going to go ahead and throw down to Jen, who's standing by, I believe, with Jing's mother.
네, 이렇게 DRX가 어센트까지 가져가면서 현재 스코어 2대 0으로 로터스에서는 페이퍼렉스가 반드시 승리를 가져가야 하는 상황입니다. Well, with 2-0 DRX going up ahead, only one map away from claiming themselves as champions, PaperX really need a win on Lotus in the next map coming up. I'm standing here with the biggest Jinx supporter in the world. Let's get some time to talk to this person now. 이제 옆에 페이퍼렉스의 목소리를 들어볼 시간인 것 같은데요. 이제 누구인지부터 자기소개 부탁드려 볼게요. Now, can you introduce yourself a little bit?
Hi everyone, I'm Jing's mom. Yeah.
바로 징 선수의 어머니입니다. 자, 그러면 이제 오늘 특별한 응원 도구를 들고 굉장히 열심히 응원해 주시고 있었는데 이 응원 도구에 대해서도 물어보도록 할게요. Now, can you tell us a little bit about this little Jing brother looking thing?
Okay. I was thinking today how to make my son spot me in the crowd. So I decided to have his picture and his jersey so that I can wave at him. Yeah.
오늘 징 선수가 이 수많은 관중들 앞에서 어머니를 좀 어떻게 하면 찾을 수 있을까 열심히 생각을 했고 이렇게 좀 눈에 띄는 사진과 징 선수의 유니폼을 들고 와서 이제 징 선수가 어머니의 응원이 필요할 때마다 흔들면서 좀 사랑을 받을 수 있기 위해서 이런 거를 만들어서 준비를 하셨다고 했는데요. 좀 효과가 있었던 것 같은지도 물어볼게요. Do you think it worked? Has Jing waved at you yet?
I think kind of works because he popped off on the second map. Yeah. He, maybe you playing very well.
약간 효과가 있는 것 같다고 생각을 합니다. 열심히 응원을 했더니 징 선수가 확실히 어센트에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줬다고 하는데요. 근데 징 어머니가 정말 볼 때마다 페이퍼렉스가 라운드를 지면 너무 안타까워하시고 페이퍼렉스가 라운드를 이기면 너무너무 좋아하는 모습인데요. 이렇게 좀 아들이 그리고 아들의 팀이 경기를 치르는 걸 볼 때마다 어떤 느낌인지도 물어보도록 할게요. So I know you were very focused on the match and your eyes were on Jing and I saw how hot and cold you were every time they dropped a round or won a round. So what's it like to watch your son perform in such a huge stage in such an intense moment?
I'm very nervous actually. Yeah, I hope PaperX they can come back on the next match. Yeah.
정말 너무너무 긴장되기 때문에 다음 맵에서 반드시 승리를 가져갈 수 있었으면 좋겠다고 말을 하는데요. 그러면 징 선수를 포함해서 또 페이퍼렉스 선수들에게 응원의 한마디도 부탁해 보도록 할게요. So let's have a little shout out and anything you want to say to players on the PaperX and also your son.
PaperX boys, let's Gucci like Copenhagen, but this time round bring back the trophy. Okay? Let's make all your fans happy and the bosses.
계속해서 국제대회에서 살짝 아쉬운 모습이지만 이번에는 트로피를 들어 올리자, 이제 팬들을 모두 행복하게 해주자라고 얘기를 전했습니다. 이렇게 해서 찍머니 만나봤고요. 저희는 이제 페이퍼렉스가 어떻게 하면 계속해서 트로피에 도전할 수 있을지 분석 데스크에서 얘기해 보도록 할게요. Now, thank you very much, Pearl. And
thank
good
you
luck to PaperX.
Yeah.
And that was the interview with Pearl, Jing's mom, and we're actually going to head over to the desk to talk about how PaperX can beat DRX on Lotus.
Thank you, Auntie Pearl. She is the mom of PRX. She
Yes,
takes care of all the boys.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like how Jen was saying we're going to discuss how PRX is going to win on the next map. We would actually like that, you know, predictions aside, we want to see a full 5 game because that game just now was incredible. It was nail-biting every single moment. Both of them were performing top-notch.
I have goosebumps. I mean, it was such a back and forth. So many moments to talk about in that game. It looked like for a second maybe PRX was going to bring this to a 1-1, but DRX really clutching. I mean, we know that DRX has stamina. We saw how they played yesterday, but today it's like next level stuff.
Yeah, I mean, DRX just, you know, barely climbing back into that overtime and then staying focused. And we talked about it yesterday. Once they go into overtime, they've been here so many times on Ascent. But, I mean, listen, the Reyna, it did its job, right? Something continues to frag out. But unfortunately for Something, Buzz is literally having the map of his life on Ascent today, okay? I mean, he is getting all sorts of operator kills, all sorts of Blade Storm kills, all sorts of entries. He is just playing out of his mind today, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people said, okay, maybe outside of the opping, he might still be the best entry player that Korea has produced in terms of his rifling. Well, today you add the operator and Blade Storm on top.
Oh, yeah. The way you would entry with an operator, that's just next level, extremely top-notch. Now, what we have to talk about is the PRX team comp. And as we thought about it, it kind of made sense. With the Sky, Reyna, and Jing were raised. Jing to me is like raised their one.
Yeah.
But that triple comp is so amazing. It's brilliant with 2 controllers. Well, there was one particular round that you wanted to take us through that I think really illustrates how powerful Lear could be.
Yeah, I mean, there's several rounds if you want to look back on it, but as we're looking at this, just pay attention to how the entry works, because there's going to be a Trailblazer that leads the way for the Lear coming out from Something, right? DRX is just trying to hold off on this, and on the minimap, you see the Trailblazer's already gone through, and it forced Stacks to have to shoot and then turn away in fear of a potential guiding light. But then he turns around, he's faced with the Lear, Something's able to just get the kill right away, and you just see, all right, the Trailblazer goes through, he Lears, and Stacks is waiting for the guiding light. He's afraid of the actual flash flying out. Of course, we know, because we were looking at the screen, that it's not there anymore, that it's not available, but just the way that you're chaining it with either guiding lights or Trailblazers, and then the Lear, that guarantees the first kill, which then guarantees the dismiss, and then Jin can go in and clean house.
Yeah. I do want to emphasize this comp is brilliant, but it's like one of those comps that only really work for someone like PRX, this really high-level mechanical skill, and they can completely execute. Now, we saw a lot of this yesterday, but we saw it one more time today. Tasteless. Do pros fake?
They do not fake. And we had an incredible moment with that back here. So to start it off, we got Buzz, who's just been murdering, gets a double kill over here just past Catwalk. And you know, now it looks like it's going to be a numbers game, but PRX does get a pretty healthy setup. They're going to be lurking and basically waiting just outside here in a lobby. But with the numbers that DRX has, I mean, they're able to clutch this in such a fun fashion. So we see the shots fired in. They start to spray him down. But the moment I wanted to catch here is the one right at the very end where they realize they just don't actually have enough bullets in the chamber to spam through and get that get the deny there on the defuse. Crazy moment. Obviously, we had so many insane moments with the overtime there, but that was one that really stuck out to me early on.
Yeah, that was one of those moments. My voice is hoarse from there's so many rounds.
We were screaming backstage.
Whether it's the stealth defuses or just crazy moments. Now, Buzz, there was this round. It looked like it was in the back for PRX, and it was really strong early on, but then Buzz gets this op, enters onto B site. Let's just see the full Buzz montage with an op.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he handles it, I mean, there's a couple rounds, even his movement on top was really on point. But just the way he hides in this round, right? I mean, he gets the kill, and then he just hides.
This one here.
Yeah, in this wall, which is not an angle you usually hold with an operator, and then watch his movement afterwards. He immediately dashes. He has the shorty ready.
My gosh!
What is that?
But that's what I want to point out, is that he had the awareness that he had to pull out the shorty before he dashed so he could immediately go for the kill. Then he continues to hit all these shots, these flicks, whether it's waiting shots, flicks, whether it's peaks, and I will say this has been a criticism of Buzz and DRX as a whole for the longest time, that when they crack under pressure, the operator is not consistent. Well, boy, let me tell you, I think he might have actually gotten the most operator kills he's ever gotten in a single map today on Ascent.
That was disgustingly good, Buzz, with an op.
I mean,
oh, there are so many moments. I'm like, how is this possible? The way he just, the angles he's holding. Anyway, I have so many emotions for this particular grand final right now in general. You guys are hearing me like scream in the green room. This is just an incredible game so far. Now, we are going to go into the third map. Do you think we're going to close it off at a 3-0?
I mean, I think it's possible, but the way that PRX is playing, I mean, they look really, really strong. I mean, that was an incredible match that we had back there. But this is a map we don't have the same kind of data that we have on, like we did on Ascent.
Yeah, Lotus is going to be...
Well, we have no data, right, for the DRX side.
Exactly.
So curious to see, but I mean, for DRX's sake, I do hope they're still playing the Jet, right? Buzz is feeling it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he is in the zone, and you know, at a certain point going into overtime, I was like, I kind of wish we had requested a Blade Storm montage instead of an op, because he was just hitting all his shots with those too. I mean, the guy was really on one today. See if he can continue that. The question is what else will they pick? I mean, the casters mentioned Neon is a possibility, a bit of a niche pick, but that could happen. Geckos have been tried on Lotus as well. We haven't seen DRX ever try that agent just yet. But if Zest is still playing, I gotta imagine he's probably playing something like the Fade or the Sova. I gotta assume Breach for Stacks. I mean, that's kind of, maybe the KO, they like to kind of bounce back and forth between those flashes, but we just have no idea. We're grasping at straws here.
We're seeing the two personalities of the teams really play out. I mean, so far it's worked very well here. For DRX, I would imagine it's probably going to be a fairly conservative and maybe even typical comp that we're going to see from them. For PRX, maybe they get experimental, maybe they try something crazy. But if they can't win now, I mean, look, Game 2 was really close, but it is possible we have a 3-0. I mean, right now, PRX has the burden of having to pull that reverse sweep off. I don't know what to expect on this new map.
I mean, PRX did pick Lotus. I don't know if it's going to be as unexpected as Ascent was, but I know all the fans, even all like over the side of me right here, which is like hordes of DRX fans, we all want to see more of this. And one thing's for sure, we've said this so many times, whether win or lose, PRX DRX games just go by in an instant.
Oh yeah, I mean, just the speed. And then now that DRX is really accepting the fact that, okay, if you're playing against PRX, you just kind of have to PRX with them, right? You can't try to fight against the flow. So the pacing is very quick, but sometimes we're blessed with these overtimes and we still get a lot of these rounds. Yeah, I am just curious about the competition. Also on PRX's side, I mean, you mentioned, do they bring out something new again? We got to remember, on week 1, this was one of those maps they played Yoru on. Afterwards, they shelved it, and Alex continues to say, even on Twitter, he even told me and Quacky, was like, no, that's been shelved forever, unless something learns it. So I don't know, maybe something's picked up Yoru on top of the arena. I mean, who knows? But they played with the Yoru Rays, they played with the Jet Rays. Curious to see if that changes at all here for PRX.
Speaking of Alex's, I wonder if his death just survived. There were so many moments where Mind Freak, he was the last man standing. And honestly, he was in really tough positions, but I'm just hearing that echo in my head. Aaron, what are you doing? In other words, you know, and like I'm kind of, you know, quoting a little bit.
Paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing.
For TV-friendly paraphrasing, yeah.
I mean, the person who's probably most concerned about Alex's desk is the camera operator that installed the camera for the coach cams, because it keeps getting shaken up and out of focus. We can't see Alex anymore. Like, where's
there an earthquake happening over there? What's going on? Look, I mean, we go back and we look at that last game, and obviously, I mean, what a crazy way to end Game 2 in an overtime like that. One round is different, and we're actually tied up 1-1 here, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, 2-0 and 1-1 is massively different, but I think PRX is playing the best, even though they're down, the best that we've seen, and I think they still really do have a chance. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them win Map 3.
I mean, yeah, it's just about kind of regaining focus and accepting the fact that, okay, you don't know what's coming, so you just have to play your own game, right? And I think maybe this is the most PRX we'll see out of today, whether it goes to Map 5, whether it goes to Map 4 or not, because they're playing with no information on DRX's Lotus. And I gotta imagine DRX probably hasn't really shown it too much in scrims around like VCT teams either, because they've been hiding it, right? They've probably been scrimming in other ways. So PRX just has to accept, okay, no matter what happens, we play our game, right? No anti-stratting. Don't try to like guess what they're doing. Just go with the flow, get contact, go with the mid-rounding that we've always had this whole season, and see how it plays out. And maybe they get back into their natural element in that form, because if not, I mean, with the supporting of the members like Stacks and Zest, the way Buzz is playing today, I'm curious to see what his numbers were on Ascent, because they were just astronomical in terms of the impact they had for DRX.
Yeah. DRX, you know, we've said this a couple of matches ago at this point, we were waiting for DRX to be activated. Whenever they drop a map, they tend to come back that much stronger in the second map. But we kind of stopped seeing that. But today, it's like they saved it all up for this very moment, the grand final. Because it's like they almost knew they'd be here in the grand final, and they were saving up all this energy and making sure that they can push back against PRX.
I got to agree. I mean, it looks like coming into this, they basically prepped for both teams fully.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like they were completely prepared to move forward and not be too worried about being overexposed as far as data, as far as plays go. When we had that major match yesterday. I mean, they gave it their all, and they're still coming in here with a lot of new ideas.
And here's the thing. I think one way to prove that is even yesterday against T1, we saw Buzz picking up the operator, pushing out consistently, except he was getting caught, right? Whether it was nerves, whether it was good timing from T1, one way or the other, clearly it wasn't a complete change of style. But today, their confidence is there. Whatever they did in the last 12 hours to just rest up and stay focused, it's working out for DRX. And obviously, of course, I mean, for both teams in the lower finals, I'm sure they prepped against PRX. Maybe at the same time, PRX, because the match yesterday went so long, they had to keep guessing, like, okay, who's really going to come and face us in the grand finals today?
Well, DRX did a really good job covering up anything that they were going to be doing for today. They're just like a completely different team today. Now, Forsaken is that flex player. On Lotus, do we expect him to continue that trend?
Yeah, I mean, we did see him playing that Cypher, I believe, the last time they played here in the upper bracket of the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again. I mean, I think Cypher is fine on this map, but the real question is I think more so than the Cypher, how comfortable do they feel with the Jet Raze? Although, given how Something and Jing playing so well in those positions, maybe there's no reason to change that, right? Only kind of the supporting cast. Maybe Reyna comes back out. Like, I don't know.
You really don't know these guys.
No.
But they are all starting on the defender side. PRX usually always picks attacker side, so this could affect the team comp a bit as well.
Yeah, I gotta imagine, though, the comp probably doesn't change for PRX. It depends on how good they felt about that match, because they only have that one iteration with the Cypher and then the one in week 1 with the Yoru, so they're very far apart, even for PRX. But I imagine you stick it, right? You've only shown it once. You shouldn't be too worried about how much you showed to potential opponents like DRX, and then you just play your own game.
Let's remember, stamina is going to be key here if PRX is going to actually have that reverse sweep. Statistically, coming back and winning 3 games when you're down 2 in Valorant, but in almost any esporting match, it's a rare thing, but it does happen. But they got to be able to get their head in the game. They got to be able to zero in on even the smallest errors that they made back there. Because if they can't, you know, there's a lot of wiggle room here for DRX. There's a lot of room for experimentation. We're kind of going into the unknown here on this map. It's one we just don't have, you know, the kind of data that we can pick from here, and in some cases none for, you know, one of the teams. So it's going to be very interesting. This agent composition is going to be essential. I can't wait for them to pull that up on screen so we can start to figure out what ideas are going to be at play. Is DRX going to lean into, you know, what they've often been known for, kind of this conservative style? We've already figured it out. We're going to play, in quotes, kind of the right way. Is PRX going to come out here with new, creative, exciting ideas? And how is that going to be executed as we go into map 3?
All right, so RB on Killjoy. That indicates that Buzz should be the main entry. The question is it Jet or Raisin? What? Stacks Omen? Okay, so double controller, but because RB is playing the Killjoy, and they don't have Foxy9 on the roster, it's going to be the Omen for Stacks. Meanwhile, PRX, they're sticking with the same composition, so excuse me for a second if I focus more so on DRX's comp. But the fade coming out for Zest, that's not the big surprise. But they're going with single initiator, no flashes, by the way, only the Paranoia. And Stacks has only played Omen 3 times in the history of his full career in Valorant, and he's bringing it back out today on Lotus.
Well, whatever it is, I'm glad PRX has managed to fish out Lotus from DRX, as I know all of us, no matter who you're supporting, is really curious how DRX is gonna play on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Omen, we know the Paranoia works well to contest for space, but they don't have the breach to go with it. They don't have extra flashes, so it's really, I'm more curious about kind of the toxic screen setups that you might have from the Viper. Meanwhile, I mean, this is a big question here for PRX.
And let's not forget, if PRX cannot start to win here now, this is going to be a short finals. It's been incredible. I'll never forget Game 2 as long as I live, but They need to bring it. They need to figure out what exactly they can do, whether it's big adjustments or small adjustments, and try to come out on top, because right now the momentum is clearly here for DRX.
This could be the map where we find out who's going to take home that trophy, the very first champion of VCT Pacific. We've got map 3 up and ready to go. DRX versus PRX. Let's go over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, and boy, what an interesting thing to catch here. Stax coming back out on the Omen. As William was pointing out, he's only played it a handful of times in the past, and it's so long ago that we barely really have statistics on it.
Yeah.
This is not something that he has done for a considerable while. But it's the first time that we are seeing Lotus from DRX. This is what they have been cooking up. They have refused to show this map until right now, where they are forced to by PRX's hand. Let's see how it looks and whether or not PRX can take it down.
I'm super curious about this for DRX. Same comp that Team Liquid just played against Foot on this same map the other night. So how is it going to look for DRX? I mean, Team Liquid barely came through with a long overtime win against Foot over in EMEA. Now over here to DRX. How are they going to handle this? I mean, again, Buzz, a pretty good raise. He gets better every time I see him. But certainly the Jet is more what he is known for. See how he's going to handle, how he's going to pilot this. I mean, I think anybody going up in the raise v raise battle against Jing is basically not going to come out ahead. But it's a team effort here for DRX as always. And PRX, yes, Jing and something played great on that last map. Now we need to see Divai, who's been that steady, sturdy player, come through and be that hero on this map once again. When they needed him against DFM, he was the guy.
And somehow, some way, it just feels strange to think about it in this regard, but we're here on map 3, and it's the first time that we're getting something on his Jet, because he played that bridge to begin, then moved over to the Reyna. So this should be maximum comfort for both he and Jing with their signature picks.
Cover going down.
DRX angling in here towards the A site. Couple trap wires here.
Oh, and Buzz kind of leaping over, but also destroying. It does get the catch on. Mako going to be taken down, hot in the back site. However, Buzz just comes strafing across the frenzy in hand. Finds one, Forsaken. Gets another before falling. Stacks does claim the kill. Push from the back, and oh my God, Buzz comes away with 3, puts some damage down. Whoa. Nade out. Reset on that one.
Ooh.
Something with a 1-tap. Eliminates RB. Now it's just Buzz and Stacks left standing. Push out right here into the smoke. They'll send some spray towards him. None of the bullets making a connection. Stacks shifting back around directly in front of him, and Buzz, he'll be the one to take it out. A 4K for him to kick off the first pistol round win of DRX in this series.
I mean, something doing what he can at the end of that, trying to isolate those fights with those smokes, trying to maybe also fake a wrap back around the other side here, but this is just, I mean, PRX just not expecting that repeat. It was a flash in that direction. It splashed onto some DRX players, but Buzz there just holding the line. And this is a crazy start here. I mean, finally DRX wins a pistol. That's their first pistol win, believe it or not, of this entire series. Just absolutely insane to think that they're up 2-0 and they haven't won a single damn pistol. Oh, something. Oh, can't quite find it.
Really looking for it, but just takes a little bit of damage in response. Divai could go ahead and pop back up.
And now DRX able to shift towards this open C site. Toxic screen there to kind of cut off front half if necessary. Prowler to check, Paranoia to cover Link. And you do have something there playing real close.
Prowler goes straight past him. It's going to be on red, pop flash over the top. Just backs away into Waterfall. Looks like he wants to swing around the back side as well. As they look for a little bit of tempo push here. Mind Freak moving out. Looks for something, puts a little bit of damage down. Mako, though, however, helping to find 2. As they send out the C's, just to catch and weaken anybody they possibly can. Something waiting for the wall to drop. Hoping for a headshot, hoping to get some kind of weapon out of their hands. And then, even if they lose one, they can afford it. The Stacks only comes into this one with a ghost. up over the top. It will be a flawless RB eventually catching him. DRX off to the races.
Yeah, I love the way that this season DRX has adjusted their anti-eco buys, where they use that ghost often on stacks. Like you're saying, they can recover from 1 or 2 drop guns a little bit easier. Also with a lot of the half armors now for DRX, they can stretch some of those buys out a little bit further. So the way they manage their economy, you know, you can get those bulldogs, you grab that rifle for Buzz, and you're able to stretch this into bulldogs and a rifle against rifles, and they are scary. This is one of the best teams with bulldogs, especially Zest. Guy is absolutely cracked with that gun.
Nate to clear rubble just in case there's a fast push out from Buzz, looking to blast pack his way across, or stacks TPing over. Nothing noted, as we do get to see a little top down of the Cypher Cam setup here for Forsaken on the C site. Trailblazer sent through something, pushing off the back of it. Pops a tailwind, but does get vulnerable out, so pulls back for a moment. Ping's coming down. They're very wary of somebody being in this position. He takes a shot, backs off the Prowler spotting, and I think they might have just been able to see Devi on the back end of that.
Well, now you've got a little bit of time here as DRX to really think about this. You were able to buy some space on your backside. Leave RB there to watch it. Here comes the entry right over that Cypher utility.
Oh, and they put that snake bite right at Jink's feet. Reveal does catch Forsaken for a moment. Continues to sit back with a one-way setup. Still damn good. Spraying through. Stack's gonna be able to find one. Jink gets another. Paint shells built up once more. Sends it more towards water. A little bit of damage down to Stacks, who returns some spray through that smoke, but will not find a connection. RB in the meantime, look at him. He's got his way slicked all the way across. Peeks in towards Waterfall. Finds a kill. Brings it back to a 3v3. They're not gonna send it all the way to A. Running a little bit low on time, so they opt to just plant right here on B site. Mako playing forward, up into the smoke. Close by, sees the gun barrel, goes for the spray, finds one, can't quite get the second. Devi keeps himself alive and in the fight. Oops. But yeah, it's another iffy flash. The drop down, the tap. Mindfreak trying to provide some covering fire. Will be able to get one. Leaves RB now, 1v1. Armorless, the push out gets the dink, but cannot get the kill. Mindfreak will survive with 10 HP to get PRX on the board.
Oh, what a costly round here, though, for PRX. DRX almost taking the bonus just by one bullet, the narrowest of margins there. But DRX, a great job here by RB to watch the backside. You know, they really push a lot of space here. They shove PRX way away from that A main area. So they have a lot more control. Their backside's a little bit more clear. Good setup on the C site for the side of PRX. Able to get some good kills, especially off that one-way from the Cypher. But still, just barely. Yeah, you could hear a sigh of relief. Certainly warranted there for PRX. This time around, just Forsaken. Going to be there with a Bulldog onto the C site. Alarm bot going to be left on the backside here. Prowler start clearing space around the sand dune. Buzz has his ult.
Yep, that's Showstopper online. Same nade. Last pack entry, gets himself through one of the cyber cages. Just across the opposite side, but the dart does come in. He's got to stop for a brief moment to go ahead and remove that. Continuing to advance. Showstopper still not drawn out. Keeps that one in his back pocket. Forsaken, however, finding one. Jing joining in. Blind Stacks as well. Showstopper from Jing. Sent it close corner, and that's going to be Buzz taken down just mere moments after he gets the plan across. Mako holding close. Flash comes in. Jing pushes off the back of it, finds a third. It's all on RB in a 1v4, and yeah, well, they know exactly where he's at. Has to just let the defuse happen. Pulls away, and PRX tie it up at 2-2.
Great hold here from PRX. You know, able to deal with that pressure. There aren't a lot of mollies here onto the side of PRX's combo that they put together for this map, if you think about it. They've just got the raise, so some of these landing sites and stuff are going to be a little bit more free for Buzz and for DRX. So they're playing a little bit further back, and Forsaken is doing a really nice job using the cyber cages to create these one-ways, create difficult angles for DRX to really get good vision on what's going on behind the C site. And now with a Judge, some weaker utility, and of course that Showstopper. Some pings were coming out here from DRX, and Mako good for the opener.
I mean, the triple push out from B, and yeah, Mako coming away with a kill. That's at the ready Gets the catch on a 1. Buzz has to swap to the Classic just to try to clear it out. Continues to push and, oh, Forsaken, he gets ahead of it. The rocket goes too deep. He'll be grateful for that. Holds on to the Odin for a bit longer. Now Buzz getting pushed on. Puts up a decent amount of damage and says with a headshot will be able to finish off something, but now Mindfreak makes his way through, finds 2 quick kills. Stacks, TP's back over to A, calling for Mako to join him. Neural Depth going to be committed. Just to go ahead and reveal, yep, he is on the opposite side of the map. But as far as where he'll be, now that that ult has expired, they're gonna have to try to suss it out.
And now you're able to heal up off the back of Devi.
They're gonna pit?
Yeah, Mako's got the pit.
They're playing close to them. A little bit of spray coming through. They realize just how many people are on the opposite side of this wall. Mako tucked into the corner, sees the flash go across. Sees 2, but Devi! What a pivot! Turns quickly, gets the headshot, leaving Stacks all on his lonesome. Cover going out. Smoke to try to caterpillar forward, and Devi will be good for the second. What a shutdown from him. And narrow margins, but a couple seconds remaining. PRX now take the lead.
Yeah, 3 in a row now for PRX, and this is great recognition at the end here. When Stacks throws out his smoke, they just start pushing that angle. They know that he's got to be coming from there. They just start spraying and going. A great hold here by Mindfreak. Clean double. Good angle taken there by Mako, but Devi with a great response. We talked about it. This guy's been phenomenal all season. Starting to come alive here onto Lotus, and that turn likely saved that round for PRX.
Yeah. Getting rid of Mako was absolutely everything. So now 3-2. Once again out, does get cleared. Something. Operator in hand. It's the jump over the top. I'm not sure if he was quite spotted, but Prowler taken down. And it seems like they might have a decent enough idea of what's waiting for them on the opposite side. But Zest is still nearby. Sheriff in hand. Speaking across. There's a swing out, and now they definitely know.
Let's see if they're gonna maybe try to punish this. They're pinching onto something here, and he's all alone.
He's opening the door, but I don't know if does he realize there's people on the opposite side. The pinch game ready to come through. Updraft over the top. Narrowly manages to elude death. Not even significant damage dealt either. Prowler to check the jump peak. They know where he's at. The nade is heading right towards him. Takes a little bit of damage as Buzz again going to be caught up here on the entry, and something with the shorty comes up with 2, pulls the blades instantly, dumps them, but Forsaken finds the kill. RB trying to push his way in. Sheriff in hand does get Ching of all people. As Mako will find 1, but a 1v3. Something back up to full HP. The spike is recovered, 25 seconds remaining. I don't know if Mako has many options. He would love to probably just hold on to the Vandal, try to save it, but now he's been noted by the Trailblazer. And he is completely stuck in the side.
It's just so difficult here. Now it's something going to be creeping in, and Mindfreak from the side is going to finish the job to the wall. And yeah, it's tough to plant on that C site sometimes once they have those angles, because you can wall bank so many spots to get into there. That's why you have to push a little bit more space, and PRX has done a phenomenal job of not giving up that extra space. You know, even when Buzz had his showstopper in the previous round, Forsaken there, able to dodge it, able to sidestep it by going up that ramp to get ahead of it. So they're doing a really good job of making sure that they're containing this C site that DRX has been hitting over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's been consistent change-ups on Forsaken and where he's putting these traps, making sure that Buzz is constantly guessing his paint shells. He's been kind of doing the same thing, so Forsaken says, okay, well, I'll just put my traps where I think you're going to entry from and where your paint shells aren't going to destroy it. And it's been working a treat. So this will be a timeout called by DRX, who have since given up 4 consecutive rounds now to PRX. Termi wants to try to right the ship.
Yeah, and I like that you talk about that, because that's one thing at the beginning of this that I was noticing is that Buzz was getting some pretty free entries just along that southern wall on the C site. There wasn't much that, you know, again, there aren't a lot of mollies and other things. There's no Killjoy here to like put nanos down to kind of punish those aggressive pushes by duelists on the side of PRX's comp. So, you know, for Forsaken, he has to keep this mixed up. And, you know, for Buzz, one way you can kind of counter that is to just throw your paint shells where you plan on landing. That does kind of start telegraphing what you're going to do, but that way, like, you could say, like, you got to clear that utility. So potentially, you know, Buzz could try to shift the way he uses those paint shells on those entries a little bit. But in general, I want to see DRX shift how they're attacking this map, and oh my god.
I mean, he's been taking note of it. Mako's been doing that jump peek with some regularity. Gets himself nice and up in a position. Just go ahead and find that kill, and then Mind Freak in the meantime slinks his way forward. Stacks caught off guard as the Prowler hadn't spotted anything. Buzz moving up. Well, did destroy the trap bar.
The timing on that is very, very good for Jing. Well played by him.
And that's going to be RB as well. Caught this round off the back of the timeout. Absolutely beautifully engineered from the side of PRX. As, yeah, they will lose Jing. It's not going to be a flawless, but they continue to rack up the rounds now, 5-2.
Yeah, that's starting to look like that disjointed DRX that we started to see towards the end of the season here. They're kind of just getting isolated. Oh my god, he just knew where that jump peak was going to be. And absolutely nuts. And yeah, Jing there right at the perfect timing. Buzz, not sure if he was trying to clear that trap intentionally or not, but
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either.
Okay. Final moments here of the round. Looks like Mako will go ahead and pick up a Bulldog. Again, paint shells on Rubble, and Buzz goes right into them. And it's actually Stacks! Did he just TP in? Not realizing. Jing's been doing this, and now it comes up with value. The showstopper takes out Buzz. And this force down from DRX is getting completely shut out. Cess stuck in behind the half wall. Divide finds the kill, does fall low. Mako getting one, RB getting another. But as far as the cash flow is concerned, PRX are completely untouchable at the moment. Unless RB could kill them all, which he will not, PRX weren't going to be concerned about that at all. 6-2 here on this defending side. And it's worth pointing out, just given the performances that we had from him on the first two maps, Buzz, he got that 4K in the first round. He got that in the pistol. He hasn't found anything since.
Yeah, and this is just some of the concern I have sometimes, you know, for DRX and why on a lot of maps that you usually would run a raise, they don't. You know, on Fracture, why you've got RB on Neon. I mean, of course his Neon is, as we saw earlier, absolutely unbelievable. But also, you know, Buzz's raise just isn't quite up to par compared to some of the other raises we have in this league. And Jing, as you can see, just is getting the better of him. RB's going to try to use this lockdown to clear some space onto B. Looks like he should be good to go for that. There's not really much that PRX can do unless they really just aggressively try to push space.
Okay, well, Buzz greeting to try to get the orb. Again, trap wire coming across, and they're just a little bit too slow to try to push in. Jing gets back in towards Baby Door, finds one. Push up through the nano. Something with the shorty, finds one. RB, however, and Mako going to be able to fight back to bring them into a numbers advantage. A couple weapons recovered. Buzz now up in hand, but Forsaken surprises with the Odin, and they have to go ahead, turn tail, start making their way into the A site. Fast on their heels. Forsaken Divine hovering nearby. Mako tucking away here in stairs. Spots one, swings to the corner, gets the timing, can't quite make it work. And now RB with a stinger and 52 HP is going to see if he can stop this momentum. Deny a 7th consecutive round away from PRX. The tap on the spike. He's looking. He takes the bait. Defy just snatches him out of the water. Defuse will come in. 7-2. The bleeding is not stemmed.
No, this is just incredible stuff here once again from Divide. I mean, this is the map where he seems to just come alive sometimes for PRX. Once again, just huge stuff. I mean, I just love the way PRX handles this lockdown. Yes, they have to give up the space, but then they just start slamming utility into the front of the B site to really delay DRX from being able to push aggressively off that lockdown like you would want to do, to get in there, make sure you get that plant down, get set up for post plants. They're never able to do that. They're never comfortable enough to do that. And then the crossfires start coming in, and yes, DRX is able to slip the net a little bit at A-Link and head over to A, but you know, at the end of the day, just PRX is reading them like a book.
I mean, Jing just gets himself pushed over to Rubble, and then the covering fires in as the flashes go flying. Defy taking down Buzz, and every time they try to attack this A site, they are just getting completely and utterly shut down. Door now broken open. They're going to try to cut noise and maybe wait for the one-way to dissipate and try to re-aggress out towards Rubble, but it just has not been working.
Looks like he just wants to reset it. They're trying to push out.
They say, oh, it doesn't matter. Goodbye. Catches 3 in the round, 8-2. 2 rounds left to go in this half with no end in sight. PRX are delivering a message right now.
Well, I think we see why DRX perma-banned this map throughout the season. It's definitely something they're struggling to find good ideas on, and I think, one thing that does hurt here is the Sky utility gives you so much further range to control space here, especially here outside of A main on this map, near the root, near Rubble. And it allows like Jing or whoever, Mind Freak with the teleport or Jing with the blast packs to get to Rubble and create that crossfire.
That would have been a hell of a timing from something. Even more impressive than when he had caught Mako. Speaking of catching somebody, Stax just swings out. And he's dead. IGL on the floor. Not sure what that was. But our sincerest apologies.
I'm like, did we add a new ult to the game that I'm not aware of? Like,
either way, neural theft. 3 members left alive. Vandals in hand, cashless. With 1 more round to be played. And Buzz will lose out on the aim duel there versus Jing. Looks like Zest and Mako are still gonna try to play this, but that bite does not go deep enough. The Odin is waiting. Mako quick with a headshot, but so is Jing. In a position, and he'll get the 3rd. 9-2. And this could just be over in a matter of moments.
No, this is just destruction here from PRX. I mean, now they've got the wind underneath them. They're just, every move that DRX wants to make is just being countered here. I mean, Jing takes space, completely unaccounted for by DRX. He's winning fights all over the place. And yeah, certainly PRX fans have a lot to be cheering about now. That's 9 rounds in a row. So I don't know, maybe the trick here for DRX is to lose their pistol rounds and then they do better. I don't think. They finally won a pistol round, and I was like, oh boy.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, another Prowler, as well as the Paranoia Ascent. Showstopper, though. Buzz is pushing through it. Both of his blast packs can't close any more distance, so eventually we'll just have to send out the ult. Does so, nothing found. Mako catches something. 3 blast pack in. Showstopper, quick turn, spots Mako, sends it towards water. Jing comes up with the kill to equalize. Push out, Buzz finding 1. Odin, however, still there. Forsaken unable to drag across, doesn't get that elimination. Paint shells thrown right at his feet. As Jing backs away, he holds the line, and now they're split apart. RB spotted, Jing pushing forward, he shuts him down. And is it gonna be the 9-3? Buzz now identified. Plant around the corner. Pink coming down. Spike will get planted just as Mind Freak finds the kill. RB tries to get into a surprise position, and the turret distracts him long enough. He will be able to take it, but it's a 9-3 half delivered to DRX, and given what we've been seeing, this would have to be an absolute miraculous turnaround to invoke any form of curse.
Yeah, we've already dodged it once today because it isn't real. as you and I are curse atheists, I guess. I don't know, but
sure.
Yeah.
We don't believe in it.
Yeah, we don't believe in this curse, despite the general perception. I think it's more of a, people just look at it so much that it exists, even though it really doesn't. But look, just phenomenal for PRX. I'm so happy with the way they're playing. I mean, those blast packs from Jing in that last round, just beautiful. The way he's able to get up in the air, get the showstopper off, maneuver himself so he goes back towards waterfall, so he's safe on the landing. I mean, just brilliant, brilliant aerial acrobatics that Jing has on this Raze. And, anytime Buzz had his ult just either dodged or completely just, ran away from by the side of PRX. So a brilliant half. Yeah, DRX got 1 there at the end. It was a good little play there from RB to secure that. But Mind Freak saw Buzz's booty and didn't almost won that round. Able to, again, you can wallbang so much on that C site, especially with that Odin.
pressure certainly getting ramped up here. DRX backs against the wall, now in danger of dropping this map and having the series extended. And yeah, very big smiles and laughter coming out here from Coach Alex. Just not something that we've gotten to see really so far today. Been stern looks, but right now it's going to be Termi who's got that on his face.
The desk breathes a sigh of relief. Things now start to go into PRX's favor here. So they switch over to the attacker side. And certainly, you know, you feel very confident anytime PRX is on the attacker side, especially with this double duelist comp, to really get through there. Forsaken can be a real nuisance on this Cypher. A lot of times he's out there lurking around the map, causing problems for the other teams. So you got to be really aware of Forsaken's positioning here. A lot of work for RB potentially if this starts to go deep, to be the guy kind of tracking the movement here of Forsaken and the others. But now just a little bit of a push out in the B to see if anybody from DRX was.
I don't think it was wide enough now. Whoa. It certainly is. And okay, lucky to not get headshot there. Mako does have that half armor. Just a minor little tap onto the shoulder as he raises the poison orb. Creep forward, tap on the door, checking to see if there's anyone forward outside of P. Nothing noted. As Buzz just continues to hold the line. We'll pull back away. Grab the ult for himself. And all of PRX is drifting towards this raise. Sees one. Sends out an answering shot. HL still pocketed. Tap on the door, nade goes out, sends out a blast pack to try to keep them at arm's length. Nothing really of note to be found so far. It's the paranoia, the flash, they all come crashing in. But for now, push onto the door. Zest going to be the first to fall. Mind Freak finding the kill. Looking for a bit more as they position and pivot in towards B. RB taken down. Mako desperately trying to find something. Stacks won't be able to come away with one. Jing now up close with a frenzy. Wins out on the fight. And PRX say, yeah, we gave you one, but we're going to take the other. Pistol round is theirs, and now they're in double digits.
I mean, PRX is just really trying to sell this fake towards A. They dump so much utility at Buzz. I saw, Guiding Light, Paranoia, another Guiding Light, everything in the kitchen sink. Buzz is completely pinned, and I think it's trying to, buy rotates from DRX. DRX doesn't really bite, but then they just get swarmed and shut down here. I mean, Forsaken and Mind Freak just bullying their way through this site. Take this round over. It isn't anything, strategic here that DRX did wrong. They just got outgunned as kind of been part of the story of this map. I mean, on the other side of the coin, I think a bigger story was just the way that PRX controls the mains.
Seen.
Yeah.
They're giving him an out, honestly. So here's his Cloudburst. Go ahead and exit the safety. Push up, looking for the no-scope, not quite going to find him. Mind Freak will be able to get stacked. That's going to be taken down, and with the dog stun, it's a very easy swing on the corner as they look for a flawless now to take it to 11. Jingle bounce up, gets the plant down. I mean, you can see the importance that PRX has been putting on getting him showstoppers on this map. As they jump in and hey, there's a roadblock. I'd love to hear the comms in that moment. He's got to be calling. He's in front of me!
What's blocking me? Is that a turret?
No, it is not. It was a Mako. And with RB dead, that is a flawless. That is now 11 rounds. And they just need 2 more to get themselves their first map win here in this grand final and extend the series.
Just clean stuff from PRX. I mean, just doing their due diligence. Once they've got Buzz trapped in that corner, it's make sure Dunes is clear. Mind Freak on point with the Bulldog to make sure that's done, and then Buzz with the, just stuck in there trying to do anything he can, but the grenade was a little late. And around the corner came PRX. Now, grenade there, probably to clear utility, but the response is going to be the Poison Cloud here from Mako as he begins to back up. A lot coming in here as Jing is his ult.
Showstopper at the ready. A little bit of damage slowed up by that turret and RB. Let's take his head off, so Showstopper not finding value this time around. A good kill, but they need so much more. Buzz pushing forward, reading that it could be here. That's somebody's position. And while he was technically ready for it. He just doesn't quite get that headshot. Takes Forsaken down to 38, but he connects in with Devi. Very much get healed up as the flash timing is absolutely gorgeous. They managed to survive. Something and Forsaken both tagged low, but they will find Zest. They flush him out, and that is map point now for PRX.
Match point.
Wow. I mean, this is just incredible stuff from PRX. I mean, they are so well drilled here on this map. The way they're responding to everything is so good. Yeah, okay, RB goes fishing, catches one, but then something there with that Spectre, absolutely incredible. Mind Freak good on the end. Yeah, just clean here from PRX. And certainly, it looks like we are going to be going to a map 4. We are going to be going to that bind.
Jump across, a shot in. Minor damage to something at the end of it all, but look at the rush that they are continuing with. Boombot gonna be cleared out. Prowler cleared. Cloudburst down. Paranoia not connecting. Something re-swings in. Manages to adjust. Finds both Mako and Buzz. Just a little bit slower. Still on the hunt. In the meantime, RB alone over at Waterfall. Pushes in, spots one. Catches another. Can't quite get Jing, but gets the dink across to try to set up for the round win. Plants into 2v2. Jing at 35. The heals now coming in from Devi as he himself will also take some damage. Stack TPs across. The nade gets sent loose. And as they swing around, Jing will be able to finish the job. 13-3. The first time that we get to see Lotus from DRX, and I think it's going to be the last time for a very long time because it was not good. PRX, however, absolutely, utterly dominant. Get themselves a map win and extend the grand finals.
Yeah, just absolutely masterful here from PRX, and maybe the beginning of a comeback. You know, at least going to push us to Pearl, potentially to bind for our decider. We'll see. But this is just, I mean, the way they control space on this map is so good. You know, Devi comes up huge, talking about him needing to step up, talking about how important he's been for this team, and his flashes were so impactful to set up Jing a lot on those entries. Mind Freak there, really clean. So some of the guys that we were, you know, maybe kind of looking to need to step it up here for PRX absolutely did.
Yeah.
Some big rounds.
Just clearly right at home and comfortable here. Everybody across the board from the side of PRX finding their groove a lot more than we've seen from them in those first two maps. But for DRX, it was completely and utterly disjointed. I mean, comp aside, discomfort being shown, shots were not being hit. Clearly, this is not a map that they have managed to really nail down yet.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that Stax hasn't played a lot of Omen on stage. You know, again, Buzz's raise is just not quite up to par, especially when you're going up against a team like PRX and a player like Jing, who, again, I will say it over and over and over again, the best raise we have here in Pacific, no doubt about that in my book. Something back to the comfort of his jet, right? So I think for PRX, this is a much more comfortable situation. For DRX, you could see that this was not something they were ready for.
Well, it's that time. It's time to say the thing that casters love to say. We have a series on our hands. This will not be a 3-0. This will not be DRX walking away with yet another trophy with relative ease. PRX have fought back. They will be taking us now to Pearl, where they will look to continue and engineer a reverse sweep. Do not go anywhere. We're going to go to a break. We'll have the desk break down the very brief action from Lotus, and then we'll dive right back in for more Pacific action. It does get the catch on Hawk in the back sight. However, Buzz just comes scraping across the frenzy in hand. Finds the claim the kill. Push from the back, and oh my, out. Reset on that one. And then continues to sit back for the one who's by, sees the gun barrel, goes for the spray, finds one. Mind Freak trying to mount. That one in his back pocket. Forsaken goes up from Jing. Send it close.
Closer coming out here from DRX.
Will be able to finish off something, but now Mind Freak makes his way.
How they're attacking this map.
And it's going to be RB. Been doing this, and now it comes up with completely untouchable at the moment. It's RB. Crap wire coming out off in hand, but Forsaken in caught Mako. Beginning catching some. One more round to be played. Waiting. Mako quick with a headshot, but so is Jing. In a position, lies. push out. Buzz finding one. Odin, however, still let go. Desperately trying to find something. Seville gets back, says going to take it down, and with the dunk pushing forward. Reading that it could be here.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished Game 3 on Pearl, and PRX makes sure that we continue on to a map 4. I don't know, maybe it was the Pearl buff, as in Jing's mom buff.
Yeah.
She
That's her
just
name.
started threatening them gently, as a mother does. With, you know, the owners are going to be upset. People are going to be upset unless you get to the next map.
A little bit of esports tiger mom there from Jing's mom. Look, I mean, it was kind of weird because you know, the last map was so back and forth, and even as I was watching the score develop here on map 3, I was in a little bit of denial. I'm like, okay, well, it's like 9-3, but I mean, obviously it's going to have to go to overtime like it did on map 2, but no, PRX, I mean, they clean house. They played an extremely good map 3 there, and DRX, I mean, just stopped here after looking so dominant. PRX has so much more life now.
Yeah, I mean, PRX, they started with the momentum, and they're able to just hold it on defense, you know, in the first half, only giving up 3 rounds, and then you know, they continue to win the pistol round, and then they move on through, just really locking down. And I gotta say, this kind of gave me a bit of a flashback to when Fracture was very first released back in 2021. You know, a lot of the teams had to play it for the first time at Champions 2021, and DRX, they went into their match against Fnatic sounding confident on Fracture, and they got demolished, right? And they learned this hard lesson of, okay, scrims don't mean everything, right?
Yep.
Until we face off against different metas, different styles on a live server, we cannot say that we are prepared. And we're kind of seeing that today on Lotus.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think DRX, I'm sure they thought they were prepared, but when you see 12 first kills coming out of PRX there, I think this was a large part of it. Every time they try to push onto side, PRX just stops, takes down at least 2-3 of their members. They're using all their util. DRX, by the time they get that post plant down, there's nothing to stop them. Nothing to stop PRX from going in and taking it back. Now, this is the first time we've actually seen Jet with something on this series, which is kind of crazy if you think about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, because we saw the Reyna coming out and then the Breach, actually, yeah. So we're going to take a look at his opping here, but what was really impressive to me was just the way that he's actually able to use his teammate's Cypher setups, right? So look at it from Something's point of view. The trap's already set up, one gets taken out, and then he hides within his own cloudburst, in between the 2 cyber cages, and that just buys so much time where they have to get close to clear him out, right? I mean, yeah, they could try to spray every corner, but they need to try to get into the corners, but he actually makes it even tighter with his own cloudburst. I think he's just prepared with a shorty, but that just tells me that the practice, the reps they have, the one live match that they had, this is kind of getting used to the familiarity with saying, okay, these setups are for me. This is Forsaken setting up for me. I can use this to hold this site, and he successfully does so.
Yeah, I do expect we're going to see this kind of combo come up in the next map. Pearl also, this is where we saw this duo come together really well when Something came on to Jet. Forsaken playing that flex role to support Something, and they go in and they dominate. Now Jing, we saw his ACS was over 300. He was on fire, killing people with util. His gun, doesn't even matter what gun was in his hand. Let's roll that clip and admire Jing.
Yeah, I mean, just the util setups here, the paint shells along with everything else being thrown out with the guiding lights, and then he's able to, he gets that kill, gets his ultimate, and he's like, huh, hold on, look at this toxic screen, guess what I can do? And it's just easy as that.
Mom, are you watching?
Are you satisfied now, Mom, and PRX bosses? No, Jing was completely and totally on fire in this, and I'm really excited that obviously we're going to have a map 4, but also that PRX is looking really strong and really on top of their game.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing what we were seeing throughout the later parts of Super Week, right, coming into the playoffs of PRX. That's what we saw during that Lotus. And quite frankly, I mean, I think Jing, just because of the impact his kills had, was probably the most important player on that map, but everyone was playing up to their potential here for PRX.
Yeah, they were really well put together. It's like they, you know, we kind of passed them on the hallway as we were coming back here, and they just seemed to kind of find their groove, their vibe. You can even see on the coach cam, Alex, we were on like, why is he laughing? He's like laughing every time there's a timeout, like, like making jokes with his team. So I think they're vibing right now, and this could mean we're gonna go to a full 5-map kind of day.
Hey, fingers crossed for that. I mean, I think it's definitely a possibility. And I think it's important to note, yeah, Alex looked so relaxed. The players, they looked a little bit intense at the start of that map, but as we got far enough along, they seemed to also be kind of enjoying this. And so, you know, again, statistically, very tough, very rare to actually see a reverse sweep, but if any team could do it, I think it would be PRX.
Yeah, I mean, as Achilles pointed out earlier, right, it has not happened yet within VCT, within the VCT circuit, and if PRX can do it today against DRX, I mean, both these teams actually, right, that map 5 has eluded them in the past, right? For PRX, it was at the Grand Finals of Master Scopening, and for DRX, it was twice, both at Champions and Lock-In. And curious to see if it does even get to that point, I mean, who's going to have the mental fortitude? But talking about that Lotus just a bit longer, because Paperthin had brought up, of course, last night, Team Liquid was playing it against Footballists. They're actually able to close it out. But a big difference there is the composition of their opponents, right? I mean, Footballists, they're running that Neon. They don't have something like the Raze. They're not really committing all their util early to take that space aggressively. They're trying to creep in, so then this composition of no flashes can also match that. They can just kind of creep in and go for aim duels. But today, I mean, it's Jing you're up against, right? It's something with the Jet. You got double duelists, and then they're setting up with the Sky as well instead of something like the KO. I mean, PRX is ready to fight at the beginning of every single round.
Yeah, I mean, it's something with that op in his hand as well. Like, the moment they try to do a tiny little peek, it's over for at least one of the DRX members, and they're already down 4. Now, we got to talk about our key player. I feel like because PRX are so many good players on their team. We haven't seen Jing appear as our key player for a while, but he was definitely on fire for this particular round.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was just really on top of everything he had to do. We had a lot of incredible moments there with the showstopper, a lot of moments where he was able to come in and actually get that initiation, really catch DRX off guard. And let's not forget, you know, the way that we saw map 1 go down, it looked like DRX had a real command of the defending side and also looked almost like PRX on the attacking side. But seeing the way that Jing was able to come in here and infiltrate so many of these positions and cut through, whatever DRX had planned was really something to admire.
Yeah, I mean, even with the 25% first kills, I mean, he's doing his job, right, as one of those duelists. And I like that you pointed that out, Victoria, that we don't often talk about Jing. I mean, partly it's because something has really broken onto the scene and Forsaken now going over to that flex. But we gotta remember, Jing might be part of that reason that they can continue this W gaming style, right? It's only because you have this extra player who can play these different duelists in something like the Phoenix or the Raze that the double duelist works. That allows something to now run free as well, and they kind of trade off saying, okay, this time I'll be the main entry who creates space, you get the kills, and the next round we switch back and forth. That creates mind games for your opponents as well, and especially on the Raze, his movement is just so good for Jing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Jing's satcheling is really just one of the best here in Pacific. And that last map as well with something on Reyna, like you said, with them swapping back and forth, I think it really keeps people on their toes. And DRX, they're probably going to want to come back real hard on Pearl, but Pearl, both teams are pretty damn good at Pearl.
Yeah, now, if you're a DRX fan, I think one intangible that you can hope for is Pearl was often that map 3 where DRX would get really mad and angry Buzz would show up. And he would
Buzz is back.
Yeah, he would start fragging out. Now, we got to remember, those were when Foxy9 was playing. Buzz was still playing the Killjoy, right? So now with Zest continuing, I presume, here on the roster, if Buzz is playing that Jet, I mean, is it Zest who's picking up the Harbor? You know, is it going to be RB? I mean, of course, we saw it yesterday as well, but if that continues in that sense, I mean, is Buzz going to be able to continue to put up the performances he has yesterday and today to really carry them to this victory?
Well, they got to make sure that Buzz can fill that role at this point in time, and you're right, it is a very different DRX coming in here with Zest here now and Foxy9 out of the picture, but I don't know. I think this should be a pretty long, a pretty dramatic map here. Obviously, we know both these teams are extremely strong on this. I mean, just fingers crossed we do get a map 5.
We know we're going to get a lot of op duels happening on that B long, and it's going to be spicy. I'm expecting that Cascade, ops going, trading back and forth, and we're just going to see who the better sniper is on this.
Yeah, I mean, let's be very honest. Yesterday, even on Pearl, I think in terms of just Jet performance, Saya took the show, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, he had that one ace. On Pearl specifically. Of course, Buzz was still kind of our MVP overall for how well he performed for DRX, but on Pearl, it was really the team coming together for DRX that was able to help them really push through to the very end. See if that, I mean, because here's the thing is that the whole Jet Phoenix thing, this is one of those compositions where everyone has a plan until they get curveballed by the Phoenix. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and then you're like, okay, well, that's a little quicker than I remember it being when I was playing against it in solo queue. So I'm just curious, I mean, how many opportunities do you get to practice against the Phoenix? Not too many.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, that's the same thing with Reyna popping up. They're like, oh, there's a Lear. Like, why is this in a pro match right now? It's so surprising. But you know, that's PRX for you. And you know what? The first time we saw something, I will never forget this. I feel like one of the most memorable moments was him on Pearl, Forsaken on Killjoy. I think you guys were casting that, at least Tasteless was, and it was just a phenomenal match. We might see that same PRX coming up. But before any of that, I want to say shout out to all the watch parties that are happening all around the world, especially in the region. We got Singapore. I know you guys are watching over at Dreamcore over there. We got Thailand, we got Philippines, and you know, the rest of the region. I hope you guys have been enjoying the game so far. The stage, though, here in person, it is unparalleled. The energy here is amazing.
This is the ultimate watch party here.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah. I was gonna say, well,
When you
this
think
is
about
Seoul's
it,
watch party.
this finals is just one big watch party, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, let's see what exactly the team comp is going to be here from PRX. Again, they have a lot of their own ideas. Both of you were mentioning how Jing has been using Phoenix before. And, you know, it's one of these things where it seems like PRX, they really have found their own voice, their own approach to the game. Obviously, DRX staying with that Korean style, sometimes using a lot of these older comps. But if there's any tricks up either sleeve here for these two teams, we're going to see them right here, right now.
Did you see that girl sleeping in the back there? I'm like, are you not entertained?
Oh, no,
No, it's a power nap.
Yeah, she's
It's a power nap.
recharging
Okay.
this next map. And we are going to continue to see Zest on that harbor. As we saw yesterday, I couldn't imagine that would change unless, you know, somehow Foxy 9 was coming back in. But it does look like, all right, no comp changes on either side. So just going with just the skies on both sides. And now this is the biggest difference, is that DRX is going for that Harbor Viper, as many teams have agreed upon here on Pearl. But PRX, because they're playing the Phoenix Jet, they continue to go with the singular Astra. And Forsaken, his lurks on the Killjoy can create a lot of space, but that Astra alone, how much can it do to combat? It's really going to be about how fast the Phoenix is able to push out from other parts of the map on defense, and then even on attack, how much the lurks can happen for Forsaken.
Now, we got to point out, DRX is currently undefeated on this map, so PRX is going to have to make history. What do they have in store for us here? It's got to be better than anything any team has ever brought up to DRX before.
Well, if there's one team that can do it, it would definitely have to be the Singaporean, Malaysian, and PRX.
Absolutely. I mean, they clearly have the firepower to do it, and whenever strategy, I mean, I don't even know if we can even call it. They're calling, they're mid-rounding, they're IGLing. Who knows what's really going on in their comms anymore for PRX, but whatever it is working, right? And at that point, who can fault them for their style? Because that's what brought them up to the stage.
Their comms are probably just go, now, go. Anyway, we are going to go into map 4. I am so glad we made it this far for Pearl. Let's go over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilleos.
Thank you very much. We have a special guest on the mic here, Tactibear. Who's going to take this map?
Okay. I don't want to reveal it. It's a secret. He
bit of a bold
knows.
take. Bit of a bold take.
He's Castabear now. He's upgraded.
Castabear, yeah. All right, there we go. Well, map 4, PRX. They've kept themselves alive with a very dominant performance there on Lotus. 13-3 on the closeout. But now we go on to Pearl, as the desk was just pointing out. Undefeated so far is DRX on this map. They're also questioning how often you get to play against the Phoenix on this map. I would say probably with some regularity, because these two teams have scrimmed against one another. They have been partners in that regard for quite some time, so they probably do have at least a modicum of exposure to this.
Absolutely. I mean, these two teams are ridiculously comfortable with each other, and that's why we're coming to this 4th map. That's why Ascent was so darn close. Yes, certainly 2 maps have been kind of lopsided one way or the other, but both these teams are absolutely insane, and there's that Phoenix you're talking about, the statue out in the back of the map. And so one thing here for the side of PRX, they're 4-1 on this map, so they are no slouches at all. They are really good at this map.
Sure.
The one team they lost to was Talon, and what's interesting is both times, you know, the one time they've lost it, it was the Viper that was doing the damage. It was Cruz for Talon. So eyes on Mako, because he played out of his mind on Pearl yesterday against T1.
Buzz up top has to tailwind away. Tag down to 65, no healing available for Stacks. Then buy it into the pistol round. Shifts around into the hall. Another flash flying. Smoked off is Buzz as the Nebula gets raised. It's going to be the walls coming across from both sides. As Zest just looks to make this a little bit more unassailable, a little bit less desirable with that cascade. They're actually going to go ahead, turn tail, and full 5-man rotate back out of the site.
Ping coming down right by that alarm bot from PRX, so that looks to be their next target, but you can see that DRX is shifting some weight over towards that A side.
They're actually just going to pivot, go in towards the link. Dash at the ready, something wants to clear this. Footsteps not going to be within draw distance there of Zest, so shouldn't have heard any of this. Nebula now out, Cloudburst down, they hear that for sure. And Stax sounds the alarms and says, guys, we've been had.
30 seconds left.
Love that from Stax. Just get out of there, reset, wait for the rest of the team to get here, and then let's make a go at this. You know, there's still quite a bit of utility for Zest here on the Harbor.
5-1 in the pistol so far, so still feels pretty damning for them to try to make this happen. Already 2 kills going to be found as RB and Mako get dealt with. Buzz able to find 1. Stax as well gets 1 for himself, but it's going to be Forsaken leading the charge with 3 kills here in the pistol. PRX now 6-1 in that regard.
Oh, a beautiful counter flash here from Devi. Really gives PRX the space that they need, the time that they need to come through and clean out that initial push from DRX. Yes, there's some pushback from DRX again through the smokes. He's ungodly at doing that. Just something just blasting, knows the angle so well.
Multiple times calling it easy, and I mean, we do have to remember this map in particular. You're talking about how there are no slouches on this. This is the map that Forsaken got 2 aces. Crunch coming through here at A long. Buzz will be able to finally finish off Jing as he was just kind of existing inside of that snake bite for so very long. Devi, however, now with 3. And RB swinging around the backside of the box. Gets a headshot, gets 2! Can't get the 3rd. But damn if it wasn't close. So good damage is dealt at the end of it, as that was looking precarious for a while. But they closed it in the end, and that's going to be a 2-0 start for PRX.
I mean, this is just phenomenal here from Devi, continuing where he left off on Lotus. Oh, so close, so close on that third bullet.
If he got the 1-2-3, that would have been absolutely disgusting. But even then, something still would have been standing on the opposite side of the map. But now, the buy-in play on Marshall in the hands of something still as he moves on to the attack. Pop flash out, traded on either side. Let's see if he reads this. He does, and he puts one right into Buzz's leg.
Yeah, that means Buzz has to come back, get the healing from Stax to get up to full, but now still 1 body shot with that Marshall. He's donezo. Buzz, though, try to play a little bit aggressive on the angle. So far, you can see that PRX is being very diligent here. No super aggressive fast hits. They're really taking their time. They're trying to bait out rotations from DRX.
Yeah, they haven't gotten him yet. Jing gets himself situated, pop flash around, and yeah, Stax just cannot get that hawk out fast enough. Buzz now eliminated. 5 members strong here onto the site with Zest balling. It's just Mako and RB who are gonna have to stay on the A side. Hold on to those rifles and hug them dearly.
Oh, I mean, just beautiful flashes. Like the desk was talking about, you're not ready. If you're not ready for those curveballs, they are absolutely destructive. And, you know, normally Stax is the guy in that back hall trying to lock that down, and he's just quickly dealt with by Jing. So this time around, you know, in the pistol round, it was more of a feint with this long B push. They kind of wrapped around and sent some forces in through the link area, but this time around, it is just a full-on hit. Kind of just diligently taking space, and then just really finding the right opportunities to land those flashes, land that utility. And PRX is going to find themselves taking the bonus.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to over-pursue here on this hunt. Well, maybe Jing would really go sprinting for something, just given that he's 1 away from having the run it back available, but they decide to play it out cleanly, maintain the rifles, bank up as much as possible. But a 3-0 start already completely and utterly fantastic for PRX.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm too certain.
I can't read that one fast enough, and the handwriting's a little bit small, so sorry, folks. My Hangul's okay, but not that good. Flash there catches PRX.
Now looking for this crunch again. Buzz dead off the rip. Now the pop flash. Zest does manage to mow 1 down. Stax swinging out from the back box. Will be good for 2. Zest going to hold the line. Knows that he's nearby. The wave comes up, and Zest will be good for the 3rd. as they get themselves on the board.
That's huge for DRX. Able to bounce right back, keep that economy stable. And of course, our cosplayers are big DRX fans. They were out in the lobby, take some pictures with them. Maybe grab Castabear, come take some pictures with you. You could buy the Castabear. I think he's sold out with Tactabear. Castabear, that upgrade, that's only for us.
Yeah, it only costs about $300 though because of the headset included.
Yeah, he's a bit pricey. Yeah, a lot of great merch for sale down here.
Something.
Oh, he's got that op.
Op in hand. And it looks like widely they are going to be reading this. They again apply pressure out on towards A main. Nothing to be found though. Trailblazer as well, checking out across into mid and might have just been able to see Forsaken there out of the peripheral vision. Turret cleared out, Mako. Looking around the corner, trying to see if there's anything there. Something, I don't believe he's had to fire a shot yet, so they might have a sense that this operator could be in play, but they don't have any kind of hard confirmation. Now they certainly do. Mako breathes a sigh of relief as he gets away with his life. They're looking for the jump in, and off the back of the Trailblazer, Mako is obliterated. Something in with a quick kill. Does get caught, Stacks rushing forward. Managing to find that elimination, and that's going to be that Reckoning out in response. RB, quick peek on the corner. Shuts down the running back, cannot get the buy. Stacks, however, does find Chink. Just tucks in, Forsaken. Oh, big up and a lineup for Stacks. A 4K to get them across the line and put a second round win on the board.
A huge, huge play here from the IGL. Great use of that Reckoning. The Seekers as well, even though something is just so wild with those dashes and those pushes. RB doing a great job locking that haul down. Had to switch Stacks out. It was a little bit too much pressure for him to deal with. Huge play. A reset right away there for DRX. You can hear the comms just,
calm
all right,
down.
go, yep. That's
Still.
He's a good guy for that.
Yeah, they still have this round to try to break the economy. Even then, still see some buys coming through. Not looking for the aggression on A. PRX, a little bit wary of that. Decided to just full stack up. Buzz now out into the open. Trailblazer leading the way. Goes in, and he cannot get that flick. Something takes his head off, and now, even if he wants, he can grab the operator. He's not going to opt for it, though. Just go ahead and hold on to that Vandal. But it's, again, some over-aggression out into mid, getting punished. We saw it happening there on Ascent. Now it's happening here on Pearl.
I think they're setting up for the lockdown here from Forsaken towards A. Put it right at that edge by the ramp. Guiding light, just to confirm that the box is safe so they can go for this lockdown indeed. Let's get this lockdown down and then try to crunch through Art. But there's not really much there for DRX. Looks like they're just going to try to see if maybe they can get lucky with a pick. Try to buy a little bit of time here to see if they can delay this plant.
Wall raised, but they haven't even really made their way into the site yet. Something up on top of the box. Picks it out, but I mean, because of the Nebula, Mako actually does get himself in and narrowly avoids having his head taken off. Playing out. Here's the default position. Divide has to back away, takes so much damage now, wants to go for it once again. The spam resumes. They find the elimination. Mako claiming the kill. Something as well, going to be tagged down to 50. He now takes it within his own hands, but they're running out of time. They're running out of members. Forsaken swings around the back of the side, finds the kill. The spike still not yet planted. RB gets rid of Forsaken. Mindfreak with some covering fire. However, it does find Stacks. The plant now can come in. Mindfreak holds the line. 3 headshots back to back to back. PRX will pick up a 4th.
Hey, Mindfreak's just turning from that position, and he's just too accurate. They can't displace him. I mean, some great spams through the wall here from Mako. Buzz just getting a little bit over-aggressive and read well here by PRX, whether intentionally or not. They had a full stack there waiting. Oh my God, Mindfreak. Just nasty. Just ready for the swing. Sick stuff here to put PRX up 4-2. Now you've got the lockdown of the Blade Storm, so Buzz is gonna pop those blades. Seeker's in a Cosmic Divide for Mindfreak.
Something in a forward position. Sheriff closes. Oh, did he not notice? The ponytail was out, just over the wall. As he tries rushing forward, Forsaken shuts him down. Something gets the trade out.
You want to fight it?
That's going to be a 2-for-1. The Seekers, even being committed, just want to spot where the 3 remaining players are at. RB will be found. Flash through, nanoswarms to buy them some time. as the plant comes in.
Spike planted.
Just curious if they're gonna want to use this lockdown. I mean, they got 2 guns there for Stax and Mako. So questionable if they're going to. Hawk to check halls, nothing found. Now the orbs start coming down here for the post-plant utility for PRX.
Get across, damage in, Stax tagged up. Defuse, doesn't go to half. He actually pulls off of it, just taken too low. RB in a panic, sends out the bot. It's very swiftly dealt with. And as he tries to just go back in for a re-tap, it will end up falling. Mako going to be the only one heading out of here with a weapon retained. And with only 1 member lost, PRX will hold on to 4 and continue to bank up once more. Jing with 3,300 can absolutely buy for Forsaken should it be necessary. And now it's a 3-round stretch lead.
This is just phenomenal teamwork here from PRX. And yes, a lower buy for the side of DRX, but they are doing a great job receiving any of this aggression that DRX is showing off the rip at the beginning of these rounds and dealing with it really efficiently. So now for DRX, you know, I think you need to kind of pull back a little bit, start guarding the flanks of the map a little bit better. I don't think something is going to grab the op. He does have the Blade Storm in the back pocket, but now you can see that they are focusing more on the extremities of the map.
Buzz just sights turn, dashes. Seems like they know that he's still in this forward spot. The Trailblazers are going to be used to try to clear him out. And in the end, it's going to be roughly a stalemate as each team goes their separate ways.
Not much changes there in the grand scheme of things. Buzz loses his armor, and that's the biggest difference really that comes out of that. Some utility drop, but across both sides. Oh, Forsaken.
He's jiggling the corner, but look, he's holding for this back approach, not for the close one. He'd have to snap up to try to take down Forsaken, who does hold that Vandal. Bit more kick to it. Oh, and Buzz does manage to react in time. Lockdown, at the same time, going to be used. Goes over towards B. RB just dropping that one in heaven, making sure that they kind of have to go over to A. Flame wall in, flash out. Seekers trying to find something. Zest gets the cutoff though. Finds Mind Freak trying to push his way in through Art. Suddenly something in Divide, just gonna be locked into position.
This is very, very difficult now for PRX. Only 20 seconds to go, so they have to make this hit work.
Flash goes in, something trying to turn away from it, ends up getting full blind. Will expire those, he swings out, Zest turning around. Just play off of that quite nicely, but kill found, meaning no flawless tap on the plant. Mako will be able to finish him off, so 1 casualty here for DRX. They get themselves a 3rd round victory.
Dude, and the fact that Buzz wins that fight against Forsaken is, A, very difficult for Buzz to do, so hats off to him on that. But the immediate lockdown and then the Seekers to come out to make sure that they know what's going on in the map. They know that they can likely keep B pretty well unoccupied with that lockdown. Then they can follow the Seekers around and find some big kills. I mean, it's huge that Buzz wins this, and immediately the lockdown comes down. I love the protocols here for DRX to take map space and then be able to come from those different angles towards the A site.
Nebula pop, now dismissed. Something rushing forward, and this looks like it's just going to be a full send over to the B site. Mako has to drag back from the link. Something gets up on top of the screen, just peeking over the top of this flame wall, but takes some nasty shots. Mako trying to force him out of position. Cuss comes through. Mako, though, just helps to keep everybody protected. Jing ends up getting dropped. And the back away going to be called. PRX just pulling back, waiting, get some healing out. And look to creep back forward once more.
Yeah.
It's hurt over the top. It's completely blocked, and now it's going to be cleared.
Didn't see RB. There's some shots put towards the screens here. They suspect that someone might have tried to sneak in off the back of those smokes. And now something exploring space here towards mid. That flash from Stax is not going to find him.
It doesn't, but Stax is moving up, now sees him. Pulls back, Trailblazer out. Divide joining him. As the plant starts inching forward. Mind Freak Just trying to join in. Opposite side of the screen right now. Shoulder to shoulder effectively with RB. Just doesn't quite realize it. Now he does. Shots it in, something, through a smoke once more. How does he continue to do it? And RB, because of those shots, they knew where he was. He managed to find the kill. Trying to interrupt on the plant, Zest can't make it happen. Still doesn't manage to find something, but now Stax is going to be dead. And it's him versus Mindfreak, and Mindfreak comes out on top. And Buzz still rotating in. Now needs to try to identify just where this Astra is at. Push onto the corner, and Mindfreak with 3 again. Gets the clutch. And doubles up on DRX's score, 6-3.
Oh, just absolutely incredible what Mindfreak is able to do here. And I'm not exactly sure what happened with DRX, that they kind of lost track of the fact that someone could be pushing in through Link towards B site there. They just sort of let something come through for free. You know, they did a great job setting up the trap for the Killjoy, but then the Jet comes in from the other angle completely unexpectedly and just breaks things open and gives Mindfreak the opportunity to win that out. So it's actually going to be a PRX timeout.
I mean, I don't think it's too shocking given how it looked like the round was going. It was probably made well before the clutch came in from Mindfreak. We saw the snap there as we immediately went into the timeout graphic. And clearly, Alex, even with the round wins, even being up double that of DRX, not happy with how close some of these rounds have been. So wants to call out, point out some things here to the squad to try to make this, you know, as dominant or as close to as dominant as Lotus was.
Absolutely. You want to just kind of put your foots down here, really send DRX reeling, go to that bind on a high note, see if they can get it done. Of course, the Vamos, absolutely. Stax immortalized with some post-game celebrations, of course. And look at this stack here from PRX. 5 over towards the A side, whereas DRX has gambled a little bit here.
Well, that they have. Molly over the top. That's going to be a call at least for some form of reinforcements. It's looking like a 2-2 split to get themselves over to A. Buzz leading the charge. Rushing around in towards the spawn. Jing in the meantime, running back is there, but he doesn't really care to eat this damage. Knows that he's just going to get that HP back at the end of it all. Up over the top, the shorty this time not going to be finding the kill. RB though taking it down to dangerous HP levels, and Forsaken will be able to finish him off. Spike, however, now straight at backside. And Buzz still on the flank, unscouted, unnoticed, and seems like he's unsuspected. Doesn't quite see anything though. Mindfreak gets himself in. Just before that, flame wall would come down. Does he strike now? Yes. Not going to go for the disciplined play. Just pulls the trigger, kills off one. Wants the guaranteed elimination. Now notes that there's another there at main.
I love the
PRX,
pullback.
I mean, they're basically just going to be stuck here, it would seem.
I mean, it's going to have to be a hell of a battle here. But they've been really good in these firefights.
30 seconds left.
85 on Divine, no armor to speak of.
One enemy
Out of flashes, and now Jing spotted. Divine alone here on the site. Buzz, he's faking up top, but the full flash connects, and they know that he is right here. Default plant. And Mako will swing in to take him down. And off the back of PRX's timeout, they will be able to convert that into a round win, 4-6.
Yeah, just great stuff here from RB to buy just enough time in the dugout. And then Buzz with that early push out. A little bit of help from Stax with the Trailblazer to gain some space, gain some info, and then Buzz could just slowly work his way around the edge of the map. And I love what DRX is doing. I like this
Gambling
change.
again.
Yeah, but I like this change overall, Achilleos, that they're focusing on the extremities of the map.
Wall up, flash in, presence confirmed from either side, but Buzz strikes first, finds something. Jing gonna be taken down. I mean, this is similar to the crunch that we saw them end the map with, end the series with on Pearl yesterday versus T1, but this time it's not gonna be nearly as dominant. They get the singular kill, the heals will come through. It's just gonna be a trade on the Jets at the end.
Yeah, some pings coming out here to watch through double doors and art. Make sure that the middle of the map has been left unoccupied. You don't have all members of PRX accounted for, so you've got to make sure that that space isn't be taken in mid. It's going to be Stax on the job watching it. Of course, RB has the turret in place to watch if they come through art towards A.
It's going to be a weapon recovered, though. Devi can get it. That's now upgraded off the Sheriff. Lockdown. going to be used to try to clear the site. Obviously, just a sliver remaining in that back hall for Zest to tuck into, but with the Cosmic Divide as well being committed, it's just going to full sail exit the site. They have them completely locked out for now.
Marco's got his pit here. Is he going to throw it down on top and then work his way down? Oh, never mind.
It's not going to get the opportunity. Pushes in, looks for a kill. The Cove saving Zest for a moment, but Forsaken also there. Manages to strike, push out, does end up falling. Stacks, finding the kill. A 2v3. Tap on the spike, and Jing with a headshot finding one. RB not going to be able to clutch it out. Jing will find 3, and PRX will get themselves up to 7, looking for the 8-4 half.
Unbelievable stuff here. PRX just doing a great job, being really disciplined. You know, this is a team that's known for their explosiveness, that's known for their go, go, go. And sure, off the rip, Buzz is able to shut something out. Then they take their time working through here, using these smokes so well. The Cove worked to perfection by Forsaken, and Jing has been absolutely just brilliant all day today for PRX. Despite the way that, you know, some of these maps have gone, Jing has been so strong. It continues to be. Those curveballs are so devastating. The quickness at which they come out from him, you know, just knocking Buzz right out of the round. And this is going to be the pit invested for Mako at the front of B. Try to check into Link, B-Link, and yeah, they've got the info. Ooh, God, RB's got to be so careful here.
Oh,
he hasn't
did
seen
he
him.
see him? I don't think he noticed him. He's not going to read this at all. Something right up on top. Takes him down. The Seekers now collected as well. They're going to Trailblazer through, and this could just be a pivot completely over into the A side. Zest clears the turret, but now he is completely and utterly swarmed and surrounded. Swings out, but even before the curveball hits, Forsaken hits a bit faster. Buzz now locked into position. Gravity Well slowing him up. Pushes through the wall, 2 tucked into the right side corner. Spots 1, but does he suspect that Jing is also going to be here? Stacks caught from the lurk. The headshot comes in, but that's just 1, and they need 4 more.
Mako's pit is down, and he can't find the second.
Barely any damage onto something as well, and as he comes bouncing around the corner, Buzz will end up getting taken out. It will, in fact, be that 8-4 half. Dominance here from PRX. Studying up on how DRX like to operate on this map, and so far it is working a treat.
They're pushing and pulling the map so well, showing a really disciplined look here from PRX. And then in this last round, they're taking so much space in the mid. So much had been given up by DRX. They weren't doing a good job throughout that half of really controlling the middle of the map, and it's tough when you're going up against a Phoenix to control the middle of the map. I mean, those curveballs are so dangerous. He's got so much utility that can really make it so untenable. Those hot hands, the flame wall to cut off the angles. I mean, that wasn't the whole story there. It was mostly just, you know, PRX just kind of taking advantage of the space, though. So even though it's given up by DRX, in some rounds very intentionally, still PRX is able to make it work, you know, sneaking something underneath RB's nose there. Just the way they maneuver once they start clicking is so brilliant.
Well, the map now in their hands, and given the record that we've seen, just a single pistol round win so far in the entire series for DRX. PRX can continue to scoop those up, and I think we are looking at the game 5.
Pretty certain, Zest just said, he's like, let's just win the pistol and then it's fine. That's it. We're good to go.
Well, if it was as simple as that, they might have stumbled upon that reasoning a bit earlier on. It didn't matter too much, obviously, with them winning the first 2 maps.
Yeah.
But now with these last 2, it's Lotus now into Pearl.
But that's the only pistol. That's the only one they won.
Yeah.
It's wild to think. But now, you know, that's starting to hurt them. You know, that's essentially 2 more rounds you're dropping. What could have been a 6-6 half. Potentially, if you're able to win that pistol, who knows, maybe even better. But, you know, DRX has got to get these pistols underneath them. You know, if they want to end this series on this, not just this map, but, you know, to win this series. Because now you got to start thinking, PRX is not far. 3 halves from potentially being the champions after DRX started out 2-0, finding that reverse sweep for the first time.
It would be monstrous, and with Bind on the horizon, you have to suspect that DRX would much prefer to just try to close it out right here, right now. As when these 2 teams played against each other on that map, it was very much in hand for PRX, a 13-6 victory.
Gravity well and a hot hands here to clear the back of pillar just in case DRX push forward. Instead, DRX has to reset, send out another cascade to try to attack this from a different angle. So the good news here for DRX is you eliminated a lot of utility out of the hands of PRX, but I don't think PRX is going to be super fooled by this hit.
Now the call for rotations will start coming in. Buzz just checking back screen, sees that gun barrel, puts a shot down on Divide just through the corner. Gravity Well pulls Zest out of position. Still within the cove, however.
Spike planted.
So safe on the cover. Jing from home, just spraying out with that frenzy, desperately trying to find some connections, and the hold begins to happen. Buzz, however, takes out Forsaken, interrupts it, but something responds. Nano Swarm for the delay. Spike not yet held to half. Zest playing close on the pillar. Stack's gone. RB and Mako finding one apiece.
One enemy
Now just one remaining. Be a monstrous clutch. Mindfreak, he's been good for multiple so far here in this map, but can he do it now? Tap onto the spike. They continue to spam through. 65 health in a dream. He's noted forward. Continues to eat some damage, but it seems like it's just a matter of time. Something he just does not have. Will get Zest as a parting gift, but DRX will find a second pistol round victory here in the series. Now just 3 away from trying to tie it up.
Classic DRX. Get to the site, get the plant down. You know, they save so much utility. They bait out so much utility in the early part of this. You know, kind of PRX sort of maybe overreacting a bit to the early push out, to the early smokes that DRX commits. And instead, you know, DRX pumps the brakes, just waits a second, says, okay, wait, let's rethink this for a second. Okay, now let's go. Put the cove down. You know, I love the way Buzz plays that. Gets up top, watches for any pushes. Oh my God.
I mean, it's just classics in hand. Flash on the corner, a right click and Buzz. I mean, he just has to bail out. It's chipped down low. Heals are going to be available. But widely, PRX, even just with classics, they're able to save them off. They get the orb over to Jing to try to fast track that next run it back.
Oh,
I think
look
they
at this.
desperately want to try to flush people in towards something.
Round 2. Fight. Maybe? Okay, DRX is aware of it.
Weapon traded out. It's a little bit of jiggling, but they don't know if anyone's behind the box, so they still have to clear close as well as back there. They have to be really wary. And even with the Trailblazer in hand, the push shot's coming in, Divide. Managing to find Stacks. The answering fire, however, looking decent as Forsaken and Jing. Gonna be taken down, pop flash out, Divide. Trying to find a little bit more as Mindfreak gets himself tucked in behind. RB recovering the Bulldog, does not want that to fall into the enemy's hands. Double swing out, Divide will still claim him. And now they feel like they have to try to protect this gun. By checking forward once more, but they just, with every peek, continue to chip away at them.
One enemy
Looks like they will finally be able to shut them down. Something popped in the tailwind just to try to get over towards A little bit faster. With this Marshall, with these HP bars the way that they are, he can absolutely do damage. If not find a clutch. Cove up, spots one. Shot goes just right into the bubble. Mako now looking to get into his, I was going to say his post-plant position. He actually doesn't have any bites.
He's just full rotating here while the other two try to just buy time at this corner.
I mean, look, it's 2 Bulldogs and a Phantom left. Anything they lose after this, still going to be devastating. They will be able to hold on to it. Buzz getting the headshot. Keeps them in this one. Now 6-8.
Just such a funny exchange, you know. Both teams just kind of wanting so badly to push through A main there, fighting around that V-shaped corner. And PRX doing quite a bit of damage, but Zest coming up huge with 3 kills. Buzz able to avoid the Marshall of something. I mean, Saya yesterday, absolutely disgusting with that Marshall. Haven't seen the same from that gun from something today, but I feel like I'm talking about nothing sometimes when I talk about something. I just like...
Oh, Zest.
Oh my God.
Okay, still somehow good for 1, but the spike is going to be dropped. Buzz gets something to boot, so 2 kills found. Jing still playing forward. Knows that they have to come retrieve this, and he favors his chances. So Stacks, considering leading with the Trailblazer, holds it for now. Seeing if they can try to just... If he's just going to push forward. But Jing's having none of it. He says, you have to come to me.
Still got a hot hands here and a curveball, but he's just going to full retreat. Not going to use any utility. Try to delay this anymore. Kind of, you can see DRX is very cautious. They don't want to overcommit to an angle and just get blasted as they come through that door in a crossfire or something. So now space has been given. Jing, important job of locking down this back hall as shots ring out from DRX.
I mean, if he finds anything, it's enormous value. Mako had to use a bite just to try to clear. So doesn't have that.
Oh.
Now he's getting buzz. Down to 26. He did use the hot hand, so he can't use it to heal himself. Forsaken goes rushing forward, and RP with a blind shot through the smoke. Stops him. Just hearing the footsteps, getting the read. Finds the kill. Mind Freak. 950 credits in the bank. Is he just here to try to do some damage, or is he here to try to play this out? Crept up into the site, with the spike out into the open. No post-plant util to work with, but yeah, seems like he's not happy with what he sees and will just go ahead and run away. DRX now with 3 consecutive rounds here.
This just feels like kind of a slow reaction here from PRX, where there's a lot of, it must have felt like fake, like noise being given over, because there were a bunch of shots that rang out as DRX was approaching the site, and I was watching the map, and nobody from PRX was moving an inch, really, until this plant was really coming down.
Quick, cover it up!
Copyright, no.
They're gonna sue us!
The mouse is coming for us. What a shot from Jing, but to at least get one. And yeah, there's the let's go from Buzz. Certainly with the Reckoning now in the back pocket. Maybe they're going to think about a pacey hit here. Cascade out after the guiding light. Trailblazer as well to clear the cubby. There's the turret, and it's just Sheriffs and 1 Phantom and a Stinger. 4 PRX, so
they're at least trying to sell it well, and sell what they have.
Yeah.
And you can see all the rotations coming across, and I mean, this could end up being dire for DRX if they don't opt to pivot. Even with the weaponry that they have, Jing with a run back can do some damage to that Stinger.
100%. RB watching for this lurk. The turret's going to give him the info. He's going to start swinging out of wine a little bit there, but here comes the push.
Something's here. Phantom in hand. Buzz up over the top. Goes back towards the screen. Has to exit. Quick peek from Jing. Puts him down to 80. Counter spray, however, will find Forsaken. And now with 40 seconds remaining, it seems like that's going to be the call. The creep up from RB. He's saying, yeah, I haven't encountered any opposition whatsoever. So they're just going to hightail it out of here.
Love the way RB's playing this round. Didn't give his position away over to Mind Freak. And that's allowing this space for DRX to come and make this rotate. Beautiful play off the back of that turret. Yeah, well, yeah, it's not too confusing at this point.
But RB, he's put himself so far away from the rest of the team. If he ends up dying here, that's going to be a weapon recovered. He hears the footsteps, and even with the Stinger, Jing will take him down. 5 HP with the hot hands there to heal. Ducks away, the running pack also available. Suddenly, this could very well be doable. The ult is out, the Reckoning just to try to slow him up, but he is rushing forward. Goes with the 50-50, turns back, manages to find one before they finally break him down. Something pushes up, finds one. The bite from Mako takes down Devi, but DRX are wiped, and PRX are pulling off the Thrifty.
Oh, it's just this great round from RB until it wasn't. Until he just whiffed on those shots against Jing. Comeback is real. Our buddy is very ready for that. He is ready for the comeback for sure. Facts. Nothing but facts on that sign.
I mean, 5 HP, the difference maker. And with no turnaround on that hot hands, she's still getting the full blind on 2 in the corner as they cower Jing. And while it might not be, you know, the fanciest as far as numbers are concerned so far here on Pearl, the impact is definitely felt as the hot hands up over the top. Just looks to work them low, and look at Stax' health already. Completely unhealable damage as he's at 34 to start the round.
That's painful. Painful start there for DRX as Yeah, they get the orb, and yeah, they're setting up for this hit onto A. Immediately, the Seeker's in response. Buzz dashes ahead of him. Dog is going to spot Jing.
He gets the catch, but the only person who could have tried to capitalize gets taken down. Now it's Buzz. Divide with the crossfire out from Mart, finds that kill. Another hot hands across it. Oh, Forsaken opens up with the Odin. Something in the meantime gets the off kill, and PRX will move up to double digits. 10-7, stopping the momentum and banking up a wealth of cash.
I mean, this is just a great crunch here from PRX. Just reacting so well to the way that DRX wanted to hit that. I mean, Jing, again, playing great off of contact, falling back right away. The way that PRX is now absorbing the pressure of DRX is giving them the time to make these rotates and making things difficult. So DRX, I think, needs to start spreading out a little bit. They need to start toying with different areas of the map. I know that's difficult to do. I know that's something that is uncomfortable because of how good individually each of the players are on PRX. And you don't want to go those 1v1s against this team. You will lose them a lot, as we saw previously in their last matchup. So certainly, but you got to start toying with the map a little bit here as DRX. You got to start pushing and pulling it. Maybe trying to gain a little bit more mid control. Seeing if you can work your way through Art or through B-Link a little bit better. But again, it's so challenging to do that, especially when you're always scared of where Jing's going to be with that Phoenix. I mean, those curveballs come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's got 2 or 3 of your team blinded and a multi-kill.
Well, now, the first time out use here for DRX. Stormy looks to get them back into this game. Shorten the gap a bit more. PRX just streaking ahead. Still a plethora of money. 6,100 on Mind Freak, the AWP, the Odin. They can buy back up all of these expensive weapons. This Cascade goes first. Something tucking away inside of that Cloudburst. Not going to be noted. Buzz kind of wary of this. Turret will alert. The wall goes down, and so too does Mako. Great opening. And an exit there from Something. As the Trailblazer will look to lead the charge. Still a good amount of util. Alarm bot as well as that Nano go across. Buzz narrowly avoids getting his heels clipped. The lockdown going to be committed into the fight. Something just backs away. Top of Heaven, the plant now coming in with just a couple seconds to spare. They have to make their way out of here. And will be able to do so, but Forsaken, he gets Sass just through the box. Now looks for the push. Curveball in, Buzz taken down, pop flash, but you don't want to swing into an Odin. And Stacks, he ends up falling as Jing collects 2. Suddenly it's just RB. Throws the first swarm grenade. And then Something will take him out with the operator. A flawless in reply to the timeout, Paper Thin. 11-7, PRX. They knock DRX back once again.
This is looking great for PRX. Just love the way that they're just flashing and pushing angles, and it's everybody working together in those moments. It's Something, he's doing a lot more than just go kill. I mean, yeah, he's good at that, but that time around, the timing just to get this shot right before the flash hits. I mean, the timing there a little bit off from DRX. That flash probably should hit right before that wall comes down so they can push off of it. But instead, it's going to be Something who has that window of opportunity.
What is that shot?
Just disgusting. He's absolutely disgusting.
Unbelievable.
He's just, I mean, ever since he came to this team, it has been like a breath of fresh air for them. Just, it is revitalized W Gaming. You know, it was almost like S Gaming, not, no. Now they're W Gaming once again, and this guy has been a huge part of it. Just phenomenal with the operator, the way he maneuvers on the jet. Once he gets on that jet, he's so comfortable.
Mind Freak, okay, pushes in. Oh, the dash right into the Odin. That's definitely not what you wanted. In the end, a trade, run it back, pushing forward. They'll hear the snap back. Jing, once again, out to safety.
But I love this from DRX. Look, they're spreading the map now. They're trying to figure out PRX's weaknesses, trying to get those picks, and if Buzz doesn't overheat there a little bit, might have been able to get away with it, but kind of panicked a little bit in that moment, and now they're kind of playing with the map, so it's making it harder for PRX to get those reads and make those rotates. And those Seekers there.
Let loose by Stacks.
I couldn't find him on the map. Now they're good. They went towards something. Okay.
They're on the hunt.
30
Get cleared
seconds
out.
left.
Flame wall raised. Nano trying to cut off that right side. Wouldn't be surprised if Jing just pushes in ahead of it. Bite. Put up a little bit of damage, but not before he ends up falling.
Down A.
Or getting a kill, I should say, on his Zest. Then he gets taken down by Mako. 2v3. A lockdown still available should they even need it. Mako desperately tries to get the plant. 10 seconds remaining. Up over the top and something with a shorty once more. Defy with the Sheriff. And map point is locked in. PRX, they want to take us the distance.
Oh man, I mean, just beautiful holds here from PRX. Again, I like what DRX is trying to do, but PRX is just too tenacious. Defy through the smoke, I mean, it's just amazing. The way these guys know these angles and these timings, the feel that they have from playing just outrageous amounts of this game. It's a good question. We might not find out for a little while which team is going to win.
Seems like there's still at least one more map to go. This DRX could pull off a miraculous 5-round recovery. And that's just to take it into overtime, not even to win it. Something hits the wall, tries to get a shot off there, just playing off timing as best as he can. Doesn't find anything. They know that he's here. They back away. Reckoning, hit, both available. Former coming in as something hot swaps over to the judge. Spray across, just trying to stop him from getting in. Stun goes in, still puts some damage on Buzz, down to 9 HP, but Buzz will be able to come away with that kill in the end. Cheats forward, gets the healing here from Stacks. Now the pit gonna be invested. It's everything in the kitchen sink from DRX. For good reason. Buzz around the back. Finding 3, again, worked low. Covering fire from Zest, takes out Jing. Suddenly Mind Freak in a 1v5. Even for how he's been playing on this map, it feels like it's going to be a bridge too far. He will get the timing, though, to swing on, finds Buzz. And what a manner of finishing the map it would be if he could end it right here, right now. Shot so close to connecting, but in the end, we'll just grab the operator, make his exit. DRX as well, pulling away. They stay alive, at least for another round, putting up an 8th.
Like you said, Achilleos, it took everything to get this round in their hands. It took the Reckoning, it took the Viper's Pit. Phenomenal play from Buzz in the hall, but at the end of the day, you still got to feel very confident with the way that PRX is playing. Good hit here. This time around, the Flash is ahead of the Cascade for DRX, so a good little adjustment to make sure that something can't get that opening pick and that DRX is able to get to that site with a lot more comfort. From today, she's not my sister, is what it said.
Brutal.
Yeah, the rivalry here.
Well, again, Cascade out. Heavy stack and forward pusher for PRX. Something on top of sign, but back pillar should be scouted. And yep, Devi now noted. It's going to be DRX drifting the opposite direction.
Yeah, you can see they're not interested in that.
I mean, they're starting the match. Unless this transitions into a link push on to B from DRX, this could still be catastrophic.
And I think PRX just realized what you're just talking about, Achilleos, as they send Jing back to reinforce that area. There's going to be an art shift. There's a turret to play contact off of that. It's going to be the response from DRX.
Oh, the timing, Jing.
Oh my
gets
God.
right up along the wall here, swings out, and he realizes that Mako's there. Faster than Mako realizes that he is. The headshot in, the Viper lost, and potentially the map as well. Lockdown gonna be used just to try to shove them away. Something waiting, open arms. Jing cannot get the second, but still put some significant damage in that Stacks will now need the heal. Something, how much does he want to greet it? The shot is going right over top of Zest's head. Wall comes in, Cosmic Divide comes in as well, trying to cut them off, but they're already in front ahead of this one. The Odin unleashed, shots going in, Stack's gonna be taken down. Now he turns the spray over, looking for Zest, takes him low, Divide. He joins in.
10 seconds left.
They find the elimination. 7 seconds remaining. Planted in the corner, RP, now needed to clutch it out. He's out of time, and Mind Freak will get the final shot. 13-8, we are going the distance. PRX trying to pull off the reverse sweep. Map 5 on the horizon.
Unbelievable. The way that these guys just bounce back from 2 difficult maps. and then they blow him out of the water on Lotus. Sure, whatever. DRX had never played it. You know, it's untested in that regard. But this is a map that DRX has been very good on, and PRX is even better. Just phenomenal control of this map throughout. The way that they are able to just absorb the attacks of DRX. They're able to get their pieces into place off of their information much faster, I feel, than DRX. It's just incredible.
Let's go game 5. Well, that's exactly what you're getting. This crowd, everybody watching from home, you are getting your money's worth.
I'm just so happy, Achilleos. You and I have seen a few too many 3-0s in our history together.
And it's always been at the hands of Vision Strikers of DRX, making it to a grand final, slaughtering Onslayers, slaughtering Maru. You know, realistically, the only one that we kind of got in the modern era was one map taken by F4Q.
Right.
But now here, in the inaugural season of VCT Pacific, we are going the distance. It's the two teams that have been on top of map 5 scenario in a potential reverse sweep at the hands of PRX over DRX, a team that they have only bested once, and now they are looking to seal the deal and do it twice in dominant fashion. This is DRX's first loss on Pearl, period.
Yep, ever. And who else but at the hands of PRX? You know, finally able to get the monkey off the back and get that win. And now, even after going down 2-0, the mental resilience here. Now you have to start to question, you know, how much energy does DRX have left in the tank? They're a team that is battle-tested. They're a team that is grinded through so many tournaments, through so many gauntlets, particularly at the international level. Do they still have that stamina to come through here into Bind and compete with PRX?
They've always been the one trying to reverse sweep, not getting reverse swept themselves. Bind again. DRX played against PRX on this map, and it was a one-sided affair. The Reyna came out for something. That was the surprise, and he piloted to fantastic effect. Does it happen again? Does PRX have a curveball up their sleeve once more? Do they do something different? We'll have to find out, but first we've got a break, then the death to break down Pearl. As well, gets one from here around the backside of the box. Gets a headshot, gets two! The back box will be good for two. They're looking for the jump in, and Ascent forsaken. Oh, go for it once again. The spam resumes. They find the eliminate. He now takes it within his own hand. Hughes will expire those. He swings out, says turning around. Shoulder to shoulder effectively. Managed to find the kill. Trying to interrupt on the play. Push onto the corner, and not gonna get it all. Up over the top, the shorty this up. Does he strike now? Yes. Find something. Now with a spike, and he's not gonna read this at all. Going to be here. Caught from the lurk, and then onto something as well, and it's something he just does not have. Doesn't have that. To the smoke. Stops him. Something in the meantime. Gets the off kill. Turk will alert. Freak. Okay, pushes in. Oh, the dash right. 10 seconds remaining. Up over something with a shorty one. For good reason. Crossed too far. He will get the timing.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
It's the grand finals of VCT Pacific, and we just completed map 4 Pearl in a complete reverse sweep. PRX taking us to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, 2 map 5s in a row in the lower bracket finals and now the grand finals. And we thought, okay, maybe is this going to be another 3-0 for DRX at the start of the day? Some people were getting concerned just because we wanted a hype match, and PRX says, no, we aren't done just yet.
And PRX has completely transformed themselves. They've reinvented themselves, and I gotta say, they're looking incredibly strong. I was pretty blown away already all the way back in map 3, where they looked so relaxed to start things off. I thought, gosh, are they really onto something, or are they not taking this seriously enough? But here we are. We're going to be going on to our final map, and after this, we're going to be crowning a championship team.
Yeah. I think we had a serious Pearl buff by Auntie Pearl on Pearl. 13-8 Forsaken and an Odin is probably one of the scariest things I've seen this week. And, you know, Buzz tried to keep it up, but couldn't quite do it.
I mean, yeah, look at him. 5 first kills, still trying to do his part, right, as that main duelist, as that entry for DRX. But PRX, I mean, the flow was just so good overall. You mentioned the killjoy with the Odin, but then Something and Jing also just styling on them, you know, with Something just dashing and getting shorty kills left and right, just creating space. So even if he does die, it's Jing or Devi who can clean up. Mind Freak actually providing so much cover fire on this Pro when it's down to those kind of 2v2s, 2v3s. He's been really holding his own as well, and that's why we're going to a map 5.
Yeah, actually, Mind Freak, in the first 2 games, there were moments where he was the last man standing, couldn't quite clutch it out, and completely different in the last 2 maps instead with, you know, bringing PRX now to Bind, which they are really good at.
Yes, and they do play that Reyna on Bind, so maybe we'll see that again to wrap up the day, no matter who wins or loses today.
Now let's talk about Pearl. Pearl, they had some excellent map control, some great mid control. It's just many points where DRX was trying to get in, and PRX just stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, just even at the end of the first half, we're watching it right here, and PRX, they're attacking. And look at them, they just leave the spike backwards, and they say, okay, well, let's try to get some mid-control. And they plant something deep. The Trailblazer doesn't spot him because Devi takes it out for him, and he's able to creep up next to the boxes. RB has no idea. They take that. The Seekers come out. They realize, DRX realizes B-Link is taken over. We have to go support the Viper's Pit on B. So then PRX says, okay, well, let's take this chance. Spike coming in, but he needs help from Art, so the main forces take over from mid. Then they get stopped by the Guiding Light. They realize, okay, Stax is back over on A. Now that we have control of sewers, let's wrap back to B. But this is why, as important as it is, it's so hard to take mid control. We don't see rounds like this very often on Pearl, but they do an excellent job because the way they're able to do it is they sneak that jet in first, take out all the utility that's coming so that something can go get that first kill, and then they're able to just keep ping-ponging it back and forth at a much higher speed.
Yeah, that was just an excellent execution by PRX on that. Now, we talked about the Odin. Once the Odin went in Forsaken's hand, it got a little scary to be, anyone on the other side of those crosshairs. Tasteless, there was one particular round where they got a flawless round.
Yeah, this was one out of about 3 rounds that we had here where it's like, first of all, on this map, there's so many moments where it comes down to, okay, you're completely smoked out. There's walls everywhere. Are you going to be able to basically preempt, what they're going to do? And we had so many great moments here with the Odin where it was just like the instincts there. They're able to try to get these bangs through that and get the kills, and you saw that back there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Forsaken realizing, like, well, we have so much fun pressing W all the time. Why don't I just hold left click at the same time for the entire round, and I can just win it all with the Odin?
What I really liked about this, though, is, like, yeah, they were definitely W gaming, but you could see that they were coordinated.
Yes.
They were doing that together. They were double peeking. They weren't going for those solo shots, which has been, their demise in the past. So they were on point today, and it's sort of like we were talking about this. Their chemistry is sort of just on point. They're just feeling it right now, and I think they're going to go into map 5 looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I would say momentum absolutely in favor of PRX. We also have to remember, while the home crowd can be a buff at times, for a team like DRX, who has always been put on a pedestal by Korean Valorant fans, right? Kind of the, Korea was known as kind of that one-team region for the longest time. Obviously now not the case with T1, but DRX has had that pressure on them for so long, and now they have to prove it in front of a home crowd, and PRX is just swinging right back in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure can absolutely build up. We saw how emotional DRX got earlier on in our tournament when they finally qualified to this phase. And now here they are. They're in front of their countrymen and women. We've heard them cheering. We've seen the audience going nuts. But the last 2 maps, it's been PRX kind of crushing DRX. I mean, DRX looked unstoppable initially, but here we are now. We're in map 5. Obviously, it's great if you're a fan of Valorant. It's great if you want to see as many games as possible, but this is getting a little bit scary here for DRX. I mean, the reverse sweep absolutely could happen.
Yeah, and it's never happened before in VCT history, but if it happens today, I mean, PRX deserves it by all means. I mean, they are on a mission right now to establish another library here in Korea, right? They're trying to turn Changchun Stadium into another library. Korea's suffered its kind of set of libraries being established across different esports, and PRX might be the next one to do it.
Oh my goodness. But you're right that DRX was really emotional, and we saw tears actually come out from Mako the other day. And I think, they do have the advantage of being home ground, but on the other hand, like you guys said, there's so much pressure on their shoulders, and I think that fatigue must be coming in at this point. They came in looking really strong, but they had a 5-long series yesterday against T1, and that could be a big factor in what's coming in now with DRX.
Yeah, I mean, that's 10 maps now, right? And very grueling maps as well. Sure, we joke about the speed when it comes to PRX being fast, no matter who wins or loses, but it's still a very back and forth match. I mean, can you imagine, especially for someone like Stax who has to IGL, who's just racking his brain for 10 maps across 24 hours against teams like T1 and PRX? I could not do that.
And what a story this is going to be here for PRX if they can actually do it, right? I mean, they're kind of overcoming all odds. They did have a little bit of a rocky start our first few weeks, but they've really fit into their own form. They're continuing to move on, and it would be incredible to see them do it with the reverse sweep now.
Now let's talk about our key player from the last game. Forsaken with the Odin. I mean, this is one of our key players for PRX throughout the entire season. This guy can do everything.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about, okay, ever since something joined the roster, ever since he was integrated, they've looked better and better. Yes, that's true, but part of the reason that can work is because Forsaken has taken the mantle of, okay, I will be that designated flex player who plays anything and everything in the Asian pool of Valorant. That way, something can be in his comfort zone. And now something even picking up the breach, like we saw in Fracture, and that's allowed just so much more flexibility, but it all starts with Forsaken.
Yeah, Forsaken, the fact that he has that ability to be kind of a chameleon, to be so flexible, is essential for this team here. And the fact that he was playing so well and getting so many incredible kills with the Odin back there was amazing as well.
I think what we're really seeing, though, between DRX is an incredible team, and we're seeing with the addition of Zest coming back into their roster. They have their core team, but PRX is constantly evolving, and we're seeing this even now, even today, with every single map, we're seeing new team comps, new strategies, new gameplays, really unexpected things. So I think this is a good sign for them. And Bind for DRX yesterday. I mean, it was a close match. They also lost to PRX before. Like, how do you guys feel about this?
I feel like PRX might be able to pull through here. I mean, this has kind of been the story of, the conservative team versus the creative team.
Sure.
You know, the safe team versus the wild team. But there are some opportunities right now for PRX to maybe kind of lean into that crazy style and pull out something pretty wild. I mean, buying this version of it, of course, hasn't really been in our tournament for that long. It's basically, in some ways, the freshest thing we've got. So maybe we'll have some fresh ideas and fresh strategies going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious. First of all, PRX, do they still stick with the Reyna, right? I mean, it has done them very well, but if you're leaving this for the last map pick, you gotta imagine, I mean, what happens if it's the very last map of the tournament? What happens if Reyna doesn't get that first kill? I mean, there's gotta be that concern. At the same time, I mean, DRX, they played Bind yesterday. They had some agent changes, but nothing crazy. Buzz was on the Raze. RB was playing that KO, and I gotta imagine, I don't know if that comp's gonna be really the best counter for something like the Reyna.
I don't know if they've had enough time to figure out how to counteract Reyna. But like you said, they have how many coaches on DRX's side?
They do have 3 coaches, right? I mean, 4 if you count a Nox helping out with the Academy and Game Changer Steves as well. So, I mean, that's a lot of support behind them. Meanwhile, PRX is just Alex and the boys, right? Sure, they have some support coming here and there. But I just want to mention also, you talked about how, okay, PRX, they continue to evolve throughout this match. I think that comes from the style that they have. Not a fixed IGL, not fixed set plays for a map. They're continuing to just be born in the chaos, while DRX is trying to adopt it right now as they go through this best of 5.
All right, we're going to get these agents locked in right now. Wow.
Okay, so I was actually wondering, is RB ever going to come back on that race? Because he used to be one of the best races back in Korea, and now it's double duelist. And here's the other thing. This was one of the compositions that worked against T1 when they figured out that it was the Gecko coming out to play. Meanwhile, I mean, we have, okay, the Brimstone and the Harbor still coming out, still the Reyna and the Raze, but DRX says pull all the stops. You thought we were structured. Well, here we go.
The Reyna is back in this. We've seen some incredible successes here with something on that before. I'm so excited. I can't believe we're finally in the final map, in the finals of our event. What a journey this has been. We're about to be crowning a VCT Pacific champion.
I feel like DRX has made this comp just for PRX.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it has to be, right? Because back when they played the double duels against T1, it was Buzz playing that Raze, it was Foxy9 in this roster. This was specifically catered. They played Bind yesterday. They did not play this comp. This was specifically catered to combat the chaos that the Reyna and Raze is bringing alongside the Sky on the side of PRX. They want to push out and they want to fight on the side of DRX.
Oh yeah, DRX is like, this is for you, PRX, blowing them a kiss their way with this brand new team comp. This is going to be a good one, and like you said, Tasteless, this is the final round of the grand finals. Whoever wins this will be crowned with the trophy of VCT Pacific. Let's go over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilleos.
Here we are once again, familiar territory for RB on the Raze, but not for quite some time. DRX have determined that they need to fight fire with fire, and they're pulling out a double duelist comp here on our final map of Bind to try to stave off the reverse sweep that PRX are so hungrily seeking.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really exciting to see if RB can really use those paint shells and those blast packs to keep PRX off balance, to kind of shut down some of those hits that they like to do. When I was watching the tape, it was a lot of like sectioning off the map for individual fights is what PRX did. So DRX was getting isolated. Not only were they kind of playing a spread out style, but also PRX was specifically using, in particular, Forsaken's utility to cut off individual parts of the map. A lot of times you see the High Tides used to cut off like entire swaths of a site. Instead, he was using stuff like the High Tide to just cut off like a small door at elbow or something like that to create an area from the octagon up to the elbow at B site, for example. So things like that are things to look for here on how DRX is going to adapt. So PRX starts out on the defender side, DRX starts out on the attacker side. This is it, one more map to decide who will be our first ever VCT Pacific champion.
Nothing can be left on the table Both teams have to give it their all. A flash Alir ready here. As they go for the peek, something going to be tagged up, but Divine, ever the supportive player, does have some healing available, and he's going to start pumping that out. No damage found. Trailblazers are going to get cut down as RB wants to push his way over in towards Elbow, but a couple shots going towards him, stave him off. Now there's going to be 3 players here. Something finds the first, Divine gets the second. Pinch shells out. Jing thinking about going for that push. Buzz will find a kill, but Cess now going to be falling, and it's just complete and utter chaos as they try to get out of the site. PRX will once again take a pistol round win, 7-2.
It's just devastating to keep losing these pistols as DRX. It hurts so bad here. It's triple stack and Elbow, not expected at all by DRX. And again, it's these quick reactions, these quick rotations from PRX. DRX just a little bit too readable on some of these hits. They're making it easy. They're able to push back PRX. There's an opportunity there, I think, to just wait it out, just kind of back up. You know they're basically going to get up to full health. I mean, they've got, you know, Divide there for the heals. I mean, there's so much healing in those pistol rounds available for this comp for PRX. It makes it really challenging to go up against them in a straight-up fight, especially when they're given time to go for those heals. And now it's going to be an exploration of Hookah for DRX.
Nade into the cubby here. Could prove devastating should they identify that there's going to be somebody in that position. Lear out, something trying to up the tempo is going to be good for one. Cess finding the other. Divine, meanwhile, playing out in Garden, will take down Stacks. Swings back through, finds our beat. Too much damage forward as Jing gets himself in onto the site. Cess with a right click. Will take down Jing, but now he's completely surrounded, and as he tries to go for some sky smokes, he will end up falling. Couple Spectres on the floor, something not opting in for the rifle this time around, but it's going to be a 2-0 start all the same for PRX.
I just love the way something just lets Buzz just fly over him and just holds down the hookah angle. Make sure to get that damage, get those kills. Trust your teammates to follow up, and Divide able to hold on against Stacks. That's a huge win there for PRX and allows Divide to come through for the triple at the end. Good hold here.
And what an awakening. Let's just reaffirm that right now for Divide, because he was quiet in the first 2 maps. And we're talking about bigging him up, featuring him as a key player. That's somebody that needs to be discussed ahead of the series, because he has been so very impactful. And the last 3 maps, he has just been absolutely on a tear.
Yeah, he completely woke up. It is night and day, the difference that we've seen from him. And this is the Divide that we've come to know this season. This is the Divide who has been a huge part of PRX's wins. I mean, everybody's going to talk about Jing, something, Forsaken, but Divide just as important in the way that he plays, particularly the Sky.
Okay, a lot invested just to try to clear something out of that cubby angle. Flashing onto Divide, up over the top goes Buzz. Will be able to find the enemy Reyna. Damage down to the Stacks, 39 health remaining. Pushes out some healing just in case anybody else needs it, but he's the one who's worse for wear. Meanwhile, the lurk in from behind, Forsaken gets himself tucked into Hookah. There's just this one smoke here in the front, obfuscating it. Cove in, do they read this? Push into the smoke, Cess with a quick little pivot. Will be able to find him, but now RB going to be taken down as Divide. On 7-0, I believe. Buzz eventually able to drag that crosshair around, but Divide finds the third. I mean, the orbital strike, ready to go, and he's going to commit it, but this is not necessarily a win! Divide absolutely crushes their hopes and dreams! An ace to convert this round into a win! 3 consecutive for PRX!
Unbelievable! Is that the straw that breaks the camel's back here? Is that going to be the end? I mean, a solid entry by Buzz, but Divide just absolutely spectacular. Unbelievable. And he's able to dodge this, catches Mako trying to hide in the corner, and Zest can't do it. It's something losing his mind, and Divide's just calm, cool, collected. He's like, yeah, I got this, bros. No problem.
10-0-2. This man's KD is currently infinite.
In 3 rounds.
And his impact can, again, not be denied. We were just singing the praises. I feel like doing it some more, because good God, what a way to turn that round on its head. It was already bloody. It was already bad for DRX. And then he made it so much worse. Shots found, RB spotted, dealt with, Forsaken stepping away. Now they turn their sights to Showers. The double creep up. Tries to stabilize the aim there. Mind Freak does end up falling. Something, however, able to trade it back. Mako going to be coming away with 1, but again, Forsaken trading, keeping them with that man advantage.
Oh, and look at this lurk. They're so fast. Out through towards short A.
Ping's not coming down.
Oh, Zest.
The wall, it just about blocks him for now, but he can't get that smoke down fast enough, and that leaves Stacks, Captain, all on his lonesome. Flashback forward, but it's not even gonna be Jing who takes the fight. It is Forsaken. 3 kills of his own, 4 rounds consecutively, and PRX. It took him a bit to wake up. But I think that if nothing else, that loss after OT over on Ascent, I think it pissed him off.
Yeah, they look night and day. I mean, they are just a different team right now. They're so fast, they're so furious. They find these little advantages, like off the back of that cascade. There's just a little bit of a narrow window there for Forsaken to take advantage of, and they're going to abuse that every time. They're going to punish you. They love to get aggressive, and you got to respect it as DRX, and they just haven't been able to win those trades. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. The way that he uses that cascade isolates a fight for Forsaken, and he's able to get that first kill.
Oh, pushing forward, trying to get the kill. Stacks will finally be able to confirm it, but again, takes a bunch of damage for it. Weapon not recoverable. Trailblazer to be cleared. And the push coming in. Stacks is just not expecting it, but it's W Gaming. They're just gonna run you down. Forsaken continues pushing off the back of the wave, finds Mako. Something in the meantime gets RB. The gun barrel noted. Zest will come away with 1 additional, but it's not going to be anywhere close to getting them around on this board. PRX hot out the oven with a 5-0 start.
I mean, again, another brilliant round from Forsaken. He's able to use this harbor utility so well to take one fight at a time. And he catches a great timing. Cove here to set him up for this cascade. And then it's Mako trying to catch him off guard. Does not do so at all. And of course, something can dismiss in here and finish off Zest. And this is looking dire for DRX. Already down 5-0. No timeout yet. Can they stabilize in this round?
And you have to suspect, I mean, already it feels like it's too late, but if they drop this one, it has to be the timeout. Surely.
Oh God, yes, please.
It's Forsaken willing to play around with this. Sends up the wave. Zest narrowly survives. 5 health is all he's got. Mind Freak should have been noted there on the dash in. And he is. They look to spray him out of position. He just gets tucked here into backside. Teleporter used. RB turning his attention, but Boombot finds Zest finishing the job, and Devi does get that kill. Jing over the top of the truck, takes out Buzz, the showstopper now drawn through. And the spike, it never got planted. Into the corner, that showstopper goes. Mako tagged up, finds 2, finds 3. And something does catch Stack.
Oh!
Catches the spike and catches Mako! Right through the door as they slam shut. And not only does it slam shut in Mako's face, I think that is the hopes and dreams of taking this first VCT Pacific Trophy home. That is slamming that door shut in DRX's face.
But it looked like it was going to be a classic Mako round. What in the world is that second shot, Mako? Unbelievable. And then he TPs to try to get the spike, and he tries to catch something off guard. Something not fooled in the slightest, was completely prepared for it. Crosshair was dialed right in. Unbelievable stuff. PRX just streaking their way, trying to end this and send themselves as that #1 seed from Pacific to Masters Tokyo. Good gracious, they are unbelievable.
And this kind of pressure, it's not something that DRX are used to. I mean, they've been in map 5s plenty of times, but they've usually had that momentum on their side, and they're typically not starting off with deficits like this.
Exactly, right? Like every time we've seen DRX in these game 5s, it's because they've been the ones coming back from behind. They've been stringing together good maps in a row. But this time around, they are receiving a flurry of blows from PRX, and they have no response. They're not able to keep themselves kind of stabilized right now, and this is the PRX that is so scary. Once they start getting fast and furious, they start reacting to everything so instinctively, so intuitively.
And while Devi did suffer his first death, still 11-1. We have to point out, as RB sends some shots over, that RB, the one making a major adjustment, coming back in playing this Raze after having not for so very long, finds himself without a kill so far. 0-6 on the Raze. Needs to start finding value, but Buzz in a similar boat. Does find some, takes down something early. Divide looks to send that pop flash. And all of the DRX continue to advance forward. A Thrifty here, maybe that would be enough to reinvigorate the players a bit. But for now, it's the spike getting planted with Mako lurking around the back. Spotting Forsaken, just barely coming away with that fadeaway kill. Zest looks to reinforce as they both get tucked away. Alongside the teleporter, RB situated in the site. Stavai still just making noise. Waiting for the creep up. Jing with the paint shells. Could just send that into the back. Molotov to check the corner. Nade goes over the top. They're trying to flush him out. They're trying to get rid of RB, and they will. Mind Freak finding one, but Buzz gets a second. Cloudburst down. Spots Mind Freak. Swings out around the side. Divide will find that elimination. Finds yet another. But the time is gone. And with that final kill, that will be DRX exiting, but can they get the weapons? The answer is no, so Stax carries that Stinger over.
And DRX finally able to accomplish what they've been trying to do a lot at the very beginning of this, is hit this B site and lock it down. And even though, once again, PRX just kind of knows, you know, once DRX is committing to a site, they're not really changing angles. They're not really changing destinations. Hey, it's our other host.
Yes. Our hosts and interviewers, as well as one of our managers wanting to be in the crowd for these final moments, it would seem, and I cannot blame them. Something again on the hunt. RB, the lone protector of the spike. This is just a double creep up. And what a fearsome duo waiting on the opposite side of this wave. Like a school of sharks. The push out, the kill not found. Something takes out RB. As Jing continues to lurk around the side, Zest will also fall right into the trap.
These little things for DRX are hurting them. The elbow showed for Zest, and that cost him. Jing was just so ready for that. And even though he has to check those angles, it's so tough. Something now, able to retreat back. Jing is going to plant himself in the back of Hookah. Is DRX going to be ready for this?
They've already had the rotation over from the 5, but Jing finding one, finding 2. Stax just cannot get the kill fast enough. Cove goes out to try to protect them. And on the jump out, Stax will be good for another. But it doesn't do much damage, except for to devise KD, which I think is the least of his concerns. PRX answer back off that Thrifty, and they stop DRX from stringing together a consecutive round win.
He's just so devastating. Just barely with that last bullet able to find the head of Mako. And now they are in control firmly once again. Lots of ults here for DRX, so this round feels like a must win. You've got just everything except the Blade Storm.
I mean, they pretty much all are from here on out.
Yeah.
7 to give up in the half. There's several more to be played out. Already feels like it might just be too much. Again, we do not believe in curses. Showstopper at the ready. RB looking to put this to good use. Clears out Hookah, a re-satchel forward. The Lear buying some more time. Let's see where he ends up dumping it, sends it towards defender spawn, and then eventually will be able to swing over into tube, catching Divide with that Phantom in hand. Reckoning crashing across. Jing! Where did he come from? Finds 2 quick kills, and suddenly it's a TP across the opposite side of the map. Zest taking a moment, dropping some smokes, can go for the corner plant. It's he and Buzz versus the world. Everybody low on HP on the opposite side. TP used, wave crashing. It's a must-win fight. Buzz trying to hold the angle. Zest looking to stave them off, but eventually the other 2 players are going to get into position, trying to distract them, and Forsaken wins it. Now it's just Zest. Orbital Strike at the ready. They have to be aware of this. And it will interrupt the defuse, but no kill is found. And no molly is available. Zest now swinging around from short, trying to get himself here, but they hear him. He finds 1. Can he get the clutch? It's not held to half. He'll tuck into the corner, look to play it out with time, and something tries to go back over to Old Faithful with that shorty. The crowd will erupt as DRX get themselves a 2nd round win, but it is still such a pit that they have to crawl themselves out of.
This is going to be an absolutely insane one. I don't know what Jing is doing here. He's just running circles around DRX, able to find 2 huge kills. Forsaken is just so dialed in. Buzz can never stabilize. I mean, thank God for Zest here. Another big triple kill. Old reliable for DRX comes in. The guy who's been a part of this team for such a long time. And they bring him in for the last couple of days here for the finals, and he has been instrumental in them getting here. But are they going to be able to find the finish line? Are they going to be able to string together some rounds like PRX has?
I can't quite tell if Forsaken was able to disrupt the placement of that poison orb. Either way, RB does get himself in the lamps. An aid to try to clear the way. In the meantime, Zest going to be taken down off screen. Jing, again. This guy with a stinger. It should be illegal. Strafing from something, will receive a bullet from Buzz's Vandal. Gets that kill, pop flash into Hookah, not finding anything, and then Forsaken just gets the perfect timing. Arriving when Buzz has his back turned, and now Stacks alone. 42 health and a dream inside of the tube, but it's very much a nightmare. Molly out, can't find the elimination. Jing will. 8 rounds now in the first half, locked in for PRX, and it just feels like we have another Lotus on our hands.
I mean, the fake attempt here from RB doesn't distract PRX at all. They don't move a muscle. They are not being fooled by any of the misdirection that DRX is trying to throw at them. It's just brilliant. They are so confident. They're so calm. Jing is just out of his mind right now. Devi stepping up, everybody coming alive here at the right moment for PRX, and DRX is just being read so well by PRX. There is just very little that seems to confuse them.
Oh, the double push again. RB with basically a pea shooter. Trying to say, hey, don't come this way, guys. But they want the kill, and they will have it. Something in the meantime also does find Buzz. Mako able to pick up one, something. He's got the dismiss, he's got the exit device, got the covering fire. Mako now all on his lonesome, does manage to find 2. 30 health. Does he continue to advance forward here into the site, where both players are hovering nearby, waiting in the wings?
He's got a lot of time, so he can be really diligent about checking some of these angles. But it's tough with that high tide there.
Oh,
didn't see him.
Did not see him, but he's just gonna go ahead, keep quiet, and then rotate across. But the problem is he doesn't know where they are, so he still has to creep. So this is gonna be time drained down, and eventually PRX, they might just suss this out.
He's got that Viper's Pit. It may just be a must-use here.
You know he's not gonna be playing for the save.
30 seconds left.
Everybody here from the side of DRX looking to have money for that next round, and yeah, Forsaken, he says, yeah, you watch me, I'll go back to A, and this could end up being catastrophic. Pick up on the orb. 14 seconds remaining. The orb thrown down. Now he knows the shorty. Tron, Mako, he gets the 4K. The TP used, the pit, he's gonna commit it. He knows where Mind Freak is, he backs off. Another shorty now in their hands. It's Mind Freak. Tries to suss out just where he has gone, but the smoke integrity is dissipating. He's got to get back into this if he doesn't want it to drop. But it looks like in the end it's just going to let it go. Maybe a shoulder scene for a brief moment. It's hard to tell. Smoke coming down, and Mako, his second ace of the series. He manages to pull it off to reinvigorate them, to instill some hope.
I mean, it's just unreal what's going on in this match. I mean, Mako, the MVP of VCT Pacific. And this is why, folks. He is so darn good. Just unbelievable that he's able to think his way through this round. I don't know how he survives against Forsaken Shorty there, but somehow he does and makes the most of it. I mean, think back the ace that Stacks had against this very same team on this same map years ago at Kilios.
Mako nearly the first to be caught. Boombot by some space. But look at this massive crunch, even Forsaken rushing out from short. Walls raised, and DRX completely contained back towards their spawn with something on the hunt, getting ready to swing the angle.
There.
Send out some shots just to try to force him back, but if you think that they're gonna back off, I don't know. I don't think you know who you're playing against. They finally will.
And they were hoping that they could force DRX back towards A with that early aggressive utility. But instead, it's just going to be a complete commit here to the B side. Devi has reinforced something in Jing. And this Hawk's going to get the information.
Trailblazers traded. Buzz dashing towards something, holding the line, takes the dismiss once again. Untouched, counter swings back out, finds RB, Devi gets S. He looks for a bit more and something. He is not satiated, he is not going to be denied. Forsaken this time, doesn't need the shorty, rushes the smoke with the classic. Locks in the round and it's a 9-3 half. PRX looking to seal the deal.
Certainly looks good. They look dominant, they look in control. And it took heroics from Mako to just get that third round for DRX. I mean, this is just beautiful movement here from something, utilizing that Empress to its most. And at the end here, the classic jumping head shot from Forsaken seals the 9th round. And we swing over. Can DRX's defender side be good enough to somehow turn this around, to somehow get them back into this map and into this match? Because right now, this best of one that we're in is looking very heavily favored for PRX. And this is why you bring Zest in. They talked about the mental kind of fortitude that he brings. Can they turn this around? Can they gather themselves? Because it's been a rough year at the end here for DRX. A lot of challenges that they faced, especially mentally. I mean, with them having that emotional breakdown after that win earlier last week.
I mean, they've suffered more losses in a regular season than they ever have. F4Q before new turn.
Yeah.
Those are sort of the only ones.Onslayers bested them once last year, but now already defeated twice and then potentially a third time here in this grand final. 9-3 for PRX. And again, we will continue to remind you that the track record for pistol round wins is absolutely not in DRX's favor.
No. And it's
7-2, as PRX would like to go ahead and bump that up to an 8.
It's a big part of why they're starting to fall apart. They were barely scraping by. You know, yeah, they won the first map pretty handily, but you know, the second map, they lose both pistols, it goes to overtime, and they barely come through. And since then, it's been all PRX. And this is as must-win as a pistol round may ever get for DRX right here.
Pressure mounting as we go later into the evening. The crowd expectations have to be gnawing at them in this moment.
No prisoners.
We will go into that next half. PRX here on the attack. As Buzz and RB look to get an aggressive push here in the showers. A couple shots across. Traded on either side, something down to 16, but the healing, as per usual, is there for Devi. Stacks, however, not so much. Nade in, will find a little bit of extra damage, but again, more healing. Let's push him back up. RB, however, able to find 2. Blindly through that Lear. Now Buzz getting another. Push under the corner. Forsaken, however, already inching up. Buzz just trying to keep that spike protected, but has to pull away. Stacks with a frenzy. Reinforces, and now Jing alone with 26 to try to clutch it, but he will not. DRX will get their third pistol round win here in the final pistol round of this grand final to see if that can start a much-needed monstrous snowball effect to get them back into this map.
And the most needed pistol round, and they're able to come through with it. And they, you know, the hold here from Buzz and RB, able to buy enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. It was kind of an interesting re-aggress, but RB calm as always, able to come through in those big moments. We've seen it so many times from him for DRX. The versatility continues. So many agents that he's played.
Bulldogs across the board, so anything lost here is going to be felt for DRX. At this point for them, obviously, the round win is just so very important. Flash in, Mako good for 1. Stacks swinging out. We'll find 1 before getting taken down, and Forsaken is just B-hopping up towards Mako. Takes him down. And that's Bulldogs now recovered here into the hands of PRX. Thinking go ahead and grab the second one, but looks like they won't be given the opportunity. Divine, just with the classic, gets a couple shots into Buzz. With 3 members left standing, DRX will win out the anti-eco.
It wasn't the cleanest anti-eco, but not the worst. Able to keep 3 of those Bulldogs in their hands. Everyone getting involved in that one for DRX. So holding the line there, it looked a little shaky, but the quick rotate, able to come through, explode back into the site. I mean, Forsaken just...
he's a maniac.
He is an absolute maniac, yes. This whole team is just full of maniacs.
Yep.
Just brilliant maniacs.
Well, now, given the loss, it's going to be 2 stingers here for Stax and Mako. Boombot, he wants to get this showstopper in hand, now has it. That could be a massive tool in trying to convert this into a win. Stax about to make contact here with something. There's that dismiss. Can he break the corner? No. Stax somehow nails the headshot. Creeps back over. Doesn't swap the weapon. Doesn't want to make the noise. Pulls back away. Tucks into Garden. And Forsaken says, well, you didn't get across. You didn't get out of the sight. I know that you're here somewhere. And as Stax looks to gain some information, all he gains is some lead in the back of his skull. Spike now planted, showstopper out, over the molly, RB going for another blast pack, avoids the daze, spots it for a moment, but it doesn't let the rocket go! And Cest can only find 1 more. Double digits now, double the score, 10-5, PRX. They do not allow 3 consecutive to go over to DRX.
Yeah, I like what DRX does to start this round. They send the flash through the teleporter to make sure that it's going to be somewhat safe for RB to get it. These entries are so good. These defenses, these post plants, so good for PRX. Stax trying to do what he can, but just stuck between a rock and a hard place there as he decides to move back into the Garden and pays the price for it. Now, this round with Buzz and the Operator could be the beginning of the end, or will it be the beginning of a comeback for DRX?
Decent damage across. Stax, though, as well, suffering heavily. Another bite into Garden, just to try to stave them off. All flashes used from Stax as Zest arriving through the teleporter, pinching around the back, seeing something for a brief moment, and something just re-swings it. Man, it's just absolutely fearless.
This is wild. They sent the spike through the TP there, just Forsaken. The rest are still sitting over at B, trying to buy some attention, but Buzz was there watching for it. And now things just kind of reset a little bit here. PRX looking to reconsider trying to push through this hookah area, trying to see if they can bully their way through to this site once again. But you've got, oh my God.
The jiggle peek, and Ching takes RB's head off. Drop out of the sight here, drop out of hookah rather, and Zest gonna be able to find 2, but cannot get any more. Operator here in the hand of Buzz. And it's such a difficult position to be in because you need this round win, but you also need to have a gun in the next round.
You almost can't afford to save.
There's nothing that he can recover. Everything is stranded within the site. He's just got to try to play forward, take contact against Divine, and find that kill. Mako in the meantime creeping forward. Nothing seen, the wall raised. Does he tap on the spike? He does. Flash in, he's completely blinded. Forsaken finds the kill, and Buzz, desperate, TP's away. They're hot on his heels. The up in hand, but no, they don't opt to go for it. They do not want to lose their own guns. They say, you know what, you can have that. We'll see if it comes back to bite them as we go into the next round, but PRX, 11-5, 2 more rounds, and they are our champions here in our inaugural season. It's just such a nasty shot.
It's unbelievable. I mean, they're just so dialed in right now. They're so ready for every angle, every jump peek. They're just in the zone, and it's gonna take something monumental here for DRX to come back into this. It just looks like PRX has their number right now. This new version of this team, the best we've seen yet. And they are looking to come out of this as our first ever VCT Pacific champions. 11-5. They're just so well coordinated. Everybody covers for each other so well. They're so cracked out of their minds with their aim. They're so fast, it's hard to react to what they're doing. You can see half the time DRX players are looking left, looking right, trying to figure out what the hell's going on because there's smokes everywhere. And PRX are the ones controlling the flow of everything. They're the ones that are like kind of keeping track of where all the DRX players are. Meanwhile, DRX is often seemingly scrambling to try to identify what's going on and how to react. And sure, they've got some good plays here and there from the likes of Zest and Mako and others, but it isn't enough right now. The normal sturdiness, the normal protocols that DRX has are good, but PRX is just running them over.
Careful here.
I mean, Zest going for the hero here to couple in with the operator, which is situated and pushing out over at B long, but everybody right now from PRX is rushing forward here into A. Mako trying to get up into the poison smoke, cannot do so. Something just breaks it open. Jing over the top, takes down Zest. PRX cannot be denied this map point, this match point. Something will find a third, and you better be damn sure they are hunting for Buzz.
Well, they're going to be right around the corner shortly.
And Jing will take it out of his hands, off his cold, dead body, as PRX take us now into match point. 13-5, the potential score line, unless DRX can get something done. But right now, it feels like they can do no wrong on the side of PRX.
And this Reyna from something is brilliant. Jing, as always, masterclass of the Rays. It's something 20-11. Devi having a just outrageously good start to this map, 17, 8, and 10. Just absolutely brilliant performance here for PRX. The mental resilience, the fortitude to come through here after losing such a difficult one on Ascent. Let's see if they can get it done. The hit is on.
The layer through, Mako here within the tube. Jing jumping forward, looks to make the challenge. Will lose out on the first one. Something, however, claims another. Push into the corner. The Forsaken will be found as Stax finds 2 kills. Flash up over the top. Does catch Devi for a third. And it's a fairly clean round and a much needed one. DRX hanging on by a thread, but they still need 6 consecutive.
Well, that's how PRX started this map. 6 in a row. Can DRX match that? Certainly, there's a team that could do it. It is DRX. And a little bit of laugh. I mean, they don't seem super down on themselves yet. It's been an incredible day. You got to tip your cap to both teams. The way that they've been playing has just been incredible. What a finals. What a way to showcase what these teams are capable of. Not just these two, but T1 yesterday as well. To showcase for Masters Tokyo what the hometown teams will look like coming into there. And you better believe that people are looking at them and thinking, oh boy, these guys definitely can play, especially the PRX.
RB forced back, but taken down as if he's trying to just blast back away. Something just does not want to give them any room to work with. Jing on the aggro push, the Empress now popped.
Not ready yet. Spike planted.
It's the flash from Stax, not receiving anything. Zest gone, and it feels like this could just be it. The orbital strike is available. Mind Freak drops down the smoke. The heal comes in. Forsaken will have him. And surely, that is it. And it is! Devi will be the one to drag them over the line! 13-6! A reverse sweep and a 5-map set. PRX are inaugural VCT Pacific champions. We have crowned a new king. DRX has fallen. And the crowd has been silenced here in front of the home crowd. What a performance.
The impossible comeback. Unthinkable that DRX would drop 3 in a row after coming out ahead 2-0. But these guys are brilliant. The masters of chaos. PRX will take the VCT Pacific crown and be your #1 seed from our region at Masters Tokyo. And you better believe eyes are going to be on them to win this.
Their family, their friends in tears. And DRX, I think, still a bit in shock. To start things off so strongly, to have the 2-0 lead. And then to have to show your Lotus for the very first time. It set the stage for the rest of this set. From then on out, PRX never showing them quarter, never giving them a moment to breathe. And all the way to the very end, the bitter end here for DRX. It is once again a 13-6 victory on bind for PRX to close out their second ever win over DRX, but this time for a goddamn trophy.
Unbelievable. I mean, just what a showing they put on for us here today. You could not ask for a better finals weekend. I mean, yesterday, a 5-map banger between DRX and T1 that comes down to the wire. And then today, another one where PRX just figures it out, just bounces back and says, nuh-uh, this is our year. We are going to be the ones that are going to be on that history book on the first page. It is our names that are written there.
Everyone questioned it. The additional firepower with picking up something. The benching of Benkai. How can it work? Who is going to call the action? Somehow, some way, it absolutely clicked. Whether it's Divide, whether it's 5 shared voices, it does not matter. It is absolute chaotic brilliance from PRX to walk away with this championship here in the first year of VCT Pacific. And obviously this, while it is 9 weeks after the start, is still just the beginning. They have Tokyo, they have LA on the horizon, and with the form that they are showing, it just feels like it's going to be a continued upward trajectory, and everybody, whether you are Fnatic, whether you are Loud, whether you are NRG, etc., needs to be scared because W Gaming is back.
That's right. I am so excited to see these guys match up against the best in the rest of the world. I mean, there is no doubt that you, no matter how prepared you are for this, these guys are unstoppable. They are an unstoppable force going up against what some thought to be the immovable object of DRX. No, sir. They are the ones who will push that rock. They are just brilliant. I mean, and it's so awesome to watch the way they work and the way they play off of each other. The confidence that they have is just out of this world. And the emotion that they had, I mean, something there, the tears were in his eyes at the end. I mean, how much it means to him to come from, you know, a journeyman through the Tier 2 Japanese League to now be here on a team that has won a title in VCT Pacific.
Match in the background a little bit there, buddy.
I look good now. Yeah, this is nice. All right, I like it.
Well, again, we can't say enough about PRX, their efforts shown here today to be able to get this win in again, in a reverse sweep fashion, something that we just haven't seen here. It's just absolutely incredible. So much credit to them, to Alex, the other analysts on the squad, to be able to push them across the line. We did not get angry Alex today. We got happy Alex. I can't wait to hear from him because we will, of course, have an interview with the entire team to see how they were feeling after this absolutely momentous victory. But from myself and Paper Thin here, I just want to say thank you guys so much for being with us for the entirety of this season. It's been 9 long weeks of incredible action the whole way throughout, ups and downs from pretty much every team, incredible runbacks, a rough start from PRX, who were looking like their previous selves from lock-in from champions last year. We were concerned that they weren't going to be able to contend for that top spot here. They ran it back. We got to see RRQ, Global Esports, have opportunities to make it into the playoffs. It's just been an absolutely incredible journey. So thank you guys so much for being there with us. We'll see you soon. Don't know when, don't know where, but hopefully soon. But for now, we're going to throw down to the stage where Jen is going to be standing by with the team. So let's go ahead and hear how PRX feel about that victory.
발로란트 투어 챔피언스 투어 퍼시픽 2023 초대 챔피언 페이퍼렉스!
We have our first VCT Pacific champion. Give it up for PRX.
라이엇 게임즈 에이펙 e스포츠 총괄 오상원님과 라이엇 게임즈 에이펙 발로란트 e스포츠 총괄 신지섭님께서 우승팀을 축하해주고 계십니다.
We have Sean Oh from Riot Games, head of Esports APAC, and Jake Shin, Riot Games Esports, head of Valorant Esports APAC, with us on the stage for the trophy ceremony.
자, 그리고 결승 MVP는 바로 페이퍼렉스의 썸띵입니다.
Time to announce the Grand Finals MVP. Something.
MVP 페이퍼렉스의 썸띵에게는 라이프로렌에서 제공하는 자켓과 시계 그리고 MVP 메달이 부상으로 주어지겠습니다.
To Something, our Grand Finals MVP, Ralph Lauren jacket and a wristwatch, and the MVP medal will be granted.
자, 이렇게 VCT 퍼시픽 2023의 모든 시상을 마무리했는데요. 이 순간 우승을 차지한 페이퍼렉스 선수들과 이야기를 간단히 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Congratulations, PRX, once again. Now, we have our champions today. Let's talk to them about what it feels to be on top.
I mean, it really feels amazing because finally we can beat the King Pacific himself, and now we are the King of Pacific. So it feels really amazing. I'm really happy with the team. They play really well. So yeah.
포세이큰 선수가 오늘의 소감을 전달하고 있습니다. 퍼시픽 첫 번째 챔피언이 결정되는 자리였는데요. 이렇게 퍼시픽 리그를 우승으로 시작할 수 있어서 너무 기쁘고 또 팀원들도 오늘 모두 잘해줘서 이런 승리가 있을 수 있었다고 얘기했습니다.
자, 마인드프릭에게도 우승 소감을 들어보겠습니다.
This one's for you, Mind Freak. What does it feel like to be the champion?
What does it feel like, sorry?
To be the champion.
I mean, it feels great because like in the early of the season, we having like, I think everyone dropped us, but thankfully that we can win the league and it's not a fluke that we won against DRX, I guess. So yeah, thank you.
VCT 퍼시픽 처음 시작했을 때 첫 주 동안은 많은 분들이 좀 저희의 전력을 의심하고 또 계속해서 물음표를 던지는 모습도 있었는데요. 그런 물음표를 싹 지워버리고 그리고 DRX를 상대로 승리를 오랜만에 가져갔는데 또 이렇게 계속해서 오늘 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있어서 기쁘다고 얘기합니다.
네, 다바이 선수에게도 우승 소감 들어보겠습니다.
Also, Davai, to you, what does it feel like?
I mean, it feels great that we were able to lift the trophy, you know, like we wouldn't expect this. I mean, having something added to the team like 2 months ago, then like nobody would have expect this, you know, from a, you know, like W Gaming team, you know. But yeah, of course, I feel very great. And also, I want to give a huge shout out to my family and especially my mom for coming all the way here to give her a full of support, you know. So yeah.
썸띵 선수가 2달 전에 페이퍼렉스에 합류했을 때만 해도 이렇게 정말 퍼시픽에서 트로피를 들어올릴 수 있다는 상상을 했을 때 많은 분들이 또 의심을 하셨는데 그런 목표를 이뤄낼 수 있어서 기분이 굉장히 좋고요. 또 오늘 함께 해준 가족, 특히 저희 어머니 끊임없이 응원해주시고 지지해주셔서 감사하다고 이야기합니다. Now, Jing, over to you. Talk to me through the emotions.
I mean, now I can't really express how I feel because it's like too much, I think. It's like overwhelming because like we were down 2-0, so like at the back of our heads, I think we felt like, oh my god, this game is so hard and like we are on the edge of losing, and then like we reverse swept them, so very, very happy. Very proud of my team.
일단 이렇게 승리를 가져갈 수 있어서 너무너무 말로는 닿을 수 없는 행복한 기분이 든다고 얘기를 하고요. 사실 오늘 이 그랜드 파이널을 시작했을 때만 해도 먼저 두 번째 맵까지 패배를 기록하면서 왜 이렇게 경기가 힘들까? 왜 이렇게 위로 올라가는 게 힘들까? 최고가 되기 힘들까라는 생각도 했지만 모두 다 극복하고 DRX를 상대로 리버스 스윕을 가져가면서 오늘 챔피언이 될 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 합니다.
아, 그렇군요. 그렇다면 MVP 썸띵에게 우승 소감과 MVP까지 확보하신 소감까지 같이 듣고 싶습니다.
Now here we are, something. Now this was your debut season on PRX and VCT Pacific as well, and yet you lift the trophy with such a great team and walk away with the title champions. What does it feel like, and have you ever dreamed of this moment?
Of course, I was dreamed to become team who play in Pacific, and I'm not thinking about this win, but it happens. I want to say thank you my fans, thank you all. It was insane match, and yeah, thank you. I don't have a lot of words, so yeah.
항상 VCT 퍼시픽에서 그 팀에서 뛰고 싶다고 생각을 했는데 그 목표도 이루고 또 이렇게 또 트로피까지 들어 올리면서 MVP를 받을 수 있어서 정말 꿈꾸는 것만 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 그동안 도와준 팀원들에게 너무나도 고맙다는 얘기를 하고 싶고 또 팬분들께도 감사하다는 얘기를 전합니다.
네, 이어서 알렉스 참 2대 0으로 뒤지고 있는 상황에서 팀원들에게 또 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해줬고 어떻게 극복할 수 있는지 어떤 얘기를 해준지 궁금합니다.
Now, Coach Alex, after being 2-0 down after Ascent, what were you telling the players, to make sure that they have the mentality reset and that they have enough confidence to go throughout the series and eventually win the trophy?
I think I tried to draw experiences from our grand finals in Copenhagen. I think we were a lot more nervous then. I think they came into the third map very relaxed, and we knew that maybe Lotus is a possible good win for us because we know that they've been banning. So it's either they have something insane or we win that map, and then we just need a bit of momentum and we could get going. So that's what I told them.
일단 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해줬냐면요. 워낙 결승전을 많이 치러본 경험이 있기 때문에 그때의 경험을 살려내보고 그때의 좋은 기억을 살려내보자라고 얘기를 했고요. 또 두 번째로는 일단 DRX가 승리를 가져가게 되면서 조금 더 여유롭게 경기를 치르는 것 같았는데 로터스가 세 번째 맵이었잖아요. 그때부터 DRX가 계속해서 로터스를 밴을 해왔으니까 이거는 정말 뭔가 많이 준비해왔거나 혹은 피하고 있는 거다. 우리는 그 부분을 노려보자. 그리고 로터스를 손에 넣으면 이제 그 다음부터는 흐름을 다시 가져올 수 있다. 힘을 내보자라고 세 번째 맵의 중요성을 특히 강조했습니다.
네, 자 라스트 퀘스천은 포세이큰. 자 도쿄 마스터스에 임하는 각오와 응원해주신 팬들께 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Now, Forsaken, last question for you. You guys are heading to Tokyo as the first seed team from Pacific. What's your mindset heading into the Masters, and also any message over to the fans?
I think for our plan, maybe for now, our job is done. Well played, but I think for Tokyo, we're gonna have to prepare a little bit of new strategy maybe, and I think we just keep grinding, keep practicing for Tokyo later because our goal here is done, and now we're gonna have to continue to the next goal, which is we're gonna. I hope we can bring another trophy in Tokyo. So yeah, I think we just prepare and. For all of the fans, thank you so much for keep supporting us. Keep supporting PRX. Yeah, I really thankful for that because we really need your support. Yeah, I hope we can do well later in Tokyo, and I hope you guys enjoy our match today.
일단 저희가 2달 동안 준비해왔고 이루고 싶었던 목표는 오늘 이 자리에서 이룬 것 같고요. 그렇기 때문에 너무나 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 일단 도쿄에 가기 전에 충분히 쉬고 또 새로운 전략과 조합 같은 것들을 더 연구해야 하지 않을까라는 생각이 들고요. 마스터즈에 가서는 다시 한번 트로피를 또 하나 가져오고 싶은 마음이 크다고 생각합니다. 그리고 팬분들께 계속해서 저희를 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 팬분들의 응원이 큰 도움이 됐고 또 팬분들의 응원과 사랑이 필요할 때가 많았는데 그때마다 참 큰 힘이 됐다고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 경기 많이 재밌게 즐기셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 합니다.
네, 많이 즐기셨을 것 같습니다. 페이퍼렉스 VCT 퍼시픽 2023 초대 우승자 등극을 축하드리면서 저희는 다시 한번 중계석에서 인사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Congratulations once again, PRX, our first VCT Pacific champions. Now, I'm going to hand it over to the desk one more time to close out the day.
Taking down the kings of Korean Valorant, the very first champions of VCT Pacific is PRX. Congratulations, guys. Well earned in a crazy best of 5. Any closing thoughts, Tasteless?
I mean, it was just so cool to be part of this. What a story, what a way that this ended. The best possible finals we could have asked for were the two teams with the craziest and coolest possible result. PRX reverse sweeping 3 after being down 2.
Yeah, I mean, the first team to ever do the reverse sweep in VCT. And I just want to say, I mean, PRX, when they were the first Pacific teams to reach a grand finals at an international stage, people still said, no, DRX is better. You've never beaten DRX. Well, I think they've finally proven their point. They are the stronger team. Beating DRX 2 times in a row to lift the first ever VCT Pacific trophy, there is no doubt they are currently the kings of Pacific.
Absolutely. They have cracked the code for the RX, and I'm really excited to see them face off one more time in Tokyo. Gentlemen, however, it's been an incredible 10 weeks with you guys here in Seoul, South Korea for the very first season of VCT Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in a month at Tokyo Masters. We're still going! We're still going! I'm just gonna watch the stage.
cruising by with the wind we're riding down an open road. We don't know where to go. It doesn't matter, we're not on our own. There's nothing in our way, just a clear blue sky. And we don't know what we'll find wild, wild ride.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT 2023 Pacific. Today the grand finals is finally here. Will be on PRX and DRX as they go head to head their title for the champions.
Our casters are ready to go. It is Paperthin and Achilleos who's going to take us through game one of the Star-Crossed Players, DRX and PaperX.
Vi is going to find first blood for Shorty. RB now struck down, gets a third Defiant. He will be able to get another one as a parting gift, but Forsaken will find the final. Something trying to get on top of him, trying to catch him off guard, but he's not able to find the kill, and Mako with the classic. Now raised up, and Mako. Will be able to get Mako, finding one now on his lonesome. The Prowler in hand, and Jing won't even get him the opportunity to use it. As the swing out comes through, cuts down Forsaken. RB once again on the entry, finding three. A bit whippy, but eventually gets him before he would have hit the floor. Forced back, but taken down as the heal comes in. That is it, and it is! Devi will be the one to drag them over the line! A reverse sweep and a 5-map set. PaperX are inaugural VCT Pacific champions.